Hang in there, kid. There's a village not far ahead. A raspy old voice dragged me back from the darkness. I opened my eyes. My ragged tunic was pressed against the pebble-strewn ground, and the stones dug painfully into my skin. A gaunt woman's face hovered over me, ashen complexion, cracked lips, a nearly empty bundle on her back, and a wooden staff taller than she was clutched in her hand. A gangly teenage boy stood beside her. Coming, I rasped, my throat burning like fire. I'd gone without water for so long that my saliva had thickened into something almost solid. I was probably the unluckiest bastard in history, reincarnated into a new world only to starve to death right off the bat. The boy stepped forward, grabbed my arm, and yanked hard. Using the momentum, I wobbled to my feet, my legs nearly buckling as I stumbled. The woman's surname was Wong, and her son's name was Wong Hu. On the day my soul landed in this world, it was Annie Wong who pulled me back from death's door with half a coarse grain cake and a bowl of muddy water. I was alone in an unfamiliar land. They were a widow and orphan with no one to lean on. So the three of us set out together. We'd been walking with the refugees for the better part of a day, and I gritted my teeth and refused to sit down, afraid that if I did, I'd never get back up again. Finally, just as I was running on fumes, a village came into view for the whole crowd. The village nestled quietly in a valley ringed by green mountains, its back against the peaks, terraced fields cascading down from the village entrance to the mountain's base. Dozens of houses of varying heights were enclosed by an earthen wall 2 or 3 men high, with a watchtower rising up at regular intervals along it. Inside those towers, soldiers watched us warily. I see the village. We're gonna make it. Light flared in Wong Hu's eyes. I stared into the distance, one thought consuming me. No matter what, I had to stay in this village. In my current state, heading back out to find another way to survive would be a death sentence. This world was nothing like the one from my past life. The wilderness crawled with monsters and wild beasts. Some looked no different from ordinary people, yet they were rabid, bloodthirsty, utterly mindless. They wouldn't stop until either they or their prey were dead. On the road, we'd run into a pack of exactly that kind of creature, and the refugees had suffered heavy casualties. Still, it wasn't like I had no shot at turning things around. From the day I arrived, a status panel that no one else could see had appeared in my mind. Name * Li Yun. Level *1, 0 tenths. Class * refugee. Strength * 6 agility * 7 stamina * 6 intelligence * 5 command * 5. HP * 20/60ths, weakened. Talent * far more. All commanded peasant troops gain +1 to all base stats for 60 seconds, 30-minute cooldown. Troop command limit * 0/5. Base attack power * 6. But so what if I had a panel? These past few days I hadn't even had enough to eat, and without a moment's rest worrying about food, with no chance to even use my talent. Make it to the village and you'll live. A hoarse shout burst out from the crowd. Like sand scattered by the wind, the refugees all broke into a mad dash toward the village. Yun, let's run too. Wang Hu urged anxiously, rubbing his hands. Take it easy. I gasped for breath. It's still a mile or two. Look at me and your mom. Which one of us can actually run? Yeah, good point. Wang Hu scratched his head and turned around to help Aunt Wang. You reckless kid. How old are you and still so hot-headed? Learn from Yun, he's steady. Aunt Wang smiled and scolded her son. Mom, Yun's smarter than me, sure, but I'm stronger than him. Wang Hu argued in his gruff voice. You dummy. Aunt Wang pulled her bundle to her chest, peeled back a few layers of thin cloth, and revealed some dry rations. Eat something first to get your strength back. Look lively when we get to the village. That way they'll be more willing to take us in. Mom, you've been hiding all this. I begged you so many times, and you kept saying there was none left. Wang Hu's eyes went wide. If I hadn't, you'd have polished off 3 days' worth of food in one sitting. Then we'd both just be waiting to die. Aunt Wang reached out and twisted his ear. Ow, ow, ow. I was just saying. Yun, hurry up and talk some sense into my mom. Wang Hu stamped his feet, begging for mercy, but didn't dare pry his mother's hand off. Aunt Wang, let go, his ears turning red. I laughed and coaxed her, watching the mother and son. Somehow, I felt a pang of envy. I wondered if anyone back in my hometown was still thinking of me right now. For Yun's sake, I'll let you off. Aunt Wong released her grip and tossed Wong Hu a whole grain cake, handed me one too, and gnawed on the remaining half herself. I thanked her and wolfed it down. These past few days I'd been surviving on half a ration, and my stomach had been empty enough to run a horse through. The cake wasn't big. I finished it in a few bites and asked for half a bowl of water. With food in my belly, a good deal of my strength came back. But the calmer things get, the more trouble comes knocking. Ah, wolves. There's a pack of wolves. They're coming. Help me. Every hair on my body shot up instantly. This pack of cunning wolves had been trailing us the whole way. While the crowd was together, they didn't dare strike. But now that the refugees had scattered, this was exactly the moment they'd been waiting for. Move. Wong Hu and I exchanged a glance, hooked our arms under Aunt Wong's, and charged toward the village. Behind us, screams rang out one after another, each one the end of a life. Thankfully, we'd just eaten, and the three of us gradually pulled ahead of most of the refugees. Aunt Wong, help me. That's Granny Lee. Aunt Wong's steps faltered, her eyes full of anguish, as if she meant to turn back. You can't. Going back means death. Think about Wong Hu. I shouted sharply. At a time like this, a woman's soft-heartedness would get us all killed. Wong. The old woman's body went rigid. She clenched her teeth and forced herself not to look. Only 500 meters to the village gate. Wah. Auntie Wong, save me. My daddy left me behind and ran off. A child of 5 or 6 suddenly darted out from the roadside, a baby not much over a year old strapped to their back. The child threw both arms around Auntie Wong's leg and clung on for dear life. That's the Zhao family's kid. Auntie Wong stopped dead in her tracks again. The howls grew closer. A cold, rank wind hit our faces, and the dark shapes were now not far behind. My heart sank. If we stopped to help now, all 5 of us would end up as wolf food. Survival in these times left no room for softness. I bent down to pry the girl's fingers loose. We can't save you. Let go now. Yinner, they're just children. Auntie Wong grabbed my arm and held on tight, her eyes rimmed red. If we take them, we all die. I was frantic, yanking hard at the girl clinging to her leg. The girl was scared out of her wits, treating Auntie Wong as her one and only lifeline. She wrapped her limbs around tighter and wailed without stopping. The howls behind us drew nearer. The sound of tearing flesh carried on the wind, and the stench of blood was everywhere. On both sides, the desperate screams of refugees rose and fell. Death was right on our heels. Auntie Wong was tangled up and couldn't move. She tried again and again to push the child away, but her kind heart wouldn't let her go through with it. Huzi, hold your mother back. I gritted my teeth. Fine, I'd be the villain. Wong Hu couldn't bear it either, but he understood the danger we were in. He immediately grabbed hold of his mother and held her fast. I seized the moment and threw all my strength into it, tearing the girl away from her leg by force. But those few seconds of delay were enough. The pursuers had caught up. A massive gray wolf lunged in first, its glowing green eyes blazing with ferocity as it sprang off all 4 legs into the air. The hairs on my body stood on end. With no time to think, I hurled myself into a sideways roll and just barely dodged the deadly pounce. The wolf landed, spun around, and charged straight at the girl I'd just pulled loose. Her shrill cries cut off in an instant. Out in the wilderness, another young life was gone. In the chaos, another gray wolf set its sights on Auntie Wong and her son. It launched itself at them, and without a second thought, Auntie Wong shoved her son out of the way with everything she had, only for the wolf's jaws to clamp down hard on her shoulder. Warm blood spurted out, staining her threadbare clothes red. Mother! Wong Hu's eyes nearly split with rage. He let out a savage roar and charged in like a madman, slamming his whole body into the wolf. The huge beast yelped and toppled over. Wong Hu threw himself onto its back, wrapped both arms around its neck, and hammered down with his fists again and again. But days of hunger and cold had drained him dry. The wolf thrashed violently, and it looked like it was about to throw him off. Hold on. Choking back my panic, I rushed forward and steeled myself. Desperate times, desperate measures. Talent, activate. Even a single point of stats was still a point. Talent, Farmer Soldier activated. All base stats of Farmer Militia under command +1. Duration, 60 seconds. Strength, 61 agility, 71 stamina, 61 intelligence, 51 command, 51 HP, 210/610. Base attack, 31, halved when unarmed. The stats slammed into place. I stumbled, nearly face-planting. Are you kidding me? The +1 to attributes only adds to the ones digit? No time to dwell on it. The situation was too dire. I waited for the right moment, then drove both hands straight at the wolf's eyes. Attack roll, player 31, Gray Wolf defense 10, weak point, eyes, -40 HP. The gray wolf yelped and whipped its head around, fangs sinking clean through my left hand. Gray Wolf 30, player defense 0, -30 HP, laceration, 2 HP/SEC for 5 seconds. 40 HP vanished in an instant. If I hadn't triggered my talent just now, I'd already be a corpse. Thank God the pain was dulled by more than half once my body went digital. Otherwise, that single bite alone would have been enough to strip away every ounce of courage. Ignoring my bleeding left hand, I gritted my teeth and jammed my right fingers deep into the wolf's eye, twisting viciously. Damage notifications kept popping up. Moments later, the wolf's HP hit 0. Its body twitched a few times, then crashed to the ground, lifeless. I braced my hands on my knees, gasping for air. Before I could catch my breath, for eerie green points of light closed in again, cutting off every escape route. Wang Hu and I stood back to back. He was in bad shape. The frantic running and fighting had drained the last of his strength. His chest heaved violently. The pack drew in slowly, teeth bared, low growls rumbling in their throats. Fresh flesh still hung between their fangs, the reek of it sharp and nauseating. They're nothing but animals. I forced down my fear and stayed on guard. My talent had only a little time left, and my HP was scraping the bottom. The moment they surrounded us, the moment the buff wore off, it would be certain death. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Behind me, Wang Hu roared, forcing out what fight he had left. Seeing that intimidation was useless, the wolves crouched low in unison. And in that razor's edge between life and death, the pounding of hooves erupted from the direction of the village entrance. A squad of armored cavalry came galloping out. The heavy-armored knight at the front wore an iron helm that hid his face, leaving only a pair of cold eyes exposed. He thrust his lance forward, skewering 2 gray wolves that couldn't dodge in time. The remaining 2 were sent flying by the ironclad warhorses, howling as they turned and fled. The knight spurred his mount in pursuit, his lance flashing, 1 strike, 1 wolf. In the blink of an eye, the rampaging pack was completely wiped out. I watched that killing figure recede, a cold thought settling in my chest. They clearly had the power to step in all along, yet they waited until the refugees were slaughtered before showing up. This wolf disaster, wasn't it meant to weed out the old and weak from the group? Yunji, hurry, check on my mom. Wang Hu stumbled and threw himself down beside his mother. Auntie Wang lay on the ground, her face white as paper, her breathing faint. Her life was draining away fast. My mind was in turmoil. Messy. She was a kind soul. All this way, it was her food and water that kept me alive when I had nothing left. But in a world gone mad, kindness that knows no time or place had finally dragged her into her own grave. She strained to lift her eyes, her voice coming in broken fragments. Huzi, Ma can't hold on anymore. From now on, you stick with Yun. Listen to him in everything. Auntie, don't talk like that. We'll get into the village and find someone to save you. She shook her head weakly. I know my own body. Yun, Huzi, I'm trusting him to you. Don't worry. From this day on, Huzi is my own brother. I'll protect him with my life. I made the promise solemnly. A look of relief spread across Annie Wang's face, and she murmured good 3 times. The next moment, her body dissolved into drifting flecks of ash, scattering into the wind. That was the rule of this world. Human or beast, everything turned to ash after death. Only in the rarest cases would anything be left behind. Ma! Wang Hu collapsed to his knees, wailing. I stood in silence, letting him grieve. The cruelty of this land was far beyond anything I'd imagined. A white-haired old man emerged from the village entrance and called out, Everyone, into the village at once. We have food and water inside. Anyone willing to stay and work can register as a villager. Come on. I patted Wang Hu's shoulder, and together we headed toward the group. We walked slowly toward the village gate, where the surviving refugees had already formed a long line. The group had started nearly 100 strong, but after the wolf pack ambush, only 50 or 60 had made it this far, and most were young, able-bodied men. The elderly and the children were scarce. This disaster had filtered out all the weak. So it really was deliberate. I quietly clenched my fist. This world was colder than any blade. The line wasn't long, and soon it was my and Wang Hu's turn. Behind the desk sat a stern-faced old man, a yellowed ledger spread open before him. Name, age, what's your trade, and do you wish to settle in Ningming Village? The moment he finished speaking, a pale blue screen of light suddenly appeared before my eyes. Player detected arriving at Ningming Village. Join. I didn't hesitate. Join. I had no other choice. Congratulations, you have obtained village resident status. Faction, Ningming Village. Occupation, farmer. Level, 1 2 out of 10. I was still looking at the panel when a cool, crisp female voice suddenly came from behind me, startling me. 5 in command, and an awakened exclusive talent, too. That's rare. I turned around. It was the heavily armored knight who'd wiped out the wolves. Her helmet hid her face, leaving only that icy voice. A young woman. Steward by hurriedly rose and cupped his hands. As you see, village chief. Our ordinary militia only have attributes around 5 or 6. A talent like his could give the militia. The troops increase by more than 10%. With a bit of training, he might just make a decent militia captain. The female knight shook her head slightly. Too bad it only works on peasant armies, and the cap is low. She gave the order. Transfer him to the militia. With that, she spurred her horse and rode off. My heart skipped a beat. Other people can see my panel too? Or is it only visible once you become someone's subordinate? Kid, getting personally singled out by the village chief means you've got a bright future ahead. Once she was out of earshot, Steward by dropped his stern demeanor and teased me with a grin. I'll be counting on your guidance from here on out, Steward. I kept my posture humble. Fresh off the boat, I had to stay low-key. My surname's Bai, just call me Steward Bai. Registration's about done. I'll take you two to the barracks myself. He clapped me on the shoulder, looking quite pleased. Thank you, Steward Bai. I took the opportunity to pull Wang Hu to my side. This is my brother, Wang Hu. Could he come along with me? Steward Bai gave him a once-over. Strength 9, stamina 8, solid foundation. Let's all go together. Wang Hu was overjoyed and thanked him again and again. On the way, I subtly probed for details about the village. Ningming Village had been founded half a year ago by the village chief, Mu Bingning. This female chief was no small figure. She commanded a full 20 heavy armored knights. Armor, war horses, and standard-issue weapons all cost a fortune. Most villages couldn't even afford a single armored knight. Ningming Village's strength was top tier among the surrounding settlements. The village wasn't large, and it took just over 10 minutes on foot to reach the barracks. A burly, armored man stood at the gate, his expression fierce. Captain Zhang, I've brought you some new recruits. Steward Bai called out from a distance. Captain Zhang gave a slight nod, his sharp gaze sweeping over us. The other recruits had already been brought into the barracks in batches. We alone were escorted in by the steward himself. A flicker of speculation appeared in his eyes. Steward Bai leaned in and lowered his voice. This one's called Li Yun. He's awakened a talent. The chief wants him given priority training. Oh, so he's someone with connections. Captain Zhang eyed us sideways, his tone mocking. Then he barked loudly. Around here, only skill matters, not connections. Don't try any clever tricks. Wang Hu's face flushed with anger, and he was about to argue, but I grabbed him to hold him back. We'll take your words to heart, Captain Zhang. I straightened my back, neither servile nor arrogant. He couldn't find fault with that, so he gave a cold snort and turned to head into the barracks. Once he was gone, Steward Bai quietly warned me. That's Zhang Peng, the chief's cousin. He's spoiled by her favor, arrogant and narrow-minded. He's probably sore that the chief thinks so highly of you. You two watch yourselves. Thank you, Steward. The moment I stepped into the barracks, my panel refreshed. My status changed from villager to Ningming Village Militia. I'd just changed into the coarse cloth militia uniform when a messenger hurried over and announced loudly. Li Yun, you are hereby appointed squad leader. This is the token. Starting tomorrow, you'll lead the patrol. We just got here. We don't even know the rules yet. Wang Hu's temper flared instantly. Military orders are absolute. No questions. The messenger's face was expressionless. I understood immediately. This was Zhang Peng deliberately making things hard for us. I held back the agitated Wang Hu and asked calmly, "Where's the patrol route?" "The farmland area behind the mountain. Bandits roam through there. Your job is to hold the position, drive them off, or report them if you spot any." As the messenger spoke, his eyes swept over us with a veiled, indifferent look, like he was staring at two dead men walking. The bandits behind the mountain had a fearsome reputation. Sending two rookies out there was as good as sending them to their graves. I didn't argue. I just asked, "When do we get our men and weapons? Also, how do we learn combat skills in the army?" I'd already caught on to how this world worked. If you wanted to master combat techniques fast, skill books were the shortcut. The other 3 militiamen and your equipment will arrive shortly. The messenger pulled 2 thin, thread-bound booklets from inside his coat, his expression turning even colder. He'd meant to sell the skill books off privately and hadn't expected me to ask for them outright. This is basic spearmanship. It covers the most fundamental spear techniques. I took the booklets, ignoring his coldness, and silently activated them in my mind. The 2 books dissolved into faint light, and a new entry appeared in my skill panel. Basic spearmanship, plus 5% attack power when fighting with a spear. Morning. I stood in the open ground of the camp, looking at the 4 spear-wielding militiamen before me. I lifted a fingertip lightly, and 4 semi-transparent info panels floated up, their details laid bare, clear as day. Just as I'd guessed. Once someone became my subordinate, their stats were mine to see. Name, Wang Hu. Level, 10/10. Class, militiaman strong. Strength, 9 agility, 6 stamina, 8. HP, 80/80. Skill, basic spearmanship, plus 5% spear attack. The other 3 each had their quirks. Zhang Erlong was hot-tempered, Sun Sanpao was thick-skinned and tough, and Zhao Sining was quick and nimble. An ordinary militiaman's strength, agility, and stamina combined barely hit 15 points. But these 4, the lowest, Zhao Sining, had 20, and the other 3 were sitting at 23 or 24. No wonder. These were the notorious troublemakers of the unit. The other squad leaders wanted nothing to do with them, so they dumped the whole lot on me, the new guy. Today's mission, patrol the farmland behind the mountain. Bandits roam through the area often. Stay sharp. I gave the order in a low, firm voice. Yes, squad leader. Only Wang Hu answered with any conviction. The other 3 were sluggish, listless. I said nothing more and shouldered my spear, taking the lead. The formation was one I'd arranged on purpose. Me up front scouting the way, the 3 troublemakers boxed in the middle, and Wang Hu bringing up the rear, just in case they tried to slip away halfway. Behind the mountain, less than a mile from the village, fields stretched in an unbroken sweep down the slope to the foot of the mountains, running for miles across the land. The fields here weren't like ordinary ones. You could only plant and harvest if you'd acquired the farmland structure. Clear until land on your own, and the laws of heaven and earth wouldn't recognize it. Not a single grain would come of it. Our job was to patrol back and forth along the base of the mountains, driving off wild beasts and bandits. The whole morning passed without a hitch. After 2 loops, everyone's nerves loosened up, and we found some rocks to sit and rest on. Zhao Sining, always the nosy one, sidled over and dropped his voice. "Squad leader, what did you do to piss off Captain Zhang? He's really got it out for you." "Beats me," I said honestly. "I overheard something last night." Zhao Sining put on a mysterious look. "Captain Zhang's always had a thing for our lady village chief. Any man she gives a second glance to, he treats like a thorn in his side. Yesterday, she singled you out to give you pointers, so now he's holding a grudge." That got the others interested. That's it. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Right now, my biggest wish was just to stay alive. "Don't be so modest, Yun," Wang Hu said with a grin. "I think you've got what it takes. Yeah, when you make it big someday, squad leader, don't forget your brothers." Zhang Erlong and Sun Sanpao chimed in, egging him on. The men laughed and joked, and most of the tension between us melted away. Right then, a sudden, dense rustling erupted from the brush on the back slope, and the wind carried the sound of scrambling footsteps. "Quiet. My expression turned sharp. Wang Hu instantly tightened his grip on his spear, his muscles going taut. The other three cut off their laughter too, turning warily toward the source of the noise. The next second, a pale blue screen of light burst open. Instance generated, Bandit raid. Objective, repel the bandits, protect the farmland. Forces, Tier 0 Militia times 5 vs Tier 0 Bandits times 40. Note, bandits in this area respawn periodically and cannot be permanently cleared. Figures poured out of the brush on all sides. 40 bandits, clad in tattered black, hair wild and matted, wielding short blades and crude spears, eyes bloodshot, came howling from every direction to close in on us. We're surrounded. There's so many of them. How are we supposed to fight this? For faces went white in an instant. Zhao Sining instinctively started to bolt, then forced himself to stop, and all of them looked to me. I swept my eyes over the situation, mind racing. Scatter, and we'd be picked off one by one. Concentrate on a single point. Tear open a gap. That was our only way out. Everybody with me. Don't split up. Hit that group straight ahead with everything you've got. Punch through and fall back to the village. I locked onto the direction facing the village. There were only 10 bandits there. Let's do it. We follow the squad leader. The enemy ahead, 50 meters out. 30 meters, get ready to engage. I didn't hesitate any longer. A single thought stirred in my mind. Talent, farm and fight, I activated. All base attributes of the peasant soldiers under my command +1, lasting 6. Cooldown, 0 seconds. Recharge in 30 minutes. Asterisk asterisk. My stats exploded. Name, Wang Hu. Strength, 91 agility. 61 stamina, 81. HP, 810/810. Base attack, 91. Every stat, jacked up tenfold. Kill him, I roared, throwing my arm forward. Wang Hu attacks, 91. Bandit defense, 0, slain. Zhang Erlong attacks, 81. Slain. Sun Sampao attacks, 71. Slain. Zhao Sining attacks, 61. Slain. The first second we made contact, 5 bandits' HP dropped to 0. The next second, 5 more hit the dirt. High strength, high agility, we steamrolled them across the board. I'm this strong now. Wang Hu stared at his own hands in disbelief. Don't just stand there. We've only got 1 minute. Turn around and tear them apart. I spun toward the 30 men chasing us from behind and bellowed. 40 seconds left. We clashed again, another 5 down in a single pass. Wang Hu just swung his short spear like a club, that raw power sweeping sideways and flattening 2 or 3 at once. When we hit them, it was instant death. When they hacked at us, we lost single digits of HP, practically painless with our health in the hundreds. The 5 of them gave up on defense entirely. All offense, no guard. 30 seconds, 20 enemies left. 20 seconds, down to 10. 10 seconds, wiped out, including that level 10, tier 1 leader, cut down with the rest. Battle over. Great victory. Rating, A grade, power ratio 1 to 9, losses 0/40. A grade reward. Choose any 2. Free attribute point times 1/short spears times 40/copper coins times 100/bandit soldiers times 10/tier 0 bandit command token. I stared at the rewards, weighing them fast in my head. Bandit soldiers, command tokens, short spears. They looked solid, but they'd all go to the village. Even if I claimed them, I couldn't keep them. What was truly rare was the free attribute point. You only got 1 per level, ground out through day after day of brutal training. In times like these, you can't count on anyone. The only thing that's really yours is the power to get stronger, right now. Free attribute point times 1, copper coins times 100, I made my choice. Village Center. The council hall. Mu Bingning sat at the head seat, a light screen glowing clearly before her. Li Yun's squad. 5 members, 0 casualties, wiped out 40 tier 0 bandits. Rating, A grade, asterisk asterisk. She lifted her gaze toward the back mountain, red lips curving up almost imperceptibly. Interesting, she murmured to herself, her tone betraying neither pleasure nor anger. 5 against 40, and not a single casualty. Her fingertips tapped lightly against the armrest. Too bad. That talent only works against peasant rabble. Run into tier 1 or tier 2 elites, and he'll struggle. Her eyes narrowed. and she delivered her verdict flatly. He won't go far. He'll never be core material. Let him play around. She raised a hand, and the light. The scene fades to black. Back at the rear hill, the four militiamen were still riding the high from the bloody fight, their faces caught between shock and exhilaration. The way they looked at me had completely changed, from half-hearted to genuine, bone-deep respect. Boss Yun, that talent of yours, it's godlike. Zhao Sining gushed, his face full of worship. Back there, I felt like a god of war. Zhang Erlong gripped his gun, his whole body buzzing. I took out 2 with 1 shot. Sun Sampao grinned like an idiot, waving his arms around. Wang Hu, always the quiet one, just nodded hard. Brother Yun's the real deal. I raised a hand. My voice was low, but it left no room for argument. Stop. Not one word about the talent gets out. Understand. The 4 of them froze. Why not, boss? Zhao Sining didn't get it. A skill this big. Let the village chief know, and he'll bump you up for sure. I've been here one day, and I bust out an ability like this. How do you think Zhang Peng's gonna take that? I asked calmly. The mention of Zhang Peng darkened their faces. Zhang Peng's a nobody. Zhang Erlong's eyes went wide. Push comes to shove, with your talent, boss, we just off him. Yeah, what's there to be scared of? Sun Sampao chimed in. My tone dropped even lower. Kill Zhang Peng, and there's still a Li Peng, a Zhao Peng. Besides, you think you can take the chief's heavy cavalry. That shut everyone up instantly. Sun Sampao scratched his head and muttered. Then, maybe we just take out the village chief too? The other 3 stared at him, speechless. You really are a country bumpkin, Zhao Sining sighed. I set my face straight. Bottom line, the talent stays buried in your guts. Got it, boss. All 4 answered in unison. This time there wasn't a trace of joking around. My gaze landed on Zhao Sining. Especially you. He shot his hand up immediately. Don't worry, boss. 1 word slips, and you can cut out my tongue. It's getting late. Rest up, do 1 more patrol, then head back to camp. At dusk, the 5 of us walked back to camp in the fading light. The moment we passed through the camp gate, people started sizing us up. Heard you guys wiped out some bandits back at the rear hill? Just a few small-time thieves. Nothing worth mentioning. I played it down, spinning 1 battle, 40 kills, into a handful of scattered skirmishes. Standing out too much wasn't a good thing. Your ID tags logged the merit automatically, the guy said, a look of envy on his face. A full 40 points. You can trade for stuff at the supply depot. There's a perk like that? Zhang Erlong's eyes lit up. The group perked up and headed straight for the supply depot. The supply depot was a place ordinary soldiers rarely set foot in. The death rate out in the field was high. Only a rare few ever survived long enough to bank any merit. Racking up that much with 0 casualties? Even rarer. The moment the 5 of us walked in, we drew a wave of astonished and envious stares. That's them. 40 bandits in 1 day, 0 casualties. Just got lucky, that's all. Look at him. First time here to trade stuff, I bet. Bunch of country bumpkins. They weren't talking loud, but every word landed. Zhang Erlong's eyebrows shot up, and he was about to blow, but I held him back. We're here to eat. Don't start anything. The 5 of us crowded up to the window, eyes gleaming. Beef, roast chicken, and a jug of wine. I just went ahead and ordered a whole table's worth. Roast chicken, braised beef, strong liquor. Cost me all of 10 merit points. The 5 of us sat around, tearing into the meat, downing bowls of wine, spitting out all the fear and frustration from the day along with it. We didn't stop until the mess hall was about to close, then stumbled back arm in arm, drunk out of our minds. Once they'd all passed out, I pulled up my status panel. This battle hadn't just earned me the dungeon reward. I'd leveled up too, dumping both attribute points straight into agility. Name *Li Yun. Level *2, 10/20ths. Rank *squad leader. Strength *6, physical attack. Agility *9, movement speed, evasion, attack speed. Stamina *6, health endurance. Intelligence *5, magic amplification. Command *5, troop capacity, subordinate combat effectiveness. Health *60/60ths. Talent *war farming. All attributes of subordinate peasant soldiers +1, lasts 60 seconds, 30-minute cooldown. Skill * basic spear technique. Spear attack, +10%. Troop limit * May 10th. Equipment asterisk militia standard weapon, squad leader token, troop capacity +5. At that moment, inside Zhang Peng's tent, through a gap in the canvas, he watched us stagger off into the distance, his face dark enough to drip. A sallow-faced man beside him muttered, "Captain, they got way too much attention today." Humph. Zhang Peng let out a cold laugh, a icy glint flashing in his eyes. "It won't last." He drew in a deep breath, forcing down his rage, and turned his head. "Everything's set. Not a single loose end," the sallow-faced man said with a bow, his tone cold and vicious. A frigid smile curled at the corner of Zhang Peng's mouth. His voice dropped to a whisper. "Good. Then let's get Li Yun a proper welcome gift." Early the next morning, I gathered my men on the open ground in camp and announced the assignment. "Today we're still patrolling the farmland on the back mountain. Bandits show up around here all the time, so stay sharp. All of you." "Yes, squad leader." Same words, completely different atmosphere. Just yesterday they'd been slack and listless. Today all 5 stood chests out, heads high, answering loud and clear, turning the heads of every militiaman passing by. I nodded and led the way out of camp. The 4 of them shouldered their spears and fell into formation right behind me, radiating momentum. Would you look at that? Those infamous troublemakers, tamed by the new squad leader in a single day. The talk quickly reached Zhang Peng's ears. He was sitting there sipping tea, and the moment he heard it, his knuckles clenched hard. The clay cup shattered in his grip, tea splashing all over the ground. "You all hear that?" He turned to the sallow-faced man, his voice cold. Coldly, he ordered, "Move faster. We can't let him keep building momentum." "Right away, sir." The sallow-faced man bowed and strode out of the tent. Meanwhile, we'd reached the back hills, walking slowly along the ridges between the fields. I noticed the wheat sprouts in the field. Yesterday they'd been tender and green, but today they'd already turned a pale yellow. I stopped a farmer at work to ask about it, and only then learned that crops in this world grew incredibly fast, ripening in a single month. What a strange place. Crops grew like weeds, the dead turned to ash, human bodies were reduced to data, stat panels, skills, dungeons, buildings, everything felt like a game. And yet the joys and angers of flesh and blood, the sensations of warmth and cold, were utterly real. Truth and illusion woven together, impossible to tell apart. The deeper I sank into these rules, the more clearly I had to see one thing. What was real were the few lives beside me and the gun in my own hands. "Boss, we just cleared out the bandits yesterday. Going by the pattern, there won't be any action for the next few days. We can take it easy for a while." Zhao Sining talked as he walked. He'd picked this up from another patrol squad. "I've heard. Patrol as usual, don't get careless." Slacking off and getting caught by Zhang Peng would only bring trouble. "Understood." The 4 of them answered in unison. When we reached yesterday's battlefield, Zhang Erlong got worked up and started bragging loudly. "Right here. I took down 15 of them all by myself yesterday." "Bull. There were 40 total, and you're claiming 15. Zhao Sining shot him down instantly. "That's right." Wang Hu added the killing blow, short and simple. Zhang Erlong's face flushed red, and he craned his neck stubbornly. "Just you wait. Next time we run into enemies, I'll let you see it with your own eyes." Sun Sampao chuckled dumbly. "It'd be great to have another fight. The meat and wine last night sure were delicious." "Don't jinx it." Before the words even left his mouth, the disturbance arrived. Dungeon generated. Bandit raid. Objective: repel the bandits. Protect the farmland. Forces: Tier 0 militia times 5 vs Tier 0 bandits times 40 plus Tier 1 mountain bandits times 10 plus bandit chief times 1. Notice: bandits in this area respawn on a cycle and cannot be permanently eradicated. The grass rustled violently on all sides as the bandit hordes surged out once again. This group was different from yesterday's. 10 Tier 1 mountain bandits wore bamboo armor and wielded 3-meter spears, each with all 3 stats above 10 points, totaling over 30. 40 ordinary bandits fanned out on both flanks. At the chief's command, the 10 mountain bandits formed a spear phalanx and slowly pressed forward. "Zhang Erlong, didn't you want to prove yourself? Here's your chance. Want to take this whole wave on your own?" Zhao Sining seized the moment to tease him. Zhang Erlong's expression shifted, and he quickly waved his hands. I didn't say anything. We follow the boss's orders. Hot-tempered as he wasn't reckless. One look told him this fight would be far deadlier than yesterday's. I heard you. Sun Sampao spoke up honestly. I heard it too. Wang Hu chimed in. Cornered and embarrassed, Zhang Erlong gave up arguing altogether. I gripped my spear on guard. I swept my gaze across the enemy ranks, my expression hardening. 51 men, including 10 first-tier bandits and 1 leader. My talent only lasted 60 seconds. I had to end this fast. Listen up. Focus fire on the leader first, then wipe out the first-tier bandits, and mop up the stragglers last. Yes, boss. Charge with me. I broke out ahead. The 4 of them fanned out on either side, forming a rough spearhead formation as we drove straight at the enemy's leader. 10 meters from him, a thought flashed through my mind. Farmer Soldier, activate. My stats shot through the roof. Attack 61, health 610. I leaped into the air, spear already thrusting out. Using the force of my descent, I drove it hard into the leader's chest. Li Yun attack 61, leader defense 20, 41 damage. Zhang Erlong attack 81, strength crush, a double damage, 122 damage. Sun Sampao attack 71, 51 damage. Zhao Sinning attack 61, weak point hit E double damage, leader slain. Assassinate. With his dying breath, the leader triggered the spearman battle art. 10 spears stabbed out in unison, each of us taking 2 hits for about 16 or 17 damage apiece. For ordinary militia, that would have shaved off a quarter of their health. But now we had hundreds of HP. Even Zhao Sinning, our weakest, had 500. Each of us lost less than 50. Without my talent boost, though, that single clash would have left all 5 of us dead or badly wounded. Never mind cutting down the leader. Enemy leader killed. Formation collapsing. Chaos state lasts 10 seconds. With no one giving orders, the bandit formation completely fell apart. Some stragglers rushed forward, others fell back. Total pandemonium. They're breaking. Now's our chance. Kill them all. I roared, spearing another first-tier bandit. Kill. The 4 of them bellowed, charging in with leveled spears. 10 seconds flew by. I got off 4 thrusts, and the other 10 first-tier bandits all went down under our combined assault. Only 30 stragglers were left on the field. Push forward. My breathing was slightly ragged, but I still took the lead. The surviving bandits snapped out of it and put up a feeble counterattack. But the gap in our stats was overwhelming. We were like tigers among sheep. There was no suspense left. Before long, the bandits were all dead. Instance settling. Instance settlement complete. Mission rating, S rank. Combat power ratio 112, casualties 050. S rank reward. Choose any 2. Free attribute points ×2, scouting skill book, assassination battle art book, first-tier bandit soldiers ×10, first-tier bandit command token. Note: 1 first-tier bandit equals 2 0-tier bandits in combat power. Combat power ratings: 1:5 is A rank, 110 is S rank, 120 is SS rank, 150 is SSS rank. I glanced over the rewards, my mind racing. Bandit soldiers and the tally token, skip those outright. My talent, Farm in War, only powers up a peasant army system. Recruiting a bunch of bandit underlings won't trigger any bonus. It'd just be dead weight. The other 4 options all had me itching. Attribute points are hard currency. They boost combat power directly. Recon is a must-have. Down the line, I'll be able to see through my enemy's hands in a fight. And the assassination combat skill pairs perfectly with spears. My whole squad could use it. 2 seconds later, I made the call. Free attribute points ×2 and the recon skill book. Maxing out my own hand first was the safest play. 2 wisps of light merged into my body, and a thin booklet dropped into my palm. With a flick of thought, I used it immediately. Passive skill E-Recon. Effect: focus on a target to obtain information. The longer you observe, the more detailed it becomes. I was still mulling over how to split those 2 points when a sudden roar exploded beside me. Who's there? Get out here. It was Zhao Sinning. He had the sharpest eyes and ears of the bunch. I looked up, toward the dense thicket off to the side. A sallow-faced figure crouching in the brush went rigid, terror flashing across his eyes. Without a word, he yanked up a mask to cover his face, spun around, and bolted toward the village. Frantic and panicky, the very picture of a guilty conscience. Stop. Don't run. The other four gripped their spears, ready to chase. Don't bother. I raised a hand to hold them back, eyes locked on that retreating figure as I put my newly learned recon to work. A pale blue panel popped up, laying out his full profile. Name: Feng Ergu. Level: 10. Faction: Yunming Village. Class: Militiaman. Rank: Squad Leader. Strength: 13 Agility, 10 Stamina, 8 Intelligence, 5. Once I finished reading, my expression darkened. This guy is Zhang Peng's right-hand man, Feng Ergu. Wang Hu frowned. What's one of Zhang Peng's people doing hiding out here? I turned to Zhao Sining. This morning you said the bandit spawns in the back hills run on a fixed cycle. We just wiped out a wave yesterday, so nothing should spawn again for the next 2 or 3 days, right? That's right. Zhao Sining nodded emphatically. There's never been a case of a big batch of bandits spawning 2 days in a row. It's way too abnormal. Then it's no accident. My tone turned cold, and everything clicked into place. This isn't a monster respawn, it's sabotage. Zhang Peng sent Feng Ergu to lure in the bandits. He's using them as a blade, trying to get all 5 of us killed out here in the back hills. I'd meant to keep a low profile, grow quietly, and coast through my time at camp. I never had any intention of provoking him, but he kept pushing, step by step, dead set on putting me in the ground. Fine. Since you've got a death wish, don't blame me for what comes next. At that same moment, in the village council hall, village chief Mu Bingning, dressed in plain, elegant clothes, sat in the head seat, her aura cool and detached. Steward Bai stood bowed to one side, hardly daring to breathe. Steward Bai, this new squad leader, Li Yun, how much do you know about him? Her voice was cool and indifferent, betraying no emotion. Kutayans. To answer, village chief, I only registered his household records. I know nothing else. He looked like an ordinary drifter, no background to speak of. Understood. You may go. Steward Bai bowed and withdrew. Alone now in the great hall, Mu Bingming reopened her exclusive interface, studying the battle report from the back mountains. Her eyes flickered. Less than 3 days. 5 people. 2 consecutive victories. 50 bandits wiped out. 0 casualties. Yet when she pulled up Li Yun's stats, the panel was utterly unremarkable. His talent read simply Farm in War. Nothing that stood out at all. The data didn't match the reality. Not even close. Her fingertips tapped lightly against the desk. She already had a guess. Equipment? A hidden skill? Or some overpowered talent that had been masked? The next moment, her gaze turned certain. Anyone who could possess this kind of bizarre combat strength in this world. 9 times out of 10, the other party was a player too. Interesting. She let out a soft laugh, but didn't intervene. Instead, she let the situation play out. Then I'll let Zhang Peng keep testing you. Let's see just how many cards you're hiding. Evening. The sun sank below the hills. We headed back to the military camp. Word that we'd wiped out 2 waves of bandits in 2 days had already spread through the entire camp, throwing everyone into an uproar. A crowd of idle militiamen swarmed around us, faces full of curiosity. We heard you 5 took down 50 bandits? Is that for real? That's insane. On the way back, I'd already given the 4 of them a heads up. No more playing weak. Constantly acting harmless only makes people think you're an easy target. Flexing a little muscle at the right moment actually keeps the schemers in the shadows in check. Zhang Erlong loved to boast anyway. He immediately puffed out his chest, voice cranked to full volume. Damn right it's true. Let me tell you, I took down over 20 of them myself today. Laughter erupted all around. Yeah right. You? Solo kill 20? At least come up with a believable lie. Zhang Erlong was ready to blow up on the spot, but Wang Hu and Zhao Sining grabbed him and held him back. Cool it. We've got more important things to deal with. In the corner of the crowd, the sallow-faced Feng Ergu blended in, his eyes vicious as he kept fanning the flames, deliberately steering the mood to smear us. He'd nearly been caught spying during the day and had escaped with his face covered, thinking no one had recognized him, but with no way to report back to Zhang Peng. He was in a full-blown panic. So all he could do was stir up trouble here, ideally getting me to break the rules in public so he could use military regulations to take me down and thereby dodge his own punishment. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted him and recognized him instantly. But I didn't call him out. You want to mess with me? Let's play. I stepped forward and spoke up, loud and clear. No need to argue, everyone. Battle records don't lie. Come on, let's go to the logistics office and check the merit logs. It'll all be crystal clear. The whole crowd surged toward the logistics office in a great mass. The steward pulled up the records and read them aloud for all to hear. Li Yun's squad. Bandit suppression today. 50 bandits killed in total. 0 casualties across the board. The moment he finished, dead silence fell over the entire crowd. Then came a chorus of sharp intakes of breath. 5 against 50 and nobody got hurt. That's insane. That's the best record in the whole village. His promotion's locked in. Hell, he might jump 2 ranks. Plenty of the low-ranking militiamen were suddenly tempted, and they crowded forward to strike up conversations. Squad leader Lee, you short on men? I want to transfer to your unit. In the army camp, strength earned respect. With his record laid bare for all to see, everyone was convinced. I waved a hand, my tone easy. Promotions and recruiting are up to the higher-ups, not my place to say. But since everyone came out to support me today, drinks are on me. A bowl of rice wine for every one of you. The crowd erupted in cheers, and most of that hidden jealousy melted away. But right then, Feng Erge's snide voice cut in again. TCH, a few lousy bowls of wine, and you think you can buy the whole camp. The mood froze. The militiamen holding their bowls were caught, unsure whether to drink or set them down. I turned my head toward him and fired back, slow and easy. Since squad leader Feng thinks buying drinks is buying people off, why don't you buy a round? I'm sure everyone would love to drink on your dime. Feng Erge's heart lurched. How did he know who I was? In his panic, the words just spilled out. They're not worth my wine. A pack of bottom-rung grunts. The whole place went silent in an instant, every face turning cold. Feng Erge usually had Zhang Peng backing him up, bullying his peers and looking down on everyone. He'd long since earned the crowd's hatred. That one line offended every last person there. The hell did you just say? Hot-tempered Zhang Erlong couldn't take it. He slammed a fist straight into Feng Erge's face. Insult him, fine. But insult his boss? Not a chance. Zhao Sining and Sun Sampao rushed in, swarming him with fists flying. These few hotheads feared nothing to begin with, and after days of forced restraint, they'd been itching for this. Now they cut loose completely. Wang Hu clenched his fist to join in, but I raised a hand to stop him. I pressed a wine bowl into his hand, shoved through the crowd, and walked up to Feng Erge, now beaten black and blue. Half his face had swollen up, one eye bruised dark, a total mess. Yet he still snarled with hollow bravado. You dare strike a superior? I'll go straight to Captain Zhang and have every one of you court-martialed. My face blank, I raised my hand and threw one clean punch, landing square on his other, still intact eye. A dull thud. I said flatly, your black eye should match. Looks better that way. Evening. Zhang Peng's were tent. The atmosphere was crushing. He sat upright in the seat of honor, a cold glint in his eyes, glaring at Feng Erge kneeling on the ground. You gave me your word. You said you'd handle it yourself. Guaranteed, no mistakes. Feng Erge trembled all over, his head bowed low. Captain, I really did use my talent. Hatred deflection. I lured in a bandit chief, along with 10 first-tier bandits and 40. A gang of ordinary bandits ambushed them. By all logic, 5 men against that many should have been dead for sure. Even I didn't expect it, they all made it out alive. Useless. Zhang Peng barked coldly, whipping his lash out and lashing it hard across the man's body. Feng Erge flinched, gritting his teeth but not daring to make a sound. Get out. He kicked the man over. Feng Erge scrambled out on all fours, like a prisoner granted a pardon. Only Zhang Peng remained in the tent. After a long silence, a low murmur slowly escaped his lips. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself. Meanwhile, we'd just finished a hearty meal at the supply depot and returned to our quarters when a messenger came hurrying over. Military orders. His face was expressionless. Li Yun led a team of 5 to crush 50 bandits. For his outstanding merit, he is hereby promoted to squad leader, effective immediately. He took back my corporal token and handed me a brand new squad leader token. I understood right away. Showing off our battle record in front of everyone during the day had paid off after all. The merit was real and undeniable, so no matter how much Zhang Peng wanted to target me, he couldn't openly suppress the promotion. Much obliged. I took the token. Don't thank me yet. The messenger's lips curled up, his eyes looking at me like I was already a dead man. Captain Zhang has issued orders. Your unit is to head deep into the back mountains tomorrow to locate the bandits' hideout. What? Zhang Erlong exploded on the spot. Search for the bandits' hideout? That's a job for elite troops. We're just ordinary militia. If this isn't making things deliberately hard on us, then what is it? Military orders are absolute. There's nothing to discuss, the messenger said icily. You. Zhang Erlong wanted to keep arguing, but a few others held him back. I raised a hand, signaling everyone to stay quiet. Making a scene now would only play right into their trap. Understood. We'll set out on time tomorrow. As for reinforcements, please arrange them. The messenger waved his hand, and 5 scrawny militiamen came shuffling forward, timid and hesitant, carrying short spears. These are your reinforcements. Get used to working with them, and fast. With that, he turned and left. Uncle Zhao, it's you guys. Wang Hu recognized a middle-aged man at a glance. The man called Uncle Zhao wore a bitter expression. Who's it's us. We just got conscripted into the camp today. You just got recruited today? I immediately activated my scan, sweeping over all 5 of their stat panels, and instantly felt a headache coming on. Wang Hu, Zhang Erlong, Sun Sampao, Zhao Sineng. All 4 had strength, agility, and stamina totaling over 20 points, with Wang Hu even reaching 23. My own starting stats totaled 19. All of us counted as solid fighters among the militia. But these 5 new recruits? Their 3 stats generally added up to just 15, and the weakest one had only 12. Their constitutions were absurdly frail. No need to think twice. Zhang Peng did this on purpose. I'd been promoted to squad leader, and that afternoon plenty of capable men had wanted to transfer under my command. Yet he deliberately picked this batch of dead weight to shove onto me, clearly just to make my life miserable. Boss, these guys are weak as hell. Can they even hold their own on the battlefield? Zhang Erlong frowned. They're here now, so we'll just have to make it work. I swallowed my irritation. Erlong, you'll be in charge of drilling them for now. Wang Hu was too young to command respect. Sun Sampao was too simple and honest for leadership. Zhao Sineng had a quick, cunning mind, better saved for scouting. Only the hot-tempered Zhang Erlong could keep this bunch of recruits in line. I could just picture the smug look on Zhang Peng's face when he sent them over. Once that was settled, I pulled up my panel and allocated the attribute points I'd been saving. Name * Li Yun. Level *4, 10/40ths. Class * Militia, I rank * Squad Leader. Strength *6, Agility *10, Stamina *9, Intelligence *5, Command *5. HP *100/100. Talent * Farm and Fight, on cooldown. All base attributes of farmer soldiers under my command +1, lasts 60 seconds, 30-minute cooldown. Skills * Basic Spearmanship, Spear Attack +5%, Scout. Troop Type * Militia, Command Cap * October 15th. Equipment * Militia Short Spear, Squad Leader Token, Command +10. Base Attack * 6. Between the back-to-back level-ups and the 2 points from the dungeon reward, I maxed out Agility to 10 first, then put 2 more into Stamina. We fought as a team, but staying alive myself was the foundation of leading them to victory. The next morning, on the open ground of the camp, I looked over the 9 militiamen before me. The divide couldn't have been clearer. Wang Hu and the other 3 stood tall and full of spirit. The 5 new recruits hunched their shoulders, avoided eye contact, radiating fear. Today's mission: push deep into the back mountains and hunt down the bandit den. This will be dangerous. Stay sharp, all of you. Yes, squad leader. Wang Hu and the others answered like a booming bell. Yes, squad leader. The recruits mumbled, their voices thin as mosquitoes. Zhang Erlong's face darkened, and he barked, louder. Did you skip breakfast? I didn't stop him. Recruits who couldn't even answer a command in unison would only drag the whole squad down on the battlefield. They had to be broken in hard. Move out. The squad set off. Zhao Sineng ranged ahead alone as scout. Sun Sampao and I took the center. Wang Hu covered the rear to keep anyone from slipping away mid-march. Zhang Erlong stayed in the middle, riding the recruits the whole way. The scolding never stopped. After a few rounds of it, the recruits finally started to shape up, at least enough to follow orders. Keep your voices down. We're in the heart of the mountains now. I looked up. Rolling hills stretched on, dense forest woven together, vines and wild grass taller than a man covering everything, blocking the view. Such a huge area. Where were we even supposed to start? Before long, Zhao Sinning hurried back. Boss, a small band of scattered bandits up ahead. Good. We'll clear them out and feel out the path at the same time. Move. Against a few stragglers like these, we steamrolled them, didn't even need to use the talent. Once they were dealt with, the squad pressed deeper. A moment later, Zhao Sinning doubled back again, his expression grave. Boss. Captain, enemy bandit outpost spotted ahead. 31st rank bandits, plus a chieftain standing guard. The bandit outpost sat at the foot of a small hill, not a large operation. A ring of sharpened logs formed the outer wall, with a gate facing the road. A crude watchtower rose above the gatehouse, where 4 or 5 archers patrolled back and forth. Inside, the bandit chieftain was drilling 31st rank bandits in formation. Prepare for battle. I ran the numbers in my head. Battle farming gave me a 60-second burst, more than enough to storm this place in a single wave. Maybe even walk away without a scratch. Understood. Wang Hu and his 3 men gripped their spears, nerves steeled and ready. But the 5 recruits just exchanged glances 2 by 2, faces twisted with dread. Zhao Guang, Uncle Zhao's real name, forced himself to step forward. Squad leader, that's over 31st rank bandits out there, and we're all 0 rank militia. The gap's just too big. Relax. We've got this. Before I could answer, Wang Hu cut in and clapped him on the shoulder. I swept my eyes over them and steadied the group. I'll take the front. If there's real danger, I'm the first one in it. Not everyone had the guts of Wang Hu or Zhang Erlong. Recruits balking before a fight. That was to be expected. But the words had barely left my mouth when the youngest, scrawniest recruit in the squad completely lost it. His face went bone white, and he broke down sobbing right there. I don't want to fight. I'm gonna die. I want to go home. Coward, get behind me and don't you dare run. Zhang Erlong barked. After all their drilling, every recruit was scared of him. The kid didn't dare talk back. He just shook all over. I quickly set the formation and rattled off orders. Veterans and recruits alternate positions, advance steady. Zhao Sinning, find your moment and take the watchtower. Clear out those archers. Zhang Erlong, enforce the line. Anyone who runs from the fight gets cut down on the spot. Yes, sir. The recruits' faces went even paler. They wanted to run, but there were orders ahead of them and Zhang Erlong behind them. All they could do was grit their teeth and fall in. Whole squad advance. I took the lead. Inside the wall, the bandit chieftain saw a measly 10-0 rank militiaman daring to provoke him and flew into a rage. He immediately led his men swarming out of the outpost, bent on wiping us out to the last man. Instance generating. Name, Bandit Outpost. Objective, kill the bandit chieftain or retreat safely. Force comparison. Rank, 0 militia times 10 vs rank, 1 bandits times 35. Warning, power gap is overwhelming. Immediate retreat advised. The 2 sides closed in fast. The recruits' legs trembled, their faces white as paper. I'm done. I want to go home. The boy's nerve shattered completely. He dropped his spear and bolted. The others started wavering too. The formation was about to fall apart. Cowards die. Zhang Erlong let out a savage roar and thrust his spear forward. The blade drove into the deserter's back and burst out through his chest. Attack confirmed asterisk. Target is a deserter. Execution triggered. Recruit eliminated. Arg, Zhao Guang cried out. A living, breathing life, snuffed out. He never imagined the first to fall on the battlefield wouldn't be the enemy, but one of our own. Stay focused. Get ready to engage. The enemy was barely 10 meters out. I shouted the warning. Talent, farming, and war activated. All base stats of your peasant army +1, lasts 60 seconds. The system prompt was simple enough, but everyone's stats instantly surged tenfold. Thrust. We drove our spears forward in unison. The recruit had braced himself for death, but the instant he struck, he sensed something was off. His strength and agility had exploded. With every swing and step, he was actually overpowering a tier 1 bandit. Shock spread across every face. Don't just stand there. Kill with everything you've got. The skill only lasts 60 seconds, the veteran barked, snapping everyone out of it. Kill. The battle collapsed into a completely one-sided slaughter. A tier 1 bandit had strength and agility just over 10. After our tenfold boost, even the weakest of us hit 51, 5 times higher. No gear or combat technique could bridge a gap that wide. In just 20 seconds, over half the 30 bandits in the stockade were cut down. The leader didn't even get to unleash a single combat art before several spears ran him through at once, dropping him dead on the spot. The surviving bandits scattered in terror, turning to flee back into the outpost. But with agility barely in the low teens, how could they outrun us, starting at 50? In under 10 seconds, they were run down and killed one by one. Meanwhile, the moment the fighting broke out, Zhao Xining peeled away from the front line and made straight for the watchtower. With his agility boosted to 81, he moved like a ghost. The archers on the gatehouse loosed arrow after arrow, but couldn't so much as graze the hem of his clothes. In seconds, he reached the base of the wooden wall, used his momentum to kick off a log post, and vaulted into the middle of the archers. His strength wasn't top tier, but his attack speed and evasion were maxed out. In the time it took an opponent to swing once, he could stab 4 or 5 times. The 5 archers fell one after another. By the time we'd cleared the ground, Zhao Xining had already dealt with every archer and flipped down into the courtyard. The battle was over. Mission rating A. Combat power ratio 1:7. Casualty ratio 135. A rank reward. Choose any 2. Free attribute point ×1. Mountain warfare manual ×1. Bamboo armor ×10. Tier 1 bandit soldier ×10. Tier 1 bandit command token. I scanned the rewards and immediately crossed off the bandit soldiers and the command token. The bamboo armor was meant for Tier 1 troops. All my men were Tier 0, so it was useless. That left the attribute point and the mountain warfare manual. Free attribute point ×1. Mountain warfare manual ×1. 2 faint glows melted into me. The attribute point logged into my panel, and a yellowed booklet dropped into my hand. I was just about to lead the squad to search the outpost when Zhao Xining came running, his face lit up with excitement. Boss, there's a treasure chest in the central command tent. A treasure chest? We'd fought through several battles now, but this was the first time. Looks like these rewards only spawn once you fully capture a stronghold. Everyone filed into the tent. There, sitting quietly in the middle of the floor, was a pitch-black chest. I activated my appraisal. Black iron chest. High chance of yielding black iron quality items. Extremely low chance of dropping high-tier treasures. So chests had tiers too. If I wanted better loot, I'd have to take down higher-level strongholds. I flipped open the lid. 3 items lay neatly inside. A plain, old-fashioned necklace, a sealed vial of medicine, and a sharp-edged dagger. Strength necklace, +2 strength when equipped. Healing salve, minor restores 10 HP per second for 10 seconds when consumed. Swift dagger, +2 agility when equipped. The stats on all 3 were mediocre, nothing top tier. But I didn't feel the slightest bit of disappointment. Right now, basic stat-boosting gear like this was exactly what the team needed most. To anyone else, 2 points might seem trivial. But paired with my tenfold farming and war amplification talent, that was a solid 20-point surge. The value wasn't just doubled, it was off the charts. I divvied up the gear on the spot. The swift dagger went to Zhao Xining. His agility was 8, so equipping it would push him straight to 10, taking his mobility up another notch. The healing salve went to Zhang Erlong. The guy was hot-tempered and reckless, always charging in first. On top of that, he trained the new recruits and put in the most work. He'd earned it. The strength necklace, I kept for myself. I'd never invested a single point into strength, and now my attack power was dead last on the team. This would patch that weakness nicely. Thanks, boss. Zhao Xining and Zhang Erlong cupped their hands, grinning ear to ear. You earned it with your own skill, I said, waving them off. Then I turned to Wang Hu and Sun Sanpao, whose eyes were full of envy. Don't sweat it. You two get first pick of the loot next time. We're with you, boss. They both agreed readily. The 4 recruits stared at the gear, envy written all over their faces. But then they remembered how someone had deserted right before the fight, and how they themselves had gone weak in the knees, ducking their heads in fear. Silently, Each of them made a resolution. We combed through the entire outpost one more time. The storehouse held several hundred pounds of grain, enough to feed the squad for a good while. In one corner of the command tent, we also found a yellowed map of the bandits' defensive layout. With this, the mission's as good as done. I tucked the map away and led the team back. We'd set out with 10. We came back with 9. On the road, I told everyone to keep their story straight. The official word was that the deserter had died in battle. It would protect his reputation, and it would ensure his family received compensation, so they wouldn't end up out on the streets. By evening, we reached Zhang Peng's main command tent. The atmosphere was suffocating. Zhang Peng sat in the seat of honor, flanked on both sides by squad leaders and the captain and the sergeant. Every eye in the tent turned to me the moment I stepped inside. "Sir, I've successfully taken the bandits' outpost and seized a map of their defenses. Reporting for duty." I held out the map with both hands, my voice flat, betraying nothing. Zhang Peng narrowed his eyes at me, saying nothing. I just stood there, arms extended, holding the map, not moving a muscle. A dozen seconds of dead silence. Finally, he forced out a cold grunt through his nose. Feng Ergu hurried forward to take the map. Zhang Peng glanced over it, then suddenly let out a sneer. "Not bad." He leaned forward slightly, his tone dripping with condescension. "You interested in working for me?" Anyone could read between the lines. Asterisk, here's your chance. Come be my dog. Asterisk. My fists clenched slightly, but my face gave nothing away. "Sir, I already serve under you. Of course I'll follow your orders." "Oh." Zhang Peng raised an eyebrow, clearly not expecting that, then patiently spelled it out. "I mean, pledge yourself to me." "You don't understand." "I understand perfectly. I'm your subordinate, so naturally I answer to you." I didn't give an inch, though my tone stayed respectful. "Good, good, good." He said it 3 times, his face darkening to something terrifying. Then he barked out, "Bring them in." The tent flap lifted, and an elderly couple shuffled in, propping each other up. Their faces were gaunt, their eyes red and swollen, tear tracks still fresh. The moment they entered, they dropped to their knees with a heavy thud, pointing at me and wailing, "Lord Zhang, we beg you for justice. Our boy." This man ordered his men to beat him to death. The deserter. It clicked instantly. I gave a cold, inward smile. There was a rat in my unit who'd leaked the truth. Zhang Peng slammed his palm on the table and thundered, "Li Yun, you let your men slaughter a comrade for no reason. Do you admit your crime?" That man fled in the face of battle. By military law, deserters are executed on the spot. It was entirely by the book. I didn't so much as flinch. Empty words. How can you prove he deserted? Every man in my unit is a witness. Bring in everyone under Li Yun's command. While we waited, I ran the numbers fast. Wang Hu, Zhao Sineng, Zhang Erlong, Sun Sampao, all loyal to the bone. None of them would ever talk. The leak had to be one of the 4 remaining recruits. But which one had sold me out to Zhang Peng? Moments later, all 8 of my men filed into the tent. Zhang Peng dodged the real issue and went straight for the throat. "Someone has come forward accusing Li Yun of ordering his men to kill without cause. Did you all see it with your own eyes? That man fled from battle. By law, he had to die." Wang Hu spoke first, cutting right to the point. "By the rules, deserting drags the family into it too. That's no small charge." Zhao Sineng was quick-witted, deliberately putting pressure on the old couple kneeling on the ground. "Huh? You can't even kill deserters?" Sun Sampao was a bit slow, still hadn't grasped the situation. "I'm the one who killed him. You want to punish someone? Come at me." Zhang Erlong stepped forward on the spot. If a few men hadn't held him back for dear life, he would have charged right up to the old couple. Then it was the 4 new recruits' turn. Under the glare of every officer in the tent, they trembled all over, stammering for a long while before one finally spoke, his voice thin as a mosquito's whine. "It's true he deserted in the face of battle. Since you admit he was a deserter, then executing him was in line with military law." Zhang Peng's tone shifted abruptly, his eyes sharpening. "But then why, when you reported the battle, did you claim he'd died in combat? Falsifying a death, deceiving your superiors. How do you account for that?" No one had a word to say. I saw through his scheme completely. Clever tactics, a masterful open conspiracy. Earlier, when he'd tried to recruit me, if I'd nodded yes, He'd have stepped in to comfort the dead man's family, done me a favor, and won people's hearts. If I refused, he'd hit me with one charge after another. First, murdering a fellow soldier. And if that couldn't stick, then falsifying a military report. Either way, he meant to put me in the ground. I'll ask one more time. Zhang Peng's voice suddenly shot up. Who ordered you to conceal the truth and file a false battle report? Come forward now, and I'll let it go. Anyone who knows and stays silent will be charged all the same. The 4 recruits shook like leaves. Any of you dares run your mouth, I'll rip your lips right off. Zhang Erlong exploded on the spot. In the time he'd spent following me, he'd gone from a troublemaker everyone despised to a man who won battles and earned respect. By now he saw me as his true leader. Wang Hu and Zhao Sining shot menacing glares too, locking their eyes on the 4 men, radiating intimidation, causing a disturbance in the tent, ignoring military discipline. Zhang Peng's gaze turned icy. Guards, drag him out. 10 strokes of the rod. The guards rushed in, seized Zhang Erlong, and started hauling him out. You bunch of dogs. Anyone who talks out of turn, I swear I'll make you pay for it. Zhang Erlong cursed and struggled the whole way. Now, does anyone else want to speak up? A sinister smile curled at the corner of Zhang Peng's mouth as he swept his eyes across the room. Anyone who wants to go out there and take the beating with him, I won't stop you. The words had barely left his mouth when the crack of the rod started up outside the tent, accompanied by wave after wave of Zhang Erlong's screams. With every strike, the screams carried clearly into the tent. The 4 recruits bowed their heads lower and lower, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Seeing that everyone kept their mouths shut, Zhang Peng lost his patience and jabbed a finger out. You, step out and answer. Talk. The man he'd singled out, Zhao Guang, stepped from the line, his face full of struggle. On one side stood Zhang Peng, who held the power of life and death. Cross him, and you'd meet no good end. On the other side was me, daring, willing to fight, fair with rewards and punishments. Give it time, and my standing might well rise above Zhang Peng's. But the crisis in front of him was right under his nose, and he didn't dare gamble on the future. In the end, he lowered his head. It was Sergeant Li who ordered us to tell everyone that man died in battle. He said it would protect the dead man's reputation, and it would let his family collect the death benefits. The words landed like a stone, and the tent erupted into an uproar. Selling out a comrade was one of the gravest sins in the army. From now on, no one would ever trust him again. The other 3 recruits stared, eyes wide, faces full of disbelief. I was a little caught off guard myself. Zhao Guang was from the same village as Wang Hu, and I'd always looked out for him. I never imagined he'd been bought off long ago, biding his time until this very moment to strike, clearly determined to make the charges stick. Nicely played, I said, locking my eyes on him. When exactly did you get in bed with Captain Zhang? Zhao Guang kept his head down, refusing to meet my gaze. I didn't conspire with anyone. I'm just telling the truth. Huh. I let out a cold laugh. It had come to this. Arguing was pointless. So I lifted my head without flinching. That's right. I arranged the whole thing. No one else had anything to do with it. Boss, Wang Hu and the others started to speak up, but a single look from me silenced them. I'd racked up victory after victory. I didn't believe Zhang Peng would dare bury me over this one incident alone. A flash of triumph crossed Zhang Peng's eyes. He barked out the order. Since you admit your guilt, guards, take Li Yun away. Confiscate his sergeant's token. He'll await sentencing. The guards stepped forward, hoisting me up to drag me out. Wait, I said suddenly. The corner of Zhang Peng's mouth curled into a mocking grin. What? Having second thoughts? Ready to beg for mercy now? I ignored him and turned to Zhao Guang. I'll ask you just one thing. Why did you sell me out? Zhao Guang stammered for a long moment, but couldn't get a word out. Wang Hu, standing off to the side, was frantic and furious. In 2 strides he lunged forward, grabbed Zhao Guang by the collar and yanked him up, glaring into his face. Uncle Zhao? Why? Have Yun and I ever treated you badly? Pinned down and cornered, Zhao Guang's emotions shattered completely. His eyes went bloodshot as he screamed, Li Yun, you animal. Back at the village entrance, when the wolves came, why did you pull my daughters away? You just stood there and watched them get torn apart. And you, Wang Hu, why didn't you take the children with you when you ran? In a situation like that, we could barely save ourselves. Wang Hu's eyes reddened too, and he broke down sobbing. Your daughter clung to my mother's leg and wouldn't let go. That's what slowed her down. That's why my mother couldn't get away. The image of his mother's gruesome death had been weighing on him this whole time, turning what had once been a cheerful boy into someone withdrawn and silent. Then what right do you have to be alive? Why wasn't it you who died? Zhao Guang was raving now, utterly out of his mind. The person you really should be asking is yourself, I said, my voice ice cold. When disaster struck, you abandoned your own flesh and blood and ran to save your own skin. And now you want to pin all the blame on everyone else. I just couldn't run any more back then. In an instant, Zhao Guang's fury drained away, his voice barely a whisper. Coward. My eyes were full of contempt. Without giving him another glance, I turned and followed the guard out of the military tent. Coward. Wang Hu and the others trailed close behind, cursing under their breath. The remaining recruits wore looks of disdain as well. Zhao Guang slumped where he stood, muttering the same words over and over, unable to muster a single word in his defense. The tent fell silent again. Zhang Peng sat squarely in the head seat and announced before everyone. Li Yun falsified a death report and deceived his superior officer, a violation of military law. He is stripped of his squad leader position, thrown in the cell, and confined for 7 days to reflect on his actions. He paused, then raised his voice. The defensive layout of the back mountain is now in our hands. Tomorrow I'll muster 300 men and personally lead them into the mountains to wipe out the bandits' nest in one stroke. Yes, Captain, the tent answered in unison. The village council hall. Mu Bingning, the village chief, sat at the head. Steward Bai stood bowed at her side, reporting every detail of what had happened at the camp. When she finished listening, Mu Bingning let out a cold snort. Zhang Peng's little schemes keep piling up. He actually dares to grow a private force on my turf. He must be tired of living. Her tone shifted, and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. But this Li Yun is a genuine surprise. 10 rank 0 militiamen, and he cut down 30 rank 1 bandits. That's no small feat. Perhaps I can use Zhang Peng to rein him in, then take both of them under my wing while I'm at it. Her gaze drifted, and the aura around her surged and ebbed, pressing down so hard that Steward Bai didn't dare breathe too loudly. After a moment, she reigned in her presence. Send people to keep a close watch on Zhang Peng and Li Yun. The moment anything moves, report to me at once. Yes, my lady. Steward Bai bowed his head to accept the order. Meanwhile, I was being escorted through the camp by the guards, with Wang Hu, Zhang Erlong, and the others following in silence. Soldiers passing by kept stopping to gossip. Did you hear? Squad leader Li reported a deserter as killed in action and got caught. I heard he meant well, wanted to help the dead man's family collect the pension. That's hardly a big offense, right? Shame, though. They confiscated his token, and now he's back to being an ordinary soldier. He's a real talent when it comes to leading men. Locking him up like this is such a waste. Some understood, some blamed him. But everyone knew that my squad was a fierce fighting force that had racked up impressive victories lately. The camp's holding cells were crudely built, meant only for minor offenders. Serious criminals were sent to the main prison in the village. The escorting guards handed me over to the jailer, an old man named Luo, and left once the transfer was done. Squad leader Li, I've heard great things about you. Never thought we'd meet here. Old Luo was courteous. Don't call me squad leader anymore. I'm just an ordinary militiaman now, I said, cupping my hands in return. You shouldn't say that. Who in the whole camp doesn't know your record? Old Luo glanced at Wang Hu and the others standing close behind. We're staying with the boss, the men declared firmly, refusing to leave no matter how I tried to persuade them. Old Luo could only give a helpless. He laughed and pointed toward the large communal bunk inside. All right, make yourself at home. Grab a spot and rest up. 7 or 8 prisoners sat on the bunk, and the bald guy at the head was sizing me up curiously. Fandatu, move your ass, my boss is here. Zhang Erlong strode forward and smacked the bald man on the head. The bald guy bristled. Why you little Zhang Kong? Messing with me again? The two were clearly old acquaintances, bickering, sure, but no real anger behind it. Cut the crap. Let me introduce you. This is my boss, Li Yun. You've definitely heard of him. Zhang Erlong slung an arm around the guy's shoulder. The bald man, Fan Jie, instantly dropped the goofy grin and stepped briskly up to me, his manner respectful. Boss Li, it's an honor. I've wanted to join you for ages, but I've been stuck in here. You know Erlong well? I asked. Wouldn't say we're close. We've thrown down a few times, but that's how we ended up friends. Fan Jie rubbed his bald head, looking a little sheepish. I'll be counting on you to look after things these next few days. Don't even mention it. Whatever you need, Boss Li, I'm your man, no questions asked. Just call me Fan Datu. I triggered my scan and looked at Fan Jie. The info that popped up gave me pause. The guy actually had 2 skills, and his stats even clearly displayed a command attribute, something that had never once shown up on Wang Hu or the other 3. Fan Jie. Skill 1. Basic Archery, plus 5% attack when wielding a bow. Skill 2. Novice Horsemanship, can ride Tier 2 mounts. Boss Li, lie down right here. I laid out thick straw special, real comfortable to sleep on. Fan Jie was all eagerness. I went along and walked over, thinking to myself, you really can't judge a book by its cover. This army camp was full of hidden talent. Fan Jie, how'd you end up in the village in the first place? I asked casually, testing whether he'd come clean. Fan Jie scratched his shiny head, looking a bit embarrassed. I used to be a cavalryman at another stronghold. Then monsters overran the place, and I barely escaped with my life. Wandered around for a while and finally landed here. But I kept getting into it with people after I enlisted. First they kicked me out of the cavalry unit, then I got locked up in here for brawling. For such a fierce-looking bruiser, his smile came off oddly awkward. You can ride? I feigned surprise. Of course, I'm a real, trained cavalryman. Fan Jie snapped his back straight. A cavalryman's skills weren't something to be taken lightly. It's just that the militia camps got no horses, or I'd take a lap right now to show you. Can you teach others to ride? That I can't do. Rules are rules. You need advanced horsemanship before you're qualified to take on students. He scratched his head awkwardly again. No worries. Once you've leveled up enough, how about teaching me to ride? Consider it done. The two of them kept chatting and joking around. As time quietly slipped by, during his days of suspension, Zhang Erlong simply brought his companions to drill outside the prison cells every single day. The 3 recruits who'd once been timid gradually shed their cowardice under the grueling training, now standing tall, obeying orders without hesitation, nothing like their former selves. With nothing better to do, I practiced basic spear techniques myself. For a while, the once quiet area outside the cells became a hive of activity, echoing all day with the shouts of drilling, loud enough to rob the other prisoners of any peace. But everyone was wary of Zhang Erlong and Fan Jie's reputations, so however much they resented it, they didn't dare voice a word of complaint. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and battle reports came back from the front lines at the rear mountain. Zhang Peng had charged in recklessly, underestimating the bandits entirely, not taking them seriously at all. He'd even ordered Feng Ergu to activate his aggro redirect talent. The skill successfully drew out the bandits' commander, who led all 300 first-tier bandits from the entire stronghold into battle. 300 Zeroth-tier militiamen, going head-to-head against 300 first-tier bandits. Zeroth-tier against first-tier, the gap in combat power was a world apart. In the very first clash, the bandit commander cut his way straight to the front of the formation, and Zhang Peng nearly lost his life on the spot. Only through Feng Ergu and the others' desperate defense was he dragged back to safety. In that single battle, over half the 300 militiamen were lost, a crushing defeat. He had the defensive layout right in his hands, yet he didn't think to split his forces and pick them off one by one. He had to go for a head-on brawl. After hearing the report, I was utterly baffled. Inside the central command tent, the atmosphere was suffocating. Zhang Peng slumped in the commander's seat, every trace of his former arrogance gone. His iron armor was streaked with blood, impossible to tell whether it belonged to the enemy or his own men. His helmet had been tossed carelessly aside, his hair a disheveled mess. He looked wretched. A pack of useless trash. What the hell have you been training for all this time? He roared. Li Yin took just 10 men and crushed 30 first-tier bandits. And you? You couldn't even hold your ground one-on-one. His fury shifted, and he fixed his glare on Feng Ergu. And you? Why did you have to draw the aggro straight onto me? This whole disaster, it's all on you." Before he'd even finished, he snatched up his riding crop and lashed it across Feng Ergu's face and head. Feng Ergu had lost his helmet earlier while desperately shielding his commander, and now blow after blow struck his bare face. Crack! A vivid streak of blood surfaced instantly. "Still crying out, are you?" Zhang Peng's rage only intensified, the crop coming down again and again. Feng Ergu's groans grew weaker until he collapsed limply to the ground. "Captain Zhang, you can't keep hitting him anymore, and you'll kill him." A colleague in the tent, unable to bear the sight, hurried to intervene. Zhang Peng panted heavily, his anger cooling somewhat. He knew full well that Feng Ergu couldn't die. Someone had to take the fall for this catastrophic defeat. Drag this dog to the cells and let him rot. The guards hauled the barely breathing Feng Ergu away. Having vented his rage, Zhang Peng settled back into his seat and swept his gaze across the tent. "Our forces have suffered heavy casualties. Do any of you have a plan?" "Everyone." They all exchanged glances, none daring to speak, each afraid of bringing trouble upon himself. "A pack of useless cowards. You all want a taste of the whip too." Zhang Peng's eyes grew colder and more vicious. Just then, a trembling voice broke the silence. "Captain, why not send Li Yin to try?" Zhang Peng shot to his feet, glaring savagely at the man who'd spoken. The man hurried to explain. "If he wins, the credit all goes to your brilliant command, Captain. If he loses, the blame falls entirely on Li Yun. You win either way." Zhang Peng's eyes flickered. He mulled it over for a moment. "Everyone get out." The men filed out, leaving him alone in the tent. It was a truly wicked plan. If Li Yun won, Zhang Peng would reap the glory. If he lost, then even if the bandits didn't kill him, Zhang Peng could execute him publicly under the pretext of failure in battle. Messenger. The prison cell. Feng Ergu lay crumpled in the corner like a dead dog, covered in wounds, his breathing faint. "Well, if it isn't Feng Ergu. So even you have days like this." He used to strut around, throwing his weight around under Zhang Peng's protection. "Look at him now, serves him right." Wang Hu, Zhang Erlong, and the others sneered at the sight of him. I raised my hand and triggered my scan. Feng Ergu had only 20 HP left, status, critically injured. I spoke up to stop them. "Enough. He's barely clinging to life." Cast aside by Zhang Peng. He's a pitiful case, all things considered. In his daze, Feng Ergu slowly opened his eyes, having heard every word. Mocked by his former rivals, yet defended by me, a storm of emotions welled up inside him, and 2 hot tears rolled down his cheeks. Summoning what little strength he had left, he turned his head toward me, his voice hoarse. "Squad leaderly. I framed you more than once before. I did you wrong. It's all in the past. In your current state, we're square, the old grudges are wiped clean. I had no interest in tormenting a dying man. I have one request." Feng Ergu's eyes were full of desperate pleading. "After I die, please go to the logistics department and make sure the compensation money reaches my family. I'm afraid Zhang Peng will pocket it in secret, and then they'll have no way to survive. I can try to help you, but I won't openly go up against Zhang Peng over this," I answered honestly. "Thank you, squad leaderly." By now his HP had dropped to 10. Forcing himself to stay conscious, he struggled to warn me. "Zhang Peng came back from a crushing defeat, while you keep racking up victories. He's a petty, small-minded man. He'll never let you off. You have to prepare yourself early. I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for the warning." Feng Ergu's breathing grew weaker and weaker. He mumbled, "I spent my whole life as a lackey, a running dog, and in the end, this is where it got me. What a shame." But Feng Ergu didn't die. At the critical moment, I forced the golden wound medicine from my last treasure chest down his throat, dragging him back from the gates of death by sheer will. Zhang Erlong was 1,000 times unwilling. That was life-saving golden wound medicine, after all. But one word from me, and he still. He gritted his teeth and dug out the medicine. The moment Feng Ergu came to, he dropped to his knees. "I can never repay you for saving my life. From now on, I'm your dog, you're loyal. You don't need to be a dog." I caught him before he could kneel all the way. "From now on, be a man. We're all brothers here." He froze. "Remember this. A real man kneels only to heaven and earth, and to his own ancestors." "I'll remember." He nodded hard, tilting his face up, fighting like hell to keep the tears from falling. I got so used to being treated like a dog. I didn't know I could be treated like a person. Ugh, crying again. Zhang Erlong looked disgusted. Maybe I'll just start calling you Snotnose. He was still sore about that bottle of medicine. Feng Ergu ignored him completely and turned to me, his voice earnest. Thank you, Brother Erlong. From now on, you're my real brother. Zhang Erlong choked on that and shut his mouth, looking a little sheepish. That evening, the prison cell at the military camp. The messenger showed up again with that same dead-eyed expression. Captain Zhang's orders. Li Yun is reinstated as squad leader. Tomorrow you head into the mountains to hunt the bandits. Just like that? Fire us, reinstate us, whatever suits him. Zhang Erlong wasn't having it. Ever since he'd heard Zhang Peng wanted me dead, he didn't want me taking this assignment. Are you defying orders? The messenger stared him down coldly. I raised a hand to stop Erlong and spoke slowly, deliberately. I want to pick my own men to fill the gaps. My squad was 2 men short, and I wasn't about to let Zhang Peng slip a few more dead weights in on me. The messenger thought it over. As long as they're willing, fine. Fanjia. Feng Ergu. Fanjia's no problem. But for Feng Ergu, I'll have to go back and ask Captain Zhang. He returned a short while later. Zhang Peng had agreed, without so much as a word of objection. Feng Ergu's face darkened. He'd already made up his mind to follow me, but he hadn't expected Zhang Peng to cut him loose so easily, not even bothering to save face. If you've decided to come with me, then don't look back. I clapped him on the shoulder. I just think the person I used to be was pathetic. He shook his head, but his eyes only grew more resolute. Good. Rest up tonight. We move into the mountains at dawn and take down the bandits. Yes, boss. Everyone answered as one. Early the next morning, the parade ground. Captain Zhang's orders. Your unit moves out first. The main force will follow. Understood. I took the order, then turned and swept my eyes over the men. Everybody clear on the objective? We're the advance party. Stay sharp. All of you. Nobody falls behind. Yes, boss. We marched a long way, and by nearly noon we'd crept up on the bandits' camp. I lay flat in the tall grass and studied the terrain until I had it memorized. The camp was built against the mountain, wedged into the hillside. In front stood a checkpoint, its walls packed with archers, about 50 men. At the first sign of trouble, reinforcements could pour out of the stronghold in seconds. Behind the camp rose a sheer cliff, and the path was so narrow it could barely fit 2 men shoulder to shoulder, and 30 guards held it. Right in the center of the stronghold sat a cluster of buildings, defended by roughly 300 first-tier bandits, front and back covering each other, airtight. Easy to defend, hard to attack, a tough nut to crack. Charging the front gate uphill, the archers had the high ground and could turn you into a pincushion, not to mention the rolling boulders and log traps. Even if you broke through the first wall, 300 men would swarm you in an instant. That little path up the back hill was even more treacherous. Send too few men, and they'd get riddled with arrows. Send too many, and one boulder rolling down from above would knock 9 out of 10 of them straight off the cliff. No wonder Zhang Peng couldn't crack it last time. That's what forced Feng Ergu to use his talent to bait the enemy. And instead he drew out their main force, and the whole army got routed. Let Zhang Peng lose sleep over this hot potato. I was just about to send someone back to report when new orders arrived. Captain Zhang orders that Li Yun's unit lead the attack, with the main force following as backup. Boss, there's only 10 of us. Zhang Erlong was the first to blow up. He wants 10 men to storm a fort of 400? He's obviously sending us to our deaths. Wang Hu and the others cursed right along with him. Zhao Sining whipped out his saber with a shing. Screw it. I'll sneak back and gut Zhang Peng with one stab. That dog's been screwing us over day after day. Stop. I held him back. I've thought it through. We might actually have a shot. The truth is, the moment I got the order, I knew Zhang Peng would never let me off easy. But from the second I set foot on this mountain, I'd already had a plan for taking the fort. The familiar screen of light appeared before my eyes. Instance generating. Instance name, Bandit subjugation. Instance objective, eliminate all bandits. Force comparison, tier, 0 militia times 10 vs tier, 1 bandits times 380 plus bandit general times 1. Warning, bandit stronghold extremely dangerous. Immediate retreat advised. I nodded to Feng Ergu. Ergu, it's all on you. Then I borrowed the short blade from Zhao Sining and pressed it into his hand. That extra weapon would boost his base agility by 2 points. You got it, boss. He left the rest of us at the front hill and slipped around toward the back alone. Your enemy is right here. Feng Ergu let out a shout, and the aggro shift ability roared to life. A wash of blood-red light engulfed the 30 guards at the back hill. Their eyes went scarlet in an instant, and howling like beasts, they charged at him. In the crush of bodies, 2 of them got shoved clean off the cliff by their own comrades, screaming as they vanished. Back hill's under attack. Reinforcements. The moment the bandit commander saw the guards charge out, he hurriedly marshaled his troops toward the rear. Now's the time. Hit the gate with everything. The bandits had barely started toward the back hill when I'd already led my men in close to the front fort. 50 meters from the checkpoint, I unleashed my talent. The whole squad's stats surged tenfold. Even the lowest agility shot up to 50 points. In under 10 seconds, everyone had already charged up to the fort gate. A few took arrows on the way, but with their constitution multiplied tenfold, they had hundreds of hit points to spare. The dozen-odd damage from those archers felt like a mosquito bite. The gate slammed shut with a clang, and up on the wall, the archers loosed volley after volley, eyes bloodshot with frenzy. If they had emotions, they were probably sneering at us right now, watching us slam into a wall. Boss, what do we do? Fan, big guy, suppressing fire. Tiger, Sampow, give us a boost. Launch us up there. I made the call on the spot. Fan Jia had made a point of slinging a short bow over his back this morning. At my word, he drew and knocked in one motion. With his agility now sky-high at 80, he moved so fast he left afterimages, arrows flying like a chain of beads. In the blink of an eye, he'd flipped several archers right off the wall. Wang Hu and Sun Sampow planted their feet, locked their fingers together, and crouched into a human platform. I took 2 running steps and stamped down on their interlocked palms. Both had strength over 100. They exploded upward at the same instant, and I shot into the air, clearing the 3-meter wall with ease, my head rising a good half-meter above the rampart. Midair, I thrust my spear straight out, the tip punching clean into an archer's chest. I didn't pull it back. Riding the momentum, I spun the corpse in a full circle, forcibly clearing a semicircle of open space. We're up. Zhang Erlong and Zhao Sineng were right behind me, pulling off the same move, leaping onto the wall one after another. 30 seconds left on the buff, move. There were still over 40 enemies left on the wall. I shouted to spur them on. Kill him. The men split into 2 groups, grinding outward from the center to both sides. Zhang Erlong found stabbing too slow, so he just swung his spear like an iron cudgel, whistling through the air, smashing bandits off the wall one by one, leaving them for Wang Hu and Sun Sampow to clean up below. 10 seconds left on the buff. The wall was swept clean of enemies. The commanders coming back with reinforcements fall back. Dust churned in the direction of the stronghold. That commander had realized he'd been tricked and was racing back like his life depended on it. Thud, thud, thud. Everyone flipped over the wall and dropped down. With the agility boost still active, 10 seconds put us 100, 200 meters out, leaving the pursuers eating dust. You cowards, don't run. You dare turn and face me. The commander charged up onto the wall, glaring at our retreating backs, so furious he was practically jumping out of his skin. I was a little surprised. Now that's rare. Killed this many bandits, and this is the first time I've seen a mob that can talk. That's not so rare, said Feng Ergu. After years running with Zhang Peng, he'd seen plenty. Regular mobs only know how to kill on instinct. But commander-tier bosses, they've got their own consciousness. They can speak. I hear the higher-ranked ones act and talk no different from a real person. Let's regroup first. Wait for the cooldown. We slipped into a patch of concealing brush and waited quietly for 30 minutes. Dungeon Force Refresh. Tier 0 Militia times 10 vs Tier 1 Bandits times 330 plus Bandit General times 1. Feng Ergu once again circled around toward the rear. Mountain. The moment the hatred pulled aside, all 30 guards charged out again like men possessed. But this time the commander had wised up. He split off a detachment to lock down the front gate, keeping his main force firmly in place, refusing to reinforce so easily. The pursuers at the rear chased farther and farther, closing in on Feng Ergu. Yet the checkpoint stayed dead quiet the whole time. Now move. At my command, Everyone burst from the underbrush and lunged straight at the 30 bandits who'd broken from the pack. Our stats dominated across the board. 30 seconds, and every last one was wiped out. Truth was, only Fan Jia was posted at the front gate, pretending to stand guard. All the other figures were scarecrows dressed in clothes and stuffed with grass and branches. From a distance, and with the bandits ruled by their killing instinct, their simple little brains couldn't tell real from fake at all. Cowardly vermin. Watching another batch of his men fall, the commander was livid, smoke practically pouring out of his ears, yet he still didn't dare commit his main force. He only sent in more men to hold both the front gate and the rear slope. Another 30 minutes passed. Dungeon Force Refresh. Tier 0 Militia times 10 vs Tier 1 Bandit times 300 plus Bandit General times 1. Go. Fong Erga struck again. Red lights swept out, and 50 gate guards came charging at him, howling. Against idiots, this trick was practically a god-tier skill. Its only weakness, it worked solely on targets with lower intelligence than his own. Used against a living person or a real opponent, the effect dropped off sharply. Watching his gate garrison abandon their posts en masse, the commander wrestled with himself for a while, then finally led the main force out in pursuit after all. The lead bandit was just 10 meters from us. The commander's main force was still 300 meters back, needing about 50 seconds at full sprint. Talent, activate. The 10 of us lined up in a single row, spears thrusting out in unison, fighting in formation. Spear shafts flashed, and bandits dropped in rows. For the powerhouses like Wang Hu and Zhang Erlong, the buff pushed them past 100. One thrust cleared a tier, one bandit outright. The 3 rookies were thinner on the bones, only 5 points of strength, so it took them 2 or 3 thrusts to bring one down. 30 seconds, and all 50 were dead. Fall back, I said, eyes fixed on the charging commander, giving the order without hesitation. 30 seconds left on the talent. We couldn't afford a head-on fight. Mid-retreat, I raised my hand and triggered Scout, and the commander's full profile laid itself bare. Name, Indamo. Level, 34, 10/40. Class, Bandit Boss, Commander. Strength, 47 Agility, 24 Stamina, 32 Intelligence, 15 Command, 35. HP, 3200/3200. Boss HP multiplier times 10. Talent, Brute Force, Base Strength plus 20. Skills, Intermediate Blade Arts, Attack plus 15%. Death Struggle, Attack plus 50% when HP below 30%. Equipment, Phoenix Beak Saber, Attack plus 10. General's Token, Half-Body Iron Armor, Defense plus 30. Total Attack Power, 6491. Reading through it, my heart clenched. Every one of his stats topped mine across the board, and those 3,200 hit points were downright terrifying. My crew's combined health, talents off, wouldn't even be enough to get stuck in his teeth. His normal strike hit for 64. My Tier 0 militia would drop dead in one blow. When his burst triggered, it climbed to 91. Not even a Tier 1 soldier could take that. Add 30 points of defense on top, and our regular attacks slamming into his iron plating couldn't so much as scratch the skin. Meanwhile, over at Zhang Peng's temporary camp, a scout hurried into the tent. "Captain, sir, Li Yun's squad has clashed with the bandits several times. Over 130 kills and counting." "What?" Zhang Peng shot to his feet, his face going livid. Last time, he'd personally led 300 of his best troops in a battle, killed only a few dozen of the enemy, and lost over 100 of his own. Now a mere 10 men had pulled off results like this. The contrast couldn't have been starker. Several officers in the tent murmured among themselves, full of admiration. "What? You all want to go help out?" Zhang Peng swept a cold glare across them. A flash of killing intent crossed his eyes, then was forcibly pushed back down. "Stay put. Once they've settled the fight, then we'll step in to lend a hand." "Boss, we've got a problem." Zhang Erlong's expression was grim. This bandit chief wised up. He's pulled everyone back into the stronghold to dig in and hold the line. Abandoned all the outer checkpoints, front and back. After getting played by me a few times, Damu had finally figured out the pattern. I only had 10 guys. Our burst hit hard, but our buffs didn't last long, so we couldn't sustain a heavy assault. So he just gave up on splitting his forces and had everyone bunch up tight. If I went in head-on, He'd bog me down with sheer numbers and wait for my talents to hit cooldown, then wipe us out in one counterattack. Not only that, when Feng Ergu threw out a threat redirect, he stopped falling for it too. The moment a handful of his men got pulled away, he'd lead his whole army right along with them, never giving me the chance to pick them off one by one. I tried a few kiting tactics in a row, and he shut down every single one. This boss has a bit of a brain. He can adapt on the fly too. I frowned, thinking it over, and soon came up with another idea. The plan was set. The second Feng Ergu dropped his threat redirect. A red glow washed over a big chunk of the bandits in the stronghold. Damu didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately took every last man he had and charged out the gate after his mind-controlled comrades, chasing right on our tails. The whole way, he kept his eyes locked on his troops, barking constant orders to keep formation, forbidding anyone from falling behind. He was dead set on never letting his forces get split up again, but that meant his entire army dragged along in pursuit, slow as a snail. We ran at an easy pace, a huge pack of bandits lumbering along behind us, the mountain path echoing with his roars. Pick up the pace. Nobody falls behind. Hold the formation, don't break. I led the group on a full loop around the entire mountain, then finally cut into that narrow trail on the back slope, racing up toward the high ground above the stronghold. Where do you think you're going, you rats? Stand and fight. Damu had completely lost it. Blade in hand, he charged into the narrow path, leading the way. Over 200 bandits streamed behind him, packed together in one long line. The path was narrow to begin with, barely wide enough for two men side by side. The long bandit army snaked up the mountain trail, looking from a distance like a giant python chasing its prey. I led my group to the very top of the path, then stopped dead. Turning around, I looked down at the dark mass of pursuers below, a cold glint flashing in my eyes. Now do it. The three recruits, already hidden by the roadside, pushed with all their might, shoving the massive boulder they prepared in advance. The boulder rolled down the steep slope, gaining speed, tearing downward with terrifying force. Damu looked up, his face going white in an instant. Oh no! Boulder attack triggered. Base defense ignored. Fixed damage of 500 HP dealt. The boulder slammed head-on into Damu at the front of the charge. With 3,200 HP, he only lost a sliver. But the ordinary bandits behind him had only a few dozen HP each. There was no way they could take it. The boulder plowed straight through, and along a 100-meter stretch of trail, dozens of men were crushed into pulp on the spot or shoved off the cliff. I'd set this up before the battle even started. Earlier, while the whole team deliberately led the bandits on a wild chase around the mountain, Fanjia had quietly taken 3 recruits up the back slope. They'd moved all the boulders and logs originally used to defend the fort into firing position, just waiting for this moment. Again, push the logs. Fanjia shouted. A thick log came whistling down, sweeping through another wave, taking out dozens more. After a few rounds, the 200-plus soldiers below were almost completely wiped out. Damu had taken hit after hit, his HP dropping below 30%, triggering his death fight passive. His eyes turned bloodshot, his killing intent surging. He forced himself sideways to dodge a falling rock and charged up onto the flat ground of the back slope, Phoenix Beak blade in hand. You worthless scum! I'll take every last one of you down with me, he roared, swinging his blade straight down at Fanjia, who stood at the front with no armor. At that moment, his burst hit 91, one strike enough to instantly kill any Tier 0 militiaman. All talents, activate. I didn't hesitate for a second. The Farm and War talent roared to life, and every base stat across the team multiplied by 10 instantly. The blade came down hard on Fanjia, and a single line of numbers popped up, 91. Fanjia's health bar shrank slightly, but he was completely unharmed. Damu froze on the spot, his face full of disbelief. 91 burst damage on an unarmored militiaman, and it didn't even kill him? Before he could recover, our 10 spears thrust back in unison. One round shaved off over 500 of his HP. Damu was completely stunned. I've got 30 defense. Their normal attacks shouldn't even break through. How are these militiamen hitting so hard all of a sudden? Are militiamen these days this freakish? You dare fight. Distracted, now surround him. I barked out the order. My 10 men fanned out, boxing him in on all sides, spears stabbing forward in relentless waves. With tenfold stat boosts, a single volley tore off more than 500 HP. He'd started with under 1,000, wiped clean in seconds. Indamu crashed to the ground. Even in death, his eyes stayed locked on me, brimming with confusion and unwillingness. He never figured it out, not to his last breath. How could a band of militia be this strong? We won. Zhang Erlong and the others roared. The battle was over. Mission rating, SSS. Combat comparison, our side, 10 troops versus enemy, 760 total engagements. Casualties, our side, 0 losses. Enemy, 380 annihilated, total wipeout. SSS tier max rewards, choose any 4. 1. Free attribute points times 8. 2. Talent upgrade opportunity times 1. 3. White Snake Spear, upgradable throughout, can eventually evolve into the divine artifact Dragon Gall Spear. 4. Lightning Strike Manual, spell type, requires the Taoist class change to cultivate. 5. Complete Stronghold base times 1. 6. 10 cubic meter spatial belt, portable storage, comes with a hidden compartment. 7. Bandit King's Tiger Tally, summons a tier, 7 exclusive troop type. 8. Corpse Search Skill, examine bodies, small chance to loot the dead stats, skills, talents, and experience. A full page of top-tier rewards. My heart pounded like a drum. I wanted every single one. 8 free attribute points equaled a normal person leaping 8 levels out of thin air. I'd clawed my way through countless brutal fights and was still only level 6. The talent upgrade needed no explanation. My tenfold amplification was already monstrous. Bump it up another level, and I couldn't even imagine the power. The White Snake Spear could evolve into a divine artifact. Just those 2 words, divine artifact, crushed every mortal weapon out there. Lightning Strike was a rare spell, ranged annihilation, no need to close the distance. Take the complete base, and I could set up my own faction on the spot, recruit soldiers, buy horses, and never be held back by the village again. The spatial belt was a transmigrator's absolute necessity. Carry your goods on you, safe and convenient. The tier 7 Bandit King troops boasted staggering combat power. I even suspected village chief Mu Bingning's heavy cavalry might not measure up. As for the corpse search technique, it could steal enemies' talents, stats, and skills, growth potential maxed out, with a terrifyingly high ceiling in the late game. 8 prime rewards laid out before me. I could only pick 4. Staring at the light screen, I tasted for the first time what they call sweet agony. The 8 rewards spread out before me, and my mind raced through the math. Stronghold and Bandit King's Tiger Tally. Cross those off first. I was going the peasant army route. The whole bandit angle didn't mesh with my talent. The Lightning Strike Manual, gone too. However heaven-defying its power, I had no path to a Taoist class change. In my hands, it was just a stack of scrap paper. That left 5. Free attribute points, talent upgrade, White Snake Spear, spatial belt, and corpse search manual. Attribute points would come slow later from grinding mobs. The slow way would eventually get me there. But talent upgrades, an artifact core, a personal storage space, a manual that steals the powers of the dead. Opportunities like this come once in a lifetime. I didn't hesitate. Talent upgrade, White Snake Spear, storage belt, corpse looting manual. The moment I finished selecting, I silently activated them. Asterisk use talent upgrade. Use corpse looting manual, asterisk. The corpse of Indemu, the bandit commander, hadn't fully dissipated yet. I turned toward it and triggered my brand new skill. Corpse loot successful. Target, Indemu. Acquired. Command +1, Phoenix Beak, Saber ×1. A warm current surged through my body. I pulled up my stats panel, and as I looked over the completely revamped data, my confidence soared. Name * Li Yun. Level *8, 70/80ths. Class * Militia rank * Squad Leader. STR 9 AGI 12 STA 10 int 5 CMD 6. HP * 100/100. Talent * Farm War, upgraded. All stats of farmer troops under my command +2, lasts 120 seconds, 15-minute cooldown. Skills * 1. Basic Spearmanship, attack +10%. 2. Mountain Warfare Proficiency. Soldiers fighting in mountainous terrain gain +1 STR, /AGI/STA. 3. Scout. The longer you observe, the more complete the intel. 4. Corpse loot. Special small chance to plunder a dead target's stats, skills, talents, and experience. 10-minute cooldown. Troop command limit May 16th. Equipment White Snake Spear, upgradable. Final form is the legendary artifact Dragon Gall Spear, attack +10. Squad leader token, storage belt, 10 cubic meters of independent space. Strength necklace, STR +2. One brutal fight, and my stats, talents, skills, and gear had all been reborn. My talent's duration was doubled while the cooldown stayed the same, and I gained the game-changing corpse loot skill that let me steal a dead man's abilities. I casually stashed the White Snake Spear and the Phoenix Beak Saber into my storage belt. Never flash your wealth. Top-tier equipment out in the open just invites trouble. Come on, let's head to the storehouse and take inventory of the spoils. In the very center of the Bandit stronghold storehouse sat a bronze treasure chest. I stepped forward and opened it. Acquired. Tier 1 bamboo armor ×100. Damu summoning token. Tier 2 half-body iron armor ×1. Staring at that pitch-black summoning token, my pupils contracted. Slaying a boss could actually yield a general's summoning token, one that would bring a fallen commander back to fight for me. Everyone had seen Damu's combat prowess with their own eyes, outstanding in offense, defense, and HP alike. A single token like this ranked among the top-tier combat power in all of Dreamweave Village. I tucked away the token and the iron armor, and just as I was about to send someone down the mountain to tell Zhang Peng to haul off the grain and supplies, a wave of grating flattery came pouring in through the stronghold gates. Congratulations, Captain Zhang, wiping out a 300-man bandit stronghold with 0 casualties. Captain Zhang is brilliant and mighty. The whole village depends on the captain's protection. I turned my head. A large crowd of militiamen was gathered around Zhang Peng, sauntered leisurely through the stronghold gates. 2 of his lackeys screamed their lungs out, pinning the bloody, hard-won victory that the 10 of us had fought for entirely on Zhang Peng. Zhang Erlong flew into a rage, gripping his gun as he roared. Bullshit. Our boss took this stronghold with 10 men who put their lives on the line. It's got nothing to do with you. One of the lackeys jabbed a finger at him, glaring. How dare you, you insolent brute. This battle was won by Captain Zhang's brilliant strategy. A lowly foot soldier like you dares to steal the credit? You've got no respect for military discipline. Fan Jie shot a glance at that hunched, groveling figure and muttered under his breath to Feng Ergu. Back when you followed Zhang Peng, were you the same kind of suck-up? Feng Ergu's eyes went cold. He stared him down, a sudden savage air rising off him. I stepped forward, my gaze like ice, staring straight at Zhang Peng. Cut the crap. What do you want? Zhang Peng looked down on me, a vicious smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Simple. Hand over all the spoils, then kneel and kowtow to me 3 times. Maybe I'll spare your life. He burst out laughing at his own words. I could tell. He never had any intention of letting me go. He just wanted to humiliate me to the very end. My face went completely cold. So today, you're really going to turn on me? And what if I am? He cut off his laughter, wearing the look of a man who'd already won. I've had your farming and warfare talent figured out for a long time. It only lasts 60 seconds, with a full 30-minute cooldown. You just finished off that boss, so your talent's on cooldown. Right now, you're nothing but an ordinary militiaman. You've got 0 strength left. The moment he said it, the whole team's expression changed. He was right. The talent had just worn off, and the whole team was in a dead zone. Without that tenfold buff, we were just a bunch of ordinary militiamen. Wang Hu and Zhang Erlong tensed up. No matter how strong a single soldier was, he was still rank 0. Against 100 militiamen lined up across from us, we had no chance in a head-on fight. Sun Sampao, though, wore a dead serious look and turned to Zhang Erlong. Didn't you say you could take on 15 at once? Here's your chance. I'll be honest, I can handle 3 at most. The rest are all yours, yeah? Sampao, quit making trouble. Zhang Erlong flushed with embarrassment, practically wanting to clamp a hand over his mouth. Zhang Peng couldn't be bothered to watch this farce. His eyes locked onto Feng Ergu. I'll give you one last chance. Come back to me, be my dog, and I'll let you live. You won't have to die alongside these fools. Feng Ergu raised his eyes to look at his former superior, his gaze calm as still water. No thanks. What did you say? I said, I don't want to be a dog that gets ordered around anymore. I'm going to follow Boss Lee and live like a real man, with my head held high. He spoke each word deliberately, without a shred of hesitation. Good, good, good. Zhang Peng said the word 3 times, the murderous intent in his eyes surging. Since you're all begging to die, I'll grant your wish. Every last one of you can stay here and join him in the grave. He suddenly swung his arm. 100 militiamen advanced in formation, closing in step by step, their ranks tight, cutting off every escape route. Wang Hu gripped his spear, his eyes full of trust. Boss, what do we do? Zhang Erlong's gaze was resolute. Boss, let's charge out and fight to the end. If we're going down, we're taking some of them with us. Zhao Sining crouched low. Boss, I'll stay behind and cover you. Get out first. Come back and avenge us someday. The 3 rookies blurted out over each other, panicking. Everybody shut up. The chaos of voices was making my head spin. I cut them off sharply. Listen to my orders. Fall back to the central council hall. Shut the doors and hold the line. As long as we stall until my talent's cooldown ends, we can turn this around and wipe them out. Everyone snapped back to focus instantly and retreated at full speed behind me. The council hall was built from logs, thick walls, heavy doors, perfect for holding out and buying time. Shut the doors. Seal the windows. Push all the tables and chairs over to barricade them. Zhang Erlong, Wang Hu, Sun Sampao, Feng Ergu, each of you guard a window. Watch for anyone climbing in. Fan Jie, ready your bow. Provide ranged support when needed. Zhao Sining, take the 3 rookies and hold the front door no matter what. Outside the hall, over 100 militiamen took turns ramming the doors and scaling the windows. Comrades who had eaten and slept beside us just yesterday now turned their blades on us. I looked out at all those familiar faces, and a bitter tangle of emotions rose in my chest. Several of them had been drinking with me just a few days ago. Zhang Erlong, quit being stubborn. Just surrender, someone urged from outside the window. Cut the crap. Come on in if you've got the guts, and see how I deal with you. Zhang Erlong held his ground with his spear, not giving an inch. Fan Dadu, we've shared the same bed. Don't shoot arrows at me. Behave yourself, and I won't make a move. Fan Jie kept his fingers on the bowstring, his tone flat. Wang Hu, we're from the same village. Why turn on each other? Wang Hu gripped his spear, his resolve firm. My mother told me, from now on, I only take orders from Brother Yun. Most of the men on both sides were colleagues who spent every day together. No one really wanted to strike a killing blow. The militiamen outside dragged their feet, their charges nothing more than for show. Nobody wanted to kill a brother in arms, and nobody wanted to die at one's hands. On top of that, Zhang Peng bullied his subordinates day in and day out. Hardly anyone was willing to truly risk their life for him. Only the diehards and the reckless hotheads actually leapt through the windows. But the council hall was easy to defend and hard to breach, and our stats were already a cut above theirs. Anyone who forced their way and ended up dead or wounded. The battle cries thundered, but the results were slim. 10 minutes passed. Watching the stalled assault, Zhang Peng was drenched in sweat with anxiety. He roared at the top of his lungs. Bring the firewood. Burn them all, people and building alike. 2 of his lackeys stepped forward to push the men on, shoving and cursing at anyone who refused to act. We're all brothers from the same battalion. Do you really have to slaughter every last one of them? One fierce-tempered militiaman couldn't help but protest. Defy a military order, and you die. Here's my English translation with a natural American feel. Zhang Peng's eyes went wild as he drew his sword and thrust. A flash of cold steel, and the man dropped to the ground. The scene froze everyone in place. The remaining militiamen didn't dare say another word. They just lowered their heads and hauled firewood. 5 more minutes. I silently counted down. After the talent upgrade, the cooldown had dropped to 15 minutes. Just a few moments left. Hold on, and the tables would turn. I clenched my fists. Zhang Peng, this time I won't hold back. Firewood quickly piled up around the council hall. But the encircling militiamen just shoved each other around. No one wanted to light it. Zhang Peng cursed them as useless, then took 2 lackeys and lit it himself. Flames spread through the kindling, thick smoke shooting straight up to the roof. He stood outside the fire, looking half-crazed. Li Yun, burn to ash in there. Feng Ergu, die alongside your new master. Boss, the fire's too big. We can't hold out. Let's charge out and fight. Better than being burned alive. My teammates' faces went pale, coughing hard from the smoke. A full 3 minutes still left on the cooldown, and the flames were already licking at the wooden walls. No more waiting. I gritted my teeth. I'd meant to save this summoning token as my trump card, my last resort. But to protect the people beside me, I had to use it now. Come forth, Indamo. I invoked the token. A blinding white light burst out, sweeping across the air in an arc. Within 3 seconds, Indamo, hulking, radiating menace, stood before everyone. Indamo reporting, my lord. He dropped to one knee, utterly respectful. Summoned by the token, he instinctively recognized me as his master. Rise, General. We're surrounded and need your blade. I helped him up, pulled the phoenix beak blade and iron armor from my spatial belt, and handed them over. Your gear. Summoned characters keep only their abilities, none of their original equipment. At ease, my lord. Indamo donned the armor, gripped his blade, and strode toward the door. The wooden door, long weakened by the fire, was already loose. He gathered his strength and kicked it out. The heavy door plank flew several meters, crashing into the crowd. People scrambled to dodge. Die, you scum. He charged out, blade sweeping in a casual horizontal slash, the wind screaming behind it. 5 militiamen at the door dropped in an instant, 2 dead on the spot, 3 crippled by grievous wounds. It's a monster. The militiamen outside were scared out of their wits. Fighting us earlier, they'd only found us hard to handle. But this man left death and injury in his wake with a single strike, brutal beyond anything human. Zhang Peng's militia scattered and fled. No one dared stand against him. Wherever Indemu walked, the crowd parted like a receding tide. Even Indemu muttered to himself. Before, when he'd cut down Li Yun's group, his blade hadn't left a scratch, and they'd dared to fight back. It had left him completely baffled. Now, 1 strike per kill, that was more like it. His confidence surging, he charged straight for the thickest clusters of enemies. Indemu, to catch the bandits. Take their leader first. Get. Zhang Peng, you're next. I shouted. Face me if you dare, you traitor. He wheeled around and bolted toward the back of the crowd. When Zhang Peng saw this god of death charging straight at him, his legs turned to jelly. Quick. Everyone, protect me, he screamed in panic. 2 of his lackeys gritted their teeth and raised their spears. Indemu didn't even glance at them. 1 sweep of his blade sent 1 man flying, hitting the ground dead or alive, who could say? The other was so terrified he dropped his weapon and took off running. In the blink of an eye, the blade was upon him. Zhang Peng kept falling back, blocking frantically while crying out, Don't kill me. I know I was wrong. The blade sliced through flesh, and his health plummeted. His face went white as a sheet, and he groveled in the dirt. Li Yun, Grandpa Li, spare my life, and I'll do everything you say from now on. Evil must be rooted out completely. Indemu, finish him. My eyes were ice cold. Zhang Peng was petty and vindictive, and he'd tried to kill us more than once. Let him live today, and he'd become a serious threat down the road. Just as the phoenix beak blade was about to fall, a cold, clear woman's voice suddenly rang out. Stop. I turned toward the sound. From the direction of the village entrance, a mounted procession was approaching at a steady pace. At the head rode a woman clad in black heavy cavalry armor, her helmet hanging at the side of her mount. She sat astride her warhorse, tall and slender, her features beautiful, yet without the slightest trace of softness. Her brow was sharp and proud, her gaze like a blade's edge. It was Mu Bingning, the village chief of Frozen Dream Village. Watching Mu Bingning suddenly appear to intervene, I sneered inwardly. This woman had been watching from the mountaintop the entire time. She'd waited until both sides were battered, and I was about to cut down Zhang Peng before making her move, clearly sitting back to watch the tigers fight, hoping to reap the spoils from both sides. Wanted to play the fisherman? Not that easy. My eyes turned cold. Ignoring her command, I barked out the order. Indemu, keep going. Root out the evil, leave none alive. Indemu answered to me alone. With a furious roar, he raised the phoenix beak blade high and swung straight for Zhang Peng's neck. With his health in the red and his body covered in wounds, one strike was all it would take to end him. No, somebody help. Zhang Peng was scared out of his wits, his whole body convulsing, and a wet stain spread across his crotch in an instant. His shriek was as shrill as a castrated rooster's, echoing across the entire stronghold. Insolence. Mu Bingming's face went cold as she uttered a soft command. An invisible sound wave spread out instantly, enveloping Damu's entire body. His massive frame gave a violent shudder, as if struck by lightning, and his movements froze in place. The blade he'd raised high stopped dead in midair, his eyes vacant, his body immobile. For 3 full seconds, he couldn't break free. And in those 3 seconds, the heavy cavalry behind her charged forward at full speed, throwing themselves between Zhang Peng and the blade in an instant. My heart jolted. A hard stun on Damu for 3 whole seconds. That skill was absolutely broken. I activated my inspectability, wanting to get a read on her hand. Name, Mu Bingming. Level, 35. Class, General/Territorial Office, Village Chief. Strength, 39. Agility, 42. Stamina, 30. Intelligence, 2. User, 5. Dominance, 36. HP, 300/300. Talent. Skills. Humph. The data was still loading when she suddenly turned her head, as if she'd sensed something, and let out a cold snort. The next second, my scan interface crashed outright. All the information dissolved into question marks. Built-in anti-scan, and she detected my probing instantly. A cold sweat broke out down my back. Zhang Peng, who just barely saved his own skin, cowered behind the cavalry and rushed to point the finger first, jabbing at me in a furious panic. Cousin, Li Yun is plotting rebellion. He tried to murder a fellow soldier in broad daylight. Order him executed now. This is a professional setting. Use my title. Mu Bingming shot him a glance, her eyes cold enough to cut, without a shred of warmth. Zhang Peng froze all over, swallowed his words, and didn't dare make another sound. She sat atop her horse, looking down at me. The pressure hit me like a wall. I gave the order to stop. Why didn't you obey? A thick, murderous intent locked onto me. I braced against the sheer force of it, bit down on the tip of my tongue, and forced myself calm. Zhang Peng has schemed against me time and again, stealing my battle merits, forcing soldiers in the same camp to turn on each other. His crimes are unforgivable. I'm not asking about his guilt or innocence. She cut me off flatly, her gaze sharp. I'm only asking you, why did you ignore my command? I stayed silent for a moment. Knowing excuses were useless, I just came clean. I didn't want to leave myself any loose ends. Her killing intent suddenly vanished, and she gave a faint smile. Honest, at least. Zhang Peng still has his uses, he can't die. As for your losses, I'll make it up to you. Name your price. Her combat power was staggering, and she was dead set on protecting Zhang Peng. Killing him was off the table. So I seized the opening. I want a full set of peasant army command seals, low tier all the way up to high tier. Mu Bingming's expression finally shifted, her face full of disbelief. Do you have any idea how valuable a full set is? Tier 1 through 9, split across spearmen, archers, cavalry, crossbowmen, dozens of seals. The strongest I've got is Tier 7. I don't even own Tier 8 or 9 myself. Your appetite is far too big. I spread my hands with a grin. The mayor's welcome to counteroffer. She rubbed her temples. I've only got 3 Tier 1 peasant army seals on hand. Take all 3, and that's the end of it. No more opening your mouth like a greedy lion. With that, she pulled 3 green command seals from her storage gear and tossed them over carelessly. I caught them cleanly, cursing my own misjudgment inwardly. The fact that she handed them over so casually meant she had a huge stockpile. I'd shortchanged myself. My eyes flicked over to Zhang Peng, battered all over and still shaken. He's wronged me repeatedly. He owes me compensation too. That half-plate armor and the sword he's wearing, I've got my eye on them. Zhang Peng's eyes went wide on the spot. First he gets beaten, and now he's getting stripped of his gear? The corner of Mu Bingming's mouth twitched, her cool and composed image nearly cracking. In the end, she nodded. Fair enough. He stirred up trouble too many times. Compensat. That's only fair. Zhang Peng was too devastated even to cry. He could do nothing but grit his teeth, strip off his iron armor, unfasten his sword, and hurl it down against the ground. Mu Bingming issued her order before everyone present. Li Yun has rendered outstanding service. He is hereby promoted to squad leader, removed from the militia roster, and inducted into the regular army. From now on, he reports to me alone and answers to no one in the militia battalion. The words spoken, she didn't linger a moment longer. She mounted up with her heavy cavalry and pulled out of the stronghold at full speed. Watching Zhang Peng, stripped down to his undergarments, scramble frantically after the horse's rear ends, Zhang Erlong and Wang Hu couldn't hold it in any longer. They collapsed to the ground, laughing so hard they couldn't straighten their backs. I casually cast an inspect at Zhang Peng's retreating back. Name: Zhang Peng. Talent 1. Skimming wages. Soldiers under his command require no pay whatsoever, permanently reducing military expenses. Cost: subordinate soldiers' base morale is permanently lowered. Talent 2. Intimidation. Low morale soldiers under his command will not easily mutiny. So that was it. The moment I saw this hidden pair of talents, everything clicked. No wonder the militia battalion never paid out any wages. Mu Bingming knew full well Zhang Peng was a man of rotten character, yet she'd kept him around all this time, not out of any regard for family ties, but because she valued that money-saving talent of his. The two talents complemented each other perfectly. Not a single coin spent on pay, and still able to keep the soldiers from rioting. No wonder. Birds of a feather. So it turned out that keeping certain positions had never been about character. It was about usefulness. I made note of that lesson. The 3 military tallies clicked together in my palm, dissolved into wisps of blue smoke, and sank entirely into my body. In that instant, a wave of understanding surged through me. I knew with perfect clarity, from this moment on, I could command 3 types of troops. I opened my personal panel. 3 new options had appeared under the troop types column. Tier 1 Greenwood Spearmen, Tier 1 Greenwood Sword and Shield Infantry, and Tier 1 Greenwood Shortbow Archers. Standing on the drill grounds of the regular barracks, gazing at the 50 men and horses before me, my heart churned with mixed emotions. Not long ago, I'd been a refugee scraping by on the edge of death, nearly starved to the grave. Now I held military authority, commanded 50 men, and stood as a full-fledged squad leader. I schooled my expression and appointed my officers before them all. Zhang Erlong, Sergeant of the Sword and Shield Infantry. Wang Hu, Sergeant of the 1st Spear Section. Feng Zheng, Sergeant of the 2nd Spear Section. Ergu was too crude a name. I renamed him Feng Zheng, for a spine of unbending iron. Zhao Sining, Sergeant of the Scouts. Fan Jia, Sergeant of the Archers. Sun Sampao was honest and blunt, no good at managing men, so I kept him at my side as a personal guard. The other 3 veterans who'd fought their way through it all with me I assigned out to the various squads as corporals. This was the first lesson I taught the whole squad. Follow me, and you'll survive, and you'll prosper. At your command, boss, the men answered in unison. Over the days that followed, the squad settled into drills. From dawn to dusk, the camp rang with the shouts of training. Apart from honing my spear techniques, I spent all my free time heading over to the village chief's office, pumping Mu Bingming for information about this world. After a long talk, I uncovered quite a few secrets. As it turned out, Mu Bingming wasn't from this world either. All of us here were players, souls transported into this place. She'd been here for several years already. Born into the prestigious Mu clan of Sana Prefecture, her starting point was leagues ahead of mine. Outsiders like us were far from rare. Once a player hit level 10, their interface unlocked chat and trading functions, cross-region messaging, and free exchange of resources, incredibly convenient. Those 3 Greenwood military tokens in her possession, she'd acquired them right off the trading panel. The class system was far richer than I'd imagined. Beyond warriors and soldiers, there were strategists, mystics, administrators, spellcasters, and countless other branches. Soldiers followed a strict ranking system, 9 tiers in total. You completed your first class advancement at level 10, then advanced 1 tier every 5 levels afterward. Anything past the 6th tier was a rare, special unit, impossible to obtain through ordinary channels. And this world wasn't populated by humans alone. Werewolves, minotaurs, elves, many of these foreign races were born with formidable innate talents and staggering combat power. I quietly processed all of this, and the more I thought about it, the more it hit me. The rules of this world were practically one massive game. My only real question was that I couldn't find a way to quit. Like a game, Mu Bingning let out a scornful laugh, something complicated flickering in her eyes. Then let me tell you a few rules that feel even more like a game. The wilderness around the village spawns monster nests every week, just like that mountain stronghold you wiped out. Clear it this week, and it respawns the next. That's why I never go all out to exterminate them. She paused. Every month, a death rift appears at the village's cornerstone. We players call it the Battle Royale. Anyone who meets the requirements can sign up. Clear it, and you walk away with a mountain of rewards. But lose, and you're dead, gone for good. Her gaze settled on me, the implication crystal clear. 7 days from now, a new round of the Battle Royale begins. You might want to give it a shot. Battle Royale, massive rewards? My mind raced through the calculations. This was a golden opportunity. Once my farm and war talent activated, my subordinate stats would multiply tenfold, crushing any unit of the same tier. The top priority was getting my brothers to level 10 and completing their class advancements. After parting ways with Mu Bingning, I headed toward the barracks with Sun Sampao. On the way back, we passed through the recruit camp. From a distance, a hunched figure came pushing a wooden cart straight toward us. The road was full of potholes, and the slop in the cart sloshed back and forth, splattering murky, filthy water all over the man. It was Zhao Guang. Boss, it's that traitor. Let me deal with him. Sun Sampao recognized him instantly, fury surging up. Back when Zhao Guang had defected to Zhang Peng and testified against me in front of everyone, the whole team had held a grudge. Forget. I glanced at him coldly. Filthy from head to toe, don't want him dirtying our hands. Zhao Guang kept his head down and hurried past us. At those words, his hands froze mid-push, his back going rigid. He knew all too well. If he hadn't betrayed us back then, even if he hadn't made squad leader, he could have at least held a respectable position as a corporal. He'd never have sunk to hauling slop and enduring people's contempt. One wrong choice, and he'd lost everything. Regret washed over him like a tide. But by now, no amount of tears could undo the past. Only after his figure had disappeared into the distance did I lift my foot and give Sun Sampao a light kick. I lowered my voice. You never think before you act. If you really want to settle the score with him, can't you find somewhere private? Making a scene in public just makes people think I'm petty, deliberately picking on some down-and-out former comrade. All you did was trash my reputation for nothing. Sun Sampao scratched his head, looking completely lost. Huh? Boss, you mean? Go quietly ask Zhao Sineng how to handle it. I don't know anything about it. I shook my head helplessly. This kid was hopeless. Got it. I'll go ask him later. Keep it down. Do it quietly. Don't make a big deal out of it. I quickly cautioned him. But he couldn't rein in his voice at all, booming back. Don't worry, boss. I'll keep it totally under wraps. Passers-by on the street all turned to look. My face burned. I wanted to kick him a couple more times. The morning camp was dead quiet. My 50 soldiers stood in formation, waiting for my orders. For the next few days, we've got one core objective: grind levels, change classes. My gaze swept across them. The death dungeon opens in a few days. If your level's too low or your class isn't upgraded, going in there is a death sentence. There's a valley east of the village, held by a pack of Tier 1 green goblins. Today, we're wiping them out. Move out, all of you. The men had trained for a few days. It was time to draw blood. Call it combat training through actual combat. Yes, boss. All 50 answered in unison, morale running high. Over the past few days, they'd heard all about my battle record from Zhang Erlong. Now they'd finally get to see it firsthand. A few days of drills and my bones are already getting rusty. Zhang Erlong muttered under his breath to Zhao Sineng. You're telling me. Zhao Sineng was another one who couldn't sit still. Quiet. I shot the two of them a glare. This wasn't a 10-man squad anymore. Marching called for silence. The Green Goblin Valley. There was no sturdy stronghold here, so it wasn't exactly a fortress. But goblins live in burrows, and they're small. A normal person has to crouch just to get inside. Try to fight them down there, and you can't even swing properly. These little things are vicious and cunning. The moment they're outmatched, they retreat into their holes and dig in. Not knowing the terrain makes rooting them out a nightmare. One careless move, and they'll use the terrain to ambush you right back. We had to lure the snakes out of their holes. Draw them out into the open. Fight. Instance generating. Instance name, Goblin Subjugation. Objective, wipe out all goblins. Force comparison. Tier, 0 Militia times 50 vs Tier, 1 Goblins times 300 plus Goblin Chieftain times 1. Warning, enemy vastly outnumbers you. Immediate retreat advised. I glanced at the warning and shrugged it off. When had I ever fought a battle where I wasn't outnumbered? Fengzheng, you go draw the mob first. Once you're in position, wait for my command before circling back. Wang Hu, Zhao Sinning, take your men and hide in the woods on both flanks. Get ready for a pincer attack. Fan Jia, Zhang Erlong. The second those monsters show up, flank them from behind. Don't let a single one slip away. Fan Jia, your archers focus fire the chieftain the instant you can. Thick brush covered both sides of the valley, a natural killing ground. Even without any special talents, a single fire could cripple the enemy here. Got it. Everyone acknowledged the orders and quickly took their positions. Fengzheng drew a deep breath and activated Aggro Redirect. Red light instantly wrapped around the goblin chieftain. Karijiwa. The chieftain let out a howl, rallying its kin to charge straight at Fengzheng. These little creatures bullied the weak and cowered before the strong. Seeing Fengzheng with only a handful of men, every one of them turned arrogant. All 300 goblins poured out at once, swarming so thick they blanketed the whole valley. They were so short that plenty of them bounced along as they ran, craning their necks to peek ahead, terrified of losing the trail. But those stubby little legs? No match for the bait squad I'd handpicked. Fengzheng and his crew kept an easy, unhurried pace, dangling the mob just behind them the entire way, right up until they neared the ambush zone. Now, everyone turn around, attack. The moment all 300 goblins stepped fully into the trap, I gave the order. Soldiers hidden everywhere sprang up and closed the encirclement. Talent, activate. Farming and warfare. All base stats of your peasant army +2. Lasts 120 seconds. Cooldown 15 minutes. Double the usual duration. A huge margin for error. Kill them. I led Sun Sanpao and Fengzheng in a head-on charge. On the other side, Fanjia's archers loosed a volley, a rain of arrows streaking toward the chieftain. Earlier, I'd made a point of getting 10 archery manuals from Mu Bingning. Now they were finally paying off. Their agility was 10 times that of a normal archer. Their firing speed and attack power blew every other archer out of the water. In just 3 seconds, the chieftain was pinned to the ground by the arrow storm, never even getting the chance to close in. Chieftain slain. All enemies thrown into chaos for 3 seconds. The charging goblins froze in place as one. Now's our chance. Attack. All 4 groups struck at once, blades flashing. Even the ordinary soldiers could drop 3 goblins each in those 3 seconds. The battle tilted into a total rout. As the goblins snapped out of their daze, a few brave ones tried to rally the ranks. But the moment they poked their heads up, Fan Jia called their number with pinpoint precision. By the end, after that, the remaining goblins were utterly terrified, scattering in every direction. 30 seconds later, fewer than 100 of the 300 goblins remained, fleeing in panic toward their cave. Full charge. Don't let them make it back to the cave. I saw through their plan instantly and pressed the attack. Mid-charge, I deliberately swept past the chieftain's corpse. Loot corpse activated. Stamina +1. Short legs stood no chance against high-agility soldiers. The 500-meter route home became their death march. With pursuers at their backs and arrows overhead, the fleeing goblins dropped one after another. Battle over. Mission rating, S rank. Combat ratio, US 1, enemy 12. Casualty count, US 0, enemy 300. S rank reward, choose any 2. Free attribute points ×2, tier, 1 Goblin Command Seal, Goblin Soldiers ×100, Goblin Cave ×1, Goblin Chieftain Summon Order. Looking at the list, I couldn't help but complain inwardly. An S rank rating, and this is all I get. Most of it was goblin-related junk. I was going the peasant army route. These units and caves were completely useless to me. Total deadweight. No real choice, just picking the best of a bad lot. Free attribute points, and the Goblin Chieftain Summon Order. After choosing my rewards and pocketing the token, I led everyone into the cave to search. In one bronze chest, we found 100 goblin short swords, 100 sets of low-grade leather armor, and 1,000 copper coins. The short swords and armor were worthless. I'd haul them back to the village and melt them down. The 1,000 copper coins, I split on the spot, 10 per man. In this world, 10 copper was about a week's wages for the guys. They were shocked and thrilled, all shouting about how generous the boss was. This was also the first time I'd seen this world's currency since arriving. Back at the militia camp, Zhang Peng had used his talent to skim every last coin and grain ration. The guys had never even seen what a copper coin looked like. Even a single coin can win people's hearts. After all that hard training, I finally hit level 10 and could change classes. The Tier 1 Greenwood soldiers' attribute bonuses were clear-cut. Spearmen got +1 strength and +1 stamina. Archers got +1 strength and +1 agility, and sword and shield troops got a straight +2 stamina. Changing classes didn't lock you out of learning other unit skills. In theory, as long as you were willing to spend the time and money, you could master every same-tier soldier's skills. I'd asked Mu Bingning about it. This world had no shortage of top-tier rare unit types, some granting 3 or 4 base attribute points per class change. By comparison, the Greenwood Peasant Army line was middling at best. That settles it. I'll change to a Greenwood Spearman and pick up archery and sword and shield techniques along the way. I allocated all my saved-up free attribute points along with the bonus points from leveling, then pulled up my panel. Name: Li Yun. Level: 10, 10 out of 10. 0. Faction * Ningming Village. Class * Greenwood Shortspear Infantry, Tier 1. Rank * Squad Leader. Strength * 12 Agility * 15 Stamina * 11 Intelligence * 5 Command * 6. HP * 110/110. Talent * Farm and Fight. All base stats +2 for peasant militia under your command. Lasts 120 seconds. Cooldown 15 minutes. Basic skills * 1. Basic Spearmanship, +5% attack when wielding a spear. 2. Basic Archery, +5% attack when wielding a bow. 3. Basic Sword and Shield, +5% attack when wielding sword and shield. 4. Mountain Warfare Proficiency, +1 STR/AGI/STA for soldiers fighting in mountainous terrain. Special skills * Scout. Observe a target to gather intel. The longer you watch, the more detailed the information. Loot Corpse. Small chance to plunder a dead target's stats, skills, talents, and experience. Cooldown 10 minutes. Troop types * Militia, Greenwood Short Archers, Tier 1. Greenwood Shortspear Infantry, Tier 1. Greenwood Sword and Shield Infantry, Tier 1. Command capacity * 50/56. Equipment * White Serpent Spear, 10 out of 100, upgradable, +10 attack. Squad Leader Token, command capacity +50. Spatial Belt, 10 cubic meters. Base attack * 24. Assets * 500 copper coins. Een Damu Summoning Token, Goblin Chieftain Summoning Token. I scanned through the stat panels of a few of my core subordinates. Wang Hu and Zhang Erlong had pushed their strength to 15. Zhao Sining and Fan Jie hit 15 in agility, while Sun Sanpeo's stamina topped out at 15, all of them the squad's first string. The rest of the recruits, after their class change, mostly sat around 12 or 13 across the board. The gap was obvious at a glance. The instant I finished allocating my points, a system prompt rang out in my mind. * Player level 10 reached. World chat and trading windows are now unlocked. *. I pulled up the panel, and 2 new options had appeared along the side. I opened the chat channel first. The screen was flooded with all kinds of chatter. Sonagod * anyone based in Sana County. LFG for grinding mobs. Let's team up and level. AAA gear for sale * selling wound salve cheap. The good stuff. PM me. Black T * looking for a carry. Girl gamer here. LF group. I stared at it, momentarily dazed. This wasn't some other world. This was a full-blown MMO. Which confirmed one thing. The number of Blue Star people who'd been transported here was probably huge. By the rules, everyone got 1 free message per day. Sending more cost 100 copper coins a pop. Even so, the channel kept scrolling nonstop. You could only imagine how massive the player base was. I closed the chat and opened the trading panel. The goods on offer were dazzling. Mounts, armor, weapons, soldier summons, general tokens, troop tallies of every kind took up most of the listings. I searched the Greenwood category. A single Tier 1 Greenwood troop tally was priced at just 500 copper coins. As I looked, seeing that number, my teeth ached. I'd been way too conservative haggling with Mu Bingning earlier. Big mistake. Scrolling down, the prices were all over the map. A rare Tier 1 Greenwood Giant Axe Soldier went for 1,000 copper. A Tier 1 Danyang Dual Blade Warrior, 2,000. The most insane was the Tier 1 Musketeer, priced at a flat 10,000. The higher the tier, the more the prices exploded exponentially. High-tier soldier tokens were basically priceless, listed but never sold. I scrolled to the high-tier section. A single Tier 7 Peasant Army Yellow Turban Strongman token was going for a full million. As for Tier 8 and Tier 9, the entire trading section didn't even have a single listing. Not long ago, I'd been secretly thrilled to pocket 500 copper. Now, staring at all these zeros, my wallet felt bone dry. Once your horizons expand, you realize just how vast the world really is. First things first, rack up copper, collect soldier tokens, and stockpile top-tier gear. I pushed the thoughts aside, turned to the crowd resting in the courtyard, and called out, "Everyone rested up? Time waits for no one. Let's keep pushing." Since I'd just paid them, nobody complained. Follow me. And there were battles to fight and money to earn. Compared to getting squeezed dry under Zhang Peng, it was night and day. Move out. Next stop, the Forest Bandit camp. The team set off again, not stopping for a moment. In under 2 hours, the bandit camp in the woods was wiped clean off the map. Once we'd finished mopping up, I gave the order to advance again. 3 hours later, the wilderness werewolf camp was declared annihilated too. After round of high-intensity combat, the new recruits were long since panting, their pace dragging noticeably. Zhang Erlong steeled himself and stepped forward. "Boss, the boys have been fighting all day. A lot of them are about to drop. How about we call it here for today?" I scanned the group, saw the exhaustion on their faces, and noticed the sky had darkened. I could only nod. "All right, we're done for today. We'll pick it up tomorrow morning." 3 nests cleared in a single day. The haul was rich, an extra 2 free attribute points, a Forest Bandit soldier token, and a Berserk skill book. The whole squad of recruits leveled up by an average of 3 levels, taking a big step closer to their class advancements. On the way back, the villagers were buzzing with talk. "You hear? Li Yun's team cleared 3 monster camps in 1 day. My kid's under him. 0 casualties so far, and he's generous too. Hands out reward money. Man, I'm jealous. My nephew's over on Zhang Peng's side. Forget wages, he gets bullied every single day. If I'd known, I'd have sent him to Li Yun. Don't worry. Once Li Yun climbs higher, tell your nephew to find a way to transfer over." I tuned out the chatter around me and, once back at camp, opened the trading panel again. I'd privately summoned the Goblin Chieftain to test it. Terrible stats, terrible skills, and ugly to boot. No comparison to Eamdamo. Useless to keep around. Along with the Forest Bandit token and the Berserk skill book I had no use for, I just listed them all in the trading section. Once this batch sold, I'd buy Green Forest Battleaxe Warrior token in hand. In the village chief's meeting room that morning, Mu Bingning had traded her usual battle armor for a simple, soft outfit that showed off her figure. The cold, sharp edge to her seemed a little softer than usual. I'd rushed over first thing, my mind still on getting out to grind monsters and level up. I clasped my hands in greeting as I walked in. "Chief, you called me here this early. Something important?" Steward Bai, standing at her side, furrowed his brow, clearly put off by how casual I sounded. "Steward Bai, step out and wait," Mu Bingning said flatly. "Yes, my lady." Bai bowed, but shot me a sidelong glare on his way out, eyes full of warning. I was baffled. What did I ever do to you? Now it was just the 2 of us. She spoke first, her tone carrying the arrogance of someone used to being on top. "I saw what you've got listed on the trade window. You're short on copper coins." I nodded, no shame in it. "I am. I'm trying to pick up a rare Tier 1 Green Forest Battleaxe Warrior token. 1,000 copper. Is that so? Then take a look at this." She handed me an ancient-looking summoning token. Name, Zhang Zicai level, 28. Class, Yellow Turban Missionary. Intelligence, 25 HP, 160. Talent, Preach, a chance to persuade enemy captives to defect, success rate determined by the intelligence gap between both sides. Defectors convert into yellow turban soldiers of the same tier. Can command Militia, Yellow Turban Light Infantry, Yellow Turban Spearmen, Tier 1. I finished scanning the stats, and my heart skipped a beat. Zhang Zicai's own attack and defense were nothing special. He'd never last one-on-one. But that talent? Absolutely broken. My mind raced through the math. I'd unlocked the Farm and War talent, which sent the whole squad's base stats through the roof. His base intelligence was 25 points, and with the boost stacked on top, it could shoot up to 252. Your average Tier 1 grunt only had single-digit intelligence, so the gap would blow right past 200, which translated to a 25% persuasion success rate. Capture 4 prisoners, and I'd win 1 over. Do it enough times, and it was basically unlimited troop reinforcement. Suddenly, the Green Forest Battleaxe warriors didn't look so appealing. From this day forward, I, Liyun, was the Yellow Turban Army's #1 fan. Greed flashed across my eyes for just a second, and she caught every bit of it. Not bad, right? Trade me those 2 summoning tokens, the Goblin Chief and Indamo, and Zhang Zicai is yours. Her voice carried a note of temptation that had me itching inside. The words were on the tip of my tongue when I suddenly remembered how she'd played me back at the mountain stronghold last time. I forced the impulse down and looked up, calm and unruffled. 1 support priest, in exchange for 2 of my high-tier generals who can actually fight on the front lines? That trade's not even close to fair. She raised an eyebrow, a hint of new respect in her eyes. A temptation this big dangled right in front of me, and I could still hold steady and negotiate. So what do you want to add? A complete set of Yellow Turban Warrior tokens to go with it. I was aiming high. 3 Tier 1 tokens, max. A first-tier Yellow Turban War token only goes for 500 copper on the market. It's worthless. Cut me a deal. Give me 1 full set from Tier 1 through Tier 4. No way. A single Tier 4 alone is worth 30,000 copper. The most I'll throw in is 1 more Tier 2. 3 Tier 1s plus 1 Tier 2. Deal. She nodded and smiled right away. The second I took the war tokens and the badge, my heart sank. Damn it. I think I just got played again. But there was no one else around to trade with, so I had to hold my nose and eat it. For tokens in hand, I flipped through them one by one, too drained to even complain. Yellow Turban Light Infantry, farmers who dropped their tools and picked up blades on the fly. Dead last in combat power. Yellow Turban Stone Throwers, no weapons needed. Rocks are the weapon. Yellow Turban Scout Cavalry, rare, a genuine elite, mounted. Yellow Turban Veteran Light Infantry, Tier 2, bottom of the Tier 2 barrel. Requires 10 command. The stats on paper were laughably bad. The only one that put me at ease was that rare Scout Cavalry. Cavalry is scarce to begin with, and this single token was worth more than the other 3 combined, more even than the Tier 2 infantry. At least I had 1 unit I could actually use. Mu Bingning watched my face cycle through shades of green and white. Knowing she'd come out ahead, she tossed over an engraved badge. Take this too. 3 layers cleared in a single day. That's plenty of merit. Effective immediately. I'm promoting you to Garrison Commander. Before I could get a word in, she laid out the dungeon rules ahead of time. Don't rush to recruit people in the village. The Tier 1 Battle Royale has a hard cap. 1 person can bring 50 soldiers in, max. That's also why I gave you Zhang Zicai. Once you're inside, you can use his proselytized talent to convert prisoners on the spot. Weak as Yellow Turban troops are, they make more than enough cannon fodder to wear the enemy down. She paused, then, rare for her, offered an explanation unprompted. I'll admit, in this trade I did squeeze 2 War General tokens out of you. But my heavy cavalry has brutal class change requirements. Only officers and leaders qualify. I've been in this world for years and still have barely 20 of them. They're in short supply. I cupped my hands in thanks, my sincerity and my scheming so mixed together I couldn't tell them apart myself. To an outsider, she'd come out ahead with 2 powerful summons. But only I knew that Zhang Zicai, paired with the Farm and War talent, was worth more than anyone could measure. Cannon fodder and unlimited supply. Who really got the better end of the deal was anyone's guess. Her expression tightened as she dropped a bombshell. One more thing. Zhang Peng signed up for the Tier 1 Battle Royale this time too. His personal ability is nothing special, but his family's influence runs deep, and he's been holding a grudge ever since the stronghold incident. Once you're inside, watch your back. I frowned slightly, unable to read her intent. What do you mean by that, village chief? Back at the stronghold, I stopped you because I couldn't let him die within Ningming village's borders. That would have brought trouble down on my family. But the dungeon space isn't under my jurisdiction. Inside, life and death are left to fate. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. I caught on instantly, and killing intent surged up in me. Zhang Peng had come after my life again and again. He'd long been a thorn in my side. She pretended not to know, and pressed with a light laugh. What is it you understand? I rubbed the tip of my nose, and we exchanged a knowing glance. I understand. Once this dungeon's over, the village chief's going to owe me one hell of a favor. Heh, pull it off clean, and there'll be a fat reward waiting. For a few days after striking the deal with Mu Bingning, I didn't rest for a moment. Every day I took 50 men and swept the low-tier nests around the village. After several days straight, half my crew hit level 10 and completed their first-tier class change. Any gear I couldn't use and any spare troop tokens, I threw onto the trading panel and dumped cheap to quickly turn them into copper coins. To squeeze Zhang Zitai's preaching talent for everything it was worth, I bought another batch of yellow turban troop tokens, shortbowmen, spearmen. Basically every first-tier yellow turban unit on the market, I rounded them all up. The day the dungeon opened, everyone gathered beneath the village's foundation stone, waiting for the teleport. My group, Mu Bingning's and Zhang Peng's, 3 separate forces, lined up in 3 spots. My side was half freshly class-changed first-tier troops, half still unchanged militia. Zhang Peng's men were all a complete first-tier lineup, sword and shield, spears, archers, all properly balanced. Mu Bingning made the biggest show, clad head to toe in heavy armor, with 20-some heavily armored cavalry behind her and 20-some horse archers in nomadic garb. The pressure radiating off them was overwhelming. Zhang Peng shot a sidelong glance at the militia mixed into my ranks, his eyes full of contempt. Then he quickly looked away, sneering to himself. Mu Bingning stood in the middle and slowly went over the rules. A first-tier battle royale holds 1,000 people per round. Once it fills, it starts immediately. People who teleport in during the same window are very likely to end up in the same match. Time flows differently inside and out. A full day of fighting in there is only half an hour out here. A dark zone forms around the dungeon's edge. Super-tier monsters keep spawning inside it, and it slowly contracts toward the center. Keep an eye on its position at all times. If you get swept into it, get out as fast as you can, or you're in serious danger. There are several extraction points scattered across the field. Remember, if you can't win, don't force it. You can pull out on your own. You don't have to tough it out to the final circle. The most crucial point, the greatest danger in the dungeon isn't the monster nests. It's the other players. I listened very carefully. It was my first time entering a dungeon. Every rule had to be carved into my mind. The ones who survive are never the strongest. They're the ones who prepared the most. Beside me, Zhang Peng looked utterly contemptuous. He'd known all this common sense long ago. But Mu Bingning had never once been this patient or spoken half a kind word to him. Comparing the two, his hatred for me deepened a little more. The next second, a cold system prompt. A notification blared in everyone's minds. The Death Realm has opened. Please enter to explore it. Ripples of pale blue spread across the surface of the cornerstone, and a heavy stone door slowly materialized. Touch the light screen to teleport. Stay safe. Mu Bingning gave me a quick wave and pressed her hand against the glowing door. A few seconds later, she and her cavalry faded away and vanished completely. Just as I stepped forward, I caught Zhang Peng out of the corner of my eye, standing on the other side of the door, glaring at me with murder written plainly across his face. See you inside, he said coldly. See you inside, I replied with a faint smile. I raised my hand to the light screen, and the countdown began. Now entering the Tier 1 Death Realm. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Teleportation complete. When I opened my eyes again, we'd landed on a wide-open beach. The gray-black boundary of the dark zone loomed just behind us, creeping forward slowly. Not far off, a massive abandoned cargo ship sat beached, most of its hull buried in the sand, clearly derelict for a long time. Beneath it, dock workers armed with clubs and blades were scattered about, patrolling back and forth. In the distance stood a sizable abandoned dock, a maze of broken ships and crumbling shacks. To the right, a huge cluster of rocks formed a natural breakwater. To the left, a gentle slope was blanketed with dense forest. I activated scan and locked onto one of the patrolling workers. Name, Ma-E level, 10. Strength 14, agility 12, stamina 14, intelligence 5. HP 140, base attack 14. My heart sank. Even a common mob like this had stats comparable to Wang Hu and Zhang Erlong after their class changes. This dungeon was no joke. Without the farm and more talent, I wouldn't survive long in here. Feng Zheng, go. I fell back on my well-practiced pull-and-kite tactic. Feng Zheng stepped up, triggered his aggro redirect, and roared at the top of his lungs. Your enemies are all right here. Red light engulfed the entire crew of workers. Their leader immediately bellowed. We're under attack. Everyone form up. 50 workers swarmed out of the ship's hold in a chaotic rush, charging straight at Feng Zheng. Make it quick. Activate the talent. The farm and war buff instantly blanketed the whole party. Fan Jie led the archers in an opening volley, dropping a third of the frontrunners on the spot. The survivors closed the distance only to slam head-on into Wang Hu and Zhang Erlong's spear and shield squad, and before long the entire line collapsed. Zhao Sinning, take a team into the hold and loot it. Everyone else, surround the stragglers. Leave them alive, but beat them down to critical HP. More than a dozen workers were boxed in, all of them pounded down to the brink of death. I summoned Zhang Zicai to field test the preaching talent. The farm and more buff was still active, so his intelligence had shot up to 252, a full 247-point gap over the mobs. Zhang Zicai took a step forward and declared in a ringing voice, "Lay down your weapons and submit to the way of great peace, and your lives will be spared." Of the dozen-plus badly wounded workers, only 3 were willing to surrender. The rest resisted to the bitter end. After a brief slaughter, every last resistor lay on the ground. Dockworker times 50 slain. Dungeon points plus 50. Zhang Zicai pulled out 3 yellow cloth bands and handed them to the 3 surrendered soldiers. At first their eyes were blank, but the instant they tied on the yellow turbans, their gazes blazed with fanatic zeal. In unison they roared, "The blue heaven is dead. The yellow heaven shall rise." 3-tier, 1 yellow turban light infantry have joined your party. I pulled up my panel. Beside my original minor class, a new class had appeared, but my strength, agility, and stamina each dropped by a point. My combat power had visibly slipped. Losing stats too? I griped inwardly. Still, free troops are free troops. No room to be picky. Just then, Zhao Sinning came running back, clutching a black iron treasure chest. His face lit up with excitement. "Boss, found a little chest in the cabin." I opened it. Wound sealing salve times 1, special tier, 0 sailor tally. Loot right after entering the dungeon. Not bad. I tossed the salve to Zhang Erlong. Back at the mountain stronghold, I'd borrowed a bottle from him to save Feng Zheng and never paid him back. Here, returning your medicine. Once my talents had nearly finished cooling down, I led everyone off the cargo ship and pushed hard toward the abandoned repair factory on the left. A few minutes later, we crossed the beach, drawing closer and closer to the factory. From a good distance off, I could already hear roars and the clash of blades. Clearly, 2 groups were fighting it out. Zhang Erlong, ever the battle junkie, couldn't hold himself back. "Boss, they're fighting in there. Should we just charge in and wipe out both sides at once?" "Not yet." I raised a hand. Zhao Sinning, sneak in first. Scout the terrain and count their numbers on both sides. We move once we know what we're dealing with. Can't go rushing into an ambush. Got it. Zhao Sinning dropped low and, using the tree line for cover, vanished in an instant. "Boss, inside there's a mixed group, sword and shield with archers, cleaning out the workers in the cabin." Zhao Sinning was back quickly. "But there's another bunch of archers hidden halfway up the hill, crouched in the brush. Looks like they're waiting for both sides to wear each other down so they can swoop in for the scraps." Alarm bells went off in my head. In a dungeon, you're up against players, not the brainless mobs you can bully anywhere. Zhang Erlong, Fan Jie, hit the guys halfway up the hill. After I buff you with my talents, Fan Jie's archers open with rapid fire. Then Zhang Erlong closes in with the sword and shield. Take prisoners if you can do it safely. 50 archers on the hillside. Once the sword and shield close the gap, we'd have them wrapped up in 2 minutes, no problem. Wang Hu, Feng Zheng, Zhang Zicai stormed the cabin with me. The situation inside was still unclear, but Zhang Zicai had my talent buffs. Strength 162, Agility 182. Players or monsters, it'd be a curb stomp either way. Zhao Sining, keep scouting the perimeter. Anyone comes near, sound the alarm immediately. The last thing I wanted was to break up one fight only to have another scavenger squad crash the party. Nothing worse than these vulture types. Orders given. Zhao Sining slipped into the brush first. Deliberately showing myself, I swaggered forward with Wang Hu and the others, heading toward the ship's cabin to break up the fight. Halfway up the hillside, only 20-some people, and half of them yellow turbans and militia. And you've got the nerve to come play peacemaker? A young player in leather armor gripped his shortbow, staring at my squad with a grin. While he was fixated on me, Zhang Erlong and Fan Jie had already crept into position. The two groups were now less than 100 meters apart. Once Zhang Erlong charged, he'd close the gap in 10 seconds flat. I stepped into the cabin. The two sides were locked in a bloody brawl. On one side, barely a dozen dockworkers held their ground under their leader. On the other, a female player called the shots. 30 sword and shield units up front holding the line. 20 archers tucked behind them loosing arrow after arrow. Her micro was razor sharp. The second a frontline shield took damage, she swapped it with the back rank, all while chucking orbs of green light onto the wounded troops. Heal, rotate, repeat, slowly grinding the workers down. Damn fine control. A chill ran through me. Compared to this, my old tactics were downright clumsy. True strength was never just about the numbers. It was about mastering the details. Get lost. I got here first. The moment she spotted me, she snapped. At first, seeing a stranger barge in, she was a little wary. But one glance at the 20-odd ragtag soldiers behind me, militia and yellow turbans mixed in, and she immediately wrote me off. Now's the moment. Talent, activate. I didn't bother with words. In an instant, I triggered my talent. Charge. You think you can take me on with that pile of trash troops? Her face was pure disbelief. Quick on the draw, though, she instantly pulled reserve shields to intercept and swung her archers around for a volley at me. Plenty of my chargers took arrows. But the next second, as strings of damage numbers popped up and my side's HP bars appeared, her jaw nearly hit the floor. Against our hundreds, even thousands, of HP, the archer's measly 10 to 20 damage didn't even count as a drizzle. The talent's a heal buff? Fine, I'll just grind you down. She adjusted fast, hands flashing as blue light wrapped around her shields. Resilience, activate. 30% extra defense, plus heals. Let's see you break through. Sure, your HP's high, but is it higher than a boss's? She shouted, brimming with confidence. The two armies collided. A burst of massive damage numbers erupted off her shield units. Tier 1 armor is 10, shields add 5, plus a 30% bonus. That's 27 armor. How is a militiaman with single-digit attack hitting for 40, 50? Shouldn't that be 0 damage? Her eyes nearly bulged out of her head. Everything she knew had just been turned on its head. And that sword-wielding yellow turban, one-shotting my 100 HP shield unit? Just how much attack does he have? She was stunned all over again, her brain practically crashing. And in the moment she froze, the 10 shield units she'd sent to intercept had already been wiped out. I pushed forward with my men, breaking through, broke through their line, and charged straight ahead. Her face went pale with terror, and then she did something even I hadn't seen coming. She threw down her weapon, shoved aside the archer in front of her. Boss, spare me. She dropped to both knees, hands raised high. Hold up. I slammed on the brakes, nearly throwing out my back. Zhang Zicai's blade stopped just 3 centimeters from her throat. Tell your people to drop their weapons and step aside. Well, look at that. Prisoners, just like that. Yes, boss. She snapped out orders, and her men dropped their blades and shed their armor, kneeling in a row right beside her. So cooperative. That threw me for another loop. Feng Zheng, tie them up. Wang Hu, take out the dock workers. The workers were already worn down to slivers of health. Under Wang Hu's assault, they were wiped out in seconds. I walked over to the corpse of the worker's leader and triggered Loot Corpse. Loot successful. Strength +1 da. Finally, a payoff. Every leader-type mob I'd looted out in the field before had given me nothing but junk. I'd started seriously doubting this skill's drop rate. Drop your blade. Join the yellow heaven. Escape death. Find peace. While I looted, Zhang Zizai pulled out a yellow turban and began preaching to the 30-plus prisoners. The blue heaven is dead. The yellow heaven shall rise. Right away, about half of them took the turbans, roaring the chant. 5 tier, 1 yellow turban light infantry have joined your party. 5 tier, 1 yellow turban shortbow archers have joined your party. Zhang, you absolute legend. The more I looked at Zhang Zizai's face, the more I liked it. Huh? The female player's eyes went wide. She watched, helpless, as the followers she'd painstakingly trained were flipped by a single sentence from Zhang Zizai. Their entire unit type changed along with them. That was countless hours of her hard work, gone. What? Got a problem with that? I asked, grinning at her. No, boss. Absolutely not. She waved her hands frantically, terrified of setting me off. Just then, Sun Erlong and Fan Jie finished off the archers halfway up the hillside and came rushing back. Boss, this one's their leader. Dragged him back myself. Sun Erlong's booming voice rang out as he tossed the male player onto the ground like he was showing off a trophy. Fan Jie followed behind, herding along a dozen or so prisoners. This guy's no pushover. Killed one of our brothers, Fan Jie said with genuine regret. Good work. I nodded, then turned and used Scout on the leader. Talent 1. Bow Mastery. Archer units under his command gain plus 20% attack. Talent 2. Snipe. Against targets below his level. Ignores HP, with a chance for an instant kill. Great talents. Paired with strong archers, the attack output would be absolutely broken. I sighed inwardly. If this guy hadn't run into me, maybe he could have made a real name for himself somewhere else. Too bad. The one he ran into was me. The guy who could amplify base stats tenfold. I felt a pang of pity for him. He stared at him coldly. MMPH. MMPH. The gagged male player thrashed wildly, his bloodshot eyes locked on Fan Jie with pure hatred. Let him talk. The cloth was yanked away, and a flood of curses poured out. I killed one of your soldiers, and you slaughtered 40 of my people. Is that fair? Huh, you got a problem with that? I said, my gaze icy. Ever since I formed this squad, I'd kept a perfect record, 0 casualties. Today, that record broke. Damn right I do. You want to fight? Come at me one-on-one. Sneak attacks. That's some real coward shit. He was trying to get under my skin. I let out a cold laugh. Did he think this was still just a game? This was survival. Kill, or be killed. Shut him up, I said, nodding to Sun Erlong. Sun Erlong didn't say a word. He drew his blade and brought it down in one clean stroke, splitting the man's skull. His health bar dropped to 0 in an instant. Loot Corpse activated. Asterisk loot successful. Congratulations, you've obtained a talent. Archery Mastery. Asterisk. Damn, what luck. I'd looted countless corpses, gotten gear, gotten stats, but never once a talent. Please select a target to bind the talent to. Myself. Talents always went to me first. Mine could cover the entire squad, while giving it to Fan Jie would only cover his unit. Talent bound successfully. Perfect. My excited gaze shifted back to the female player. Please, boss, don't kill me. I've got a secret I can share with you. Her voice trembled. She'd just watched me cut a man down without a single word, and now the excitement in my eyes as I stared at her clearly terrified her. This guy's a psycho who gets off on killing. That was probably what she was thinking. I have a vault key. It opens the vault behind the docks. There's weapons, armor, skills inside. She rushed to sell me on it. Kill you. And the key's mine anyway, I said flatly. A vault? Who knew if it was even real? Boss, if you kill me, you'll get nothing. I'm a village chief. If I die in the dungeon, I respawn back in my village. And my storage ring is soulbound. It won't drop. Kill me, and you walk away with nothing. She watched my eyes carefully, choosing every word. So you're not even afraid of dying. Then why bother sharing your treasure? I scoffed. Trying to trick me? Because the cost of death is too high. Not only do I drop gear, I lose levels and talents. She spoke fast, terrified I'd cut her down before she finished. Of course I didn't believe her. It was just, my loot corp skill was still on cooldown. Inspect activated. Name asterisk Su Qingru level asterisk 15. Faction asterisk Qingru village class asterisk priest position asterisk village chief. STR 8 AGI 12 vid 11 int 15 CMD 16 HP 110. Talent asterisk light of healing. Rapidly restores soldiers' health. So she really was a village chief. And her talent, to me, the gains weren't much. My soldiers each had hundreds of HP, and a single battle wouldn't come close to wiping them out. Better to squeeze something else out of her. One life isn't enough for the vault key. You've still got 30 soldiers left. What else can you throw in? I've also got a retainer recruitment scroll. It turns soldiers into retainers, including the ones summoned by the summoning order. She pulled out the scroll, wincing like it hurt. Soldiers can betray you. Retainers stay loyal to their master forever. A retainer scroll? I glanced at Zhang Zicai. Summoned units just followed orders mechanically. They couldn't command troops or communicate like real people. All right, deal. Once I saw the scroll's details, I knew I had no choice. Grab it first. If things went south, I could always go back on my word and capture her. As for my reputation? What reputation? Then let's sign an agreement. She said it like she'd read my mind. No need to sign anything. I've got basic integrity, you know. We're signing. It's simple. Add me as a friend. Open the trade window. I'll put both items up, and you just add a note. No harming Su Qingru in this dungeon. That's it. That easy. No contract scroll or anything. Nope. If you break the deal, the moment I respawn, I'll post the screenshot in the public channel and bury your reputation for good. Fine. I dropped my little scheme and closed the deal with her. We added each other as friends. Open the window, cash for goods. Follow the direction the tail end of the key points to, and you'll find the vault. She let out a long breath. Something felt off. Why was she handing over the keys so easily? One more thing. She winked at me. Opening the vault triggers a heaven and earth phenomenon. 10 full minutes, visible for 10 miles in every direction. By then, plenty of people will come looking to take your stuff. That's exactly why I'm not opening it myself. She finished with a giggle, then bolted off with her remaining soldiers. Damn it. Played again. I should have known. The prettier the hunter's smile, the deeper the trap. The moment Su Qingru was out of sight, I whipped out the retainer scroll and slapped it against the summoning order in Zhang Zicai's hand. Blinding white light engulfed his body. Those once dull, hollow eyes of his slowly came alive until they were brimming with excitement. Thank you, boss. You've finally restored my mind. No more living in a daze. Don't mention it. From now on, we're brothers standing side by side. Then I took out the sword and armor I'd shaken down from Zhang Peng and handed them over. This gear required level 15 to equip, and I wasn't high enough yet, so it might as well go to him. Replica bright armor, defense plus 20. Replica Qinggang sword, attack plus 5. Thank you for the gift, master. Don't call me master. Just call me. Just like the others, they call me boss. Mid-conversation, a deep, heavy bell suddenly rang out from the center of the docks. Guang, guang, guang. The tolling made everyone's eardrums throb, and people scrambled to cover their ears. Come on, let's go check it out. Zhao Sining, scout the perimeter first. I led my crew in a sprint toward the bell tower. At the base of the tower, two groups of players stood locked in a tense standoff. On one side, two players. One commanded the rare Greenwood battle-axe troops I'd been coveting, and the other, a female player, had the uncommon dart-throwing warriors. All of them Tier 1 elites, the kind you rarely saw on the market. The two players across from them had ordinary units. One squad of sword and shield soldiers, the other of spearmen. The four of them traded threats back and forth, the tension wound tight as a bowstring. The sword and shield player spoke first. I found this treasure chest first. The loot belongs to us. The battle-axe player smirked. Guess you still haven't figured out how this world works. Treasure only goes to the strong. You want the chest? Ask my soldiers first. The spearman player didn't give an inch. The female player with the dart warriors radiated killing intent. If we can't settle this, we settle it with steel. You've got no ranged units. My throwing knives will bleed you dry. The shield and spear players exchanged a glance, then struck first. The sword and shield soldiers raised their shields and charged. Shields countered daggers, and once they closed the distance, the dart warriors would be helpless. Your opponent is me. The battle-axe player led his troops to meet them. The spearmen surged in right behind, tangling up the axe soldiers. In an instant, both sides collapsed into a chaotic brawl. They were all Tier 1 units. Each hit dealt barely a dozen points, but with health pools over 100, neither side could land a killing blow quickly. Blades clashing, darts flying, the whole thing a boiling mess. I gave orders in a heartbeat. Zhao Sining, watch the perimeter, guard against ambush. Fanjia, take the archers and seize both rooftops. Everyone else, with me. We encircle them. Take out the 4 leaders first, capture them alive. Got it, boss. I activated my Farm and War talent on the spot. Farm and War active. All stats +2 for your peasant army, lasting 120 seconds, 15-minute cooldown. The moment my squads locked into position, Fanjia stood atop the roof, and 20 archers loosed as one. A rain of arrows poured down, and the soldiers brawling below fell in rows. The 4 players scrambled to order their men into the wooden huts, thinking the arrows were enemy reinforcements, dodging the volley while bracing for an ambush from their rivals. Full charge. Wang Hu, Zhang Erlong, Feng Zheng, Zhang Zicai. Each of you lock onto one leader. Kill them. For squads, storm the battlefield. Inside the huts, the 4 players looked up, disbelief written all over their faces. A ragtag mob of militia and yellow turbans actually daring to hit their Tier 1 elites head-on. Zhang Erlong went straight for the dart warrior player. His heavy sword and shield blocked every throwing knife, the darts scraping off for single-digit damage. Then he swung his blade down in a backhand slash. The dart warrior dropped to half health, teetering on empty. 2 hits each. He remembered my order to take prisoners and held back from killing. Using his overwhelming strength, he shoved the female soldiers aside and charged straight at the female player, alone, dropping her to critical HP in 2 strikes. The 3rd strike rested against her throat. Surrender or not? I surrender. I yield. The female player threw her hands up. On the other side, Wang, who had the sword and shield player pinned down, while Feng Zheng tangled up the spearman player. Crushed by the stat gap, the 2 players watched their troops fall by the dozen and turned to flee, but their agility was nowhere near that of Wang Hu and Feng Zheng, who were both boosted by their talents. They'd barely made it a few steps before getting caught, leaving them no choice but to surrender. The toughest one was the Great Axe player. High reach, heavy damage, and combined with his own talent, his killing power was brutal. I pushed forward shoulder to shoulder with Sun Sanpao and Zhang Zicai, cutting down Great Axe soldiers along the way. In the chaos, 3 of my yellow turban footmen died under his axe. Moments later, all 4 players lay critically wounded and captured. Their heads were filled with nothing but confusion. How could their rare elite units, which crushed us on paper, lose to a bunch of peasant militia? What the hell is wrong with this world? Since when did peasant armies get this strong? My unit type hard counters yours. How could Greenwood Great Axes lose to ordinary sword and shield troops? The Great Axe player glared at me. Dead men don't need answers. The words had barely left my mouth when my spear ran clean through his chest. He'd killed 3 of my brothers. There was no way I'd let him live. I immediately triggered Loot Corpse. Loot successful. Command +1. Too bad, it didn't drop the Great Axe unit token I'd been hoping for. Just a single point of command. The remaining 3 prisoners, having watched me kill without hesitation, trembled all over. Boss, take everything I've got. Just spare me, please. Kill you, and it's all mine anyway. Like I'd believe you were all village chiefs too. Gag them. We'll deal with them later. Sun Sanpao grabbed some rags and stuffed their mouths shut. Meanwhile, Zhang Zicai followed orders and used his preach talent on the 60+ prisoners. Wear the yellow turban, share in the peace. 5 first-tier yellow turban shortbow archers joined the ranks. 5 first-tier yellow turban short spearmen joined the ranks. 5 first-tier yellow turban light infantry joined the ranks. The blue sky is dead, the yellow sky shall rise. The 15 new recruits roared in unison. Boosted by Farm and War, Zhang Zicai's intelligence skyrocketed, pushing his conversion success rate to 25%. Without the talent, it would have been just 2.5%. But if he stacked his intelligence up to 100 and layered on Farm and War, the success rate could hit max. Now that would be a truly top-tier godlike skill. I made up my mind on the spot. From here on, every free stat point Zhang Zicai earned on level up would go straight into intelligence. Just as I was mapping out his development path, Sun Sampow suddenly pointed to the top of the bell tower and shouted, "Boss, there's a treasure chest. A silver chest. No wonder 4 squads were fighting to the death over this place. Let's see what's inside. Congratulations. You've obtained half-breath, ring ×1, dust-treading boots ×1, antidote pill ×1 bottle. Half-breath ring * reduces all skill cooldowns by 30%. Dust-treading boots * movement speed plus 30%. A silver chest. All right, didn't disappoint. I'll keep the half-breath ring for myself. That cuts my talent cooldown from 15 minutes down to 10. The dust-treading boots go to Zhao Sinning. He's my scout, and agility's exactly what he needs. Come on, let's go crack open that vault." "You got it, boss." After all those brutal, back-to-back battles, I no longer had a single militiaman left under my command. Every one of them had leveled up into Tier 1 soldiers. 49 Greenwood soldiers, 23 Yellow Turban soldiers, 73 Tier 1 troops in all, plus 45 captives and 3 player prisoners on top of that. On the way to the vault, I dealt with 1 prisoner every so often. In this world, it's kill or be killed. If you come into a dungeon hunting for treasure, you'd better be ready to kill and to die. What I pulled off the corpses: a female soldier's token, intelligence +1, a spear ambush combat art, spearmen form ranks and strike, doubling the damage of the first hit. I also dug up 3,000 copper coins. Bunch of broke bastards, not a single piece of special gear on any of them. Shame the spear ambush needed 10 points in command, and I only had 7, couldn't learn it. So I bit the bullet and handed it off to Zhang Zicai to use. After several rounds of coaxing surrenders, my forces had grown to 92 soldiers. The Yellow Turbans now outnumbered the Greenwood men, with only 20 captives left. Zhao Sinning scouted the path the whole way, steering us clear of monsters and rival parties. Half an hour later, we reached a hidden canyon. Deep in the narrow, gloomy ravine, a heavy stone door lay draped in vines, flanked on either side by stone figures, the whole place shrouded in mist. Zhao Sinning, post scouts around the perimeter. Anything moves, you report it immediately. Yes, boss. He melted into the vines with his men. All right then, let's begin. I drew out the key and slid it into the keyhole of the stone door. The key turned, *click*, and the entire door shuddered violently as a beam of yellow radiance shot up into the sky. The golden light was visible for miles around. Dungeon announcement. The Linglong Vault will open in 10 minutes. Dungeon announcement. The Linglong Vault will open in 10 minutes. Dungeon announcement. The Linglong Vault will open in 10 minutes. 3 announcements, and the whole dungeon erupted. Somebody's opening the vault. Not far off either. I'm gonna go crash the party. That's the strong ones talking. Vaults open means another bloodbath. Let's get out of here fast. That's the ones who want no trouble. Let's go check it out, might grab some scraps. That's the opportunists, the biggest crowd of all. They'll pile in when there's an opening and bolt when there isn't. Countdown, 9:59. A countdown timer materialized out of thin air before the stone door. Hold position, regroup. Wait for Zhao Sining's word. Get ready to fight. Countdown, 5:30. Left ridge, 100-man party. End of the canyon, 300-man party. Right hillside, enemy scouts. Scout reports kept flooding back. Looks like this'll be a brutal fight. But those treasures in the vault, I'm walking out with them, no matter what. People will die for money, just like birds will die for food. Minute by minute, the crowd swelled. Before long, there were over 100 players and thousands of soldiers. Plenty of familiar faces broke off into cliques, crouching in the valley and along the hillsides, eyes locked on the vault doors, waiting for the countdown to hit 0. Boss, why don't I charge out there and thin him out a bit? Zhang Erlong stared at the dark mass of people, itching for a fight. Yeah, boss, the crowd keeps growing. What are we gonna do then? Even Wang, who, usually the steady one, was buckling under the killing intent radiating from the thousands surrounding us. Everyone's eyes snapped to me, all of them on edge. Stay calm. Wait until the vault's fully open. These people, they're not on the same side, not by a long shot. I reassured them. Truth was, I was tense too. Way too many people had shown up. If they joined forces, my 2-minute talent wouldn't be enough to cut them all down. And once that talent ran out, my ragtag crew of bandits and yellow turbans didn't stand a chance. But the worse things got, the more I couldn't afford to lose my head. A big crowd looks like a solid wall, but everyone's got their own agenda underneath. The real battlefield was never just at the edge of a blade. It was in people's hearts. Trust me, I've got this handled. I played it cool and confident. The tension in the group eased, just a little. Ha ha ha. I was wondering who had the guts to crack open the vault. Turns out it's you, punk. I was still trading jabs with the happy-go-lucky Zhang Erlong to keep morale up when a familiar voice rang out from the mouth of the valley. Who's that? I froze. I didn't know many people. Well, if it isn't the guy I've been hunting high and low for, Li Yun. Kowtow 3 times right now, and I'll let you keep your body in one piece. The moment I heard that cocky tone, it clicked. Zhang Peng. There he was, jabbing his finger in my direction and prancing around, a whole army of family soldiers at his back. Now that he had backup, he looked exactly like a beaten dog that had run off and come back with reinforcements. Well, if it isn't Mr. Piss Your Pants, I shot back without missing a beat. You walked right up asking for it, so you might as well be my warm-up act. Piss Your Pants. A few of Zhang Peng's cousins turned to give him strange, sidelong looks. There was clearly a story behind that one. Piss Your Pants. The new nickname hit Zhang Peng like a brick. He just stood there, dumbstruck for a good while. When it finally sank in, the rage boiled up and his face went livid. Not just Piss Your Pants, Bare Butt too. Hey, Bare Butt, you gonna answer to that? Since he wasn't fighting back, I pushed it further. Ha ha ha, Piss Your Pants. Sun Sampao couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Zhang Peng. Piss Your Pants. Piss Your Pants. The soldiers around us joined in the jeering. You shameless bastard. I'm going to kill you. Zhang Peng's eyes went bloodshot, the humiliation shooting straight to his head. He wanted to charge, but he was scared of my talent's combat power, stuck, unable to move forward or back. You little Peng, hold your temper. How can a man so hot-headed ever amount to anything? A young man clad in full heavy armor clamped a hand on the shoulder of the raging Zhang Peng. This was Zhang Chun, leader of the Zhang family's expedition into this instance, and Zhang Peng's older cousin. Yes, second brother. Zhang Peng flushed red and forced his fury back down his throat. The Zhang family ran on a strict hierarchy, and he sat at the very bottom. He'd hoped to capture Mu Bingning and trade her for a bigger voice in the family, but now he'd come away empty-handed. Zhang Chen didn't bother humoring his mood. He strode straight to the center of the valley and, under the gaze of everyone present, announced in a ringing voice. This treasure vault, the Zhang family claims it. I'll ask you all to show us some respect. An announcement, not a negotiation. The Zhang family of Sanha Prefecture? Someone in the crowd sucked in a sharp breath. I hear they run their whole region. Before the words even faded, retreat was already on his mind. So what if it's the Zhang family? A man stepped out from another group, refusing to yield an inch. We, the Li family of Anyuan Prefecture, aren't afraid of you. Far from angered, Zhang Chen only smiled magnanimously. Ah, brotherly. Why don't we form an alliance instead? Non-aggression, and we split the loot afterward. What do you say? The Li family leader mulled it over for a few breaths, then nodded. A temporary partnership, then. Splitting the spoils always beat fighting to the death. That was how the great family survived. Only brutes threw lives away without counting the cost. Soldiers were easy to replace when they died. Family heirs were hard to raise. The two factions carved up the vault right in front of me, without so much as a glance in my direction, as if I were nothing but an ant in their path, to be crushed underfoot and forgotten. The Li and Zhang families have allied. This vault's a lost cause. Let's go. The scattered lone players began to drift away, and in an instant nearly half the valley emptied out. Countdown, 0:59. Over 1,000 allied troops began their slow advance toward the vault's gates. I didn't sit around waiting to die. Talent, activate, attack. Leaving a small force to guard the entrance, I personally led a few dozen men out to meet them head-on. Attack is the best defense. The Li family engaged first. Warned by Zhang Peng, the Zhang family knew I had a burst damage talent, so they deliberately hung back, letting the Li family bleed first on their behalf. Battle skill, spear assault. Zhang Zizai, charged in with his yellow-turbaned short-spear infantry. The moment they clashed, over 100 stacked attack points triggered double damage, and the enemy soldiers dropped in rows. The Li family leader realized something was wrong at once. My soldiers' attack, health, and speed were several times their own. His men fell in droves, while not a single one of mine took a scratch. Is the Zhang family ever going to move up? Seeing the mounting casualties, the Li family head roared. Right away, just hold the line. Zhang Chen soothed with his words, but not a foot of his troops budged. In under a minute, the Li family lost over 200 men, far beyond what they'd anticipated, and the will to retreat began to set in. We're here. Only now did Zhang Chen leisurely order his soldiers to press forward. It's your turn to go first this time. The Li family, unhappy, wanted to swap positions with the Zhang family. Nothing would please me more. Zhang Chen knew exactly what was going on. My talent's about to hit its time limit. So this is the perfect chance to storm the vault during the switch. In the very instant both sides' soldiers tangled together, ready to trade places, Feng Zheng caught my signal and unleashed his talent. A blood-red mist rose up through the crowd. His talent only works on targets with lower intelligence than his own, and ordinary soldiers mostly have an intelligence of just 5. The Li soldiers' eyes went bloodshot, and they swung their weapons at the Zhang men beside them. The Zhang soldiers reflexively struck back, and in a flash the formation collapsed into chaos as the two families slaughtered each other. Why are you attacking us? Trying to break the alliance. The Zhang family was furious. My men got hit by their skill. I can't control them either. The Li family scrambled to explain. Hold the line. Wait for my command. The Li family head deployed his command discipline skill, and only then did the soldiers gradually come to their senses. But in that brief moment, both families had lost dozens of men. As for me, I'd long since led my people off the battlefield and stepped into the vault. Zhang Erlong, Wang Hu blocked the entrance. Fan Jia, provide support from behind the archers. I barked out orders. My talent was about to run out, and after that there'd be a full 8-minute window with nothing. During that time, I could only count on my brothers to hold the line by brute force. I had fewer than 100 men, all of them peasant militia, their combat power far below the enemy's regulars. Only my archers held a slight edge, thanks to my bow mastery talent, a 20% attack boost for the archers under my command. And the 700 men outside were all first-tier regulars, more than a few of them rare unit types. The gap in strength was staggering, no comparison at all. But the terrain favored me. The vault entrance was narrow, and the only way to attack was up a single sloping ramp, wide enough for just a few men abreast. As long as Zhang Erlong nailed down the mouth of the slope, Fan Jia, perched on the high ground, could pick them off at his leisure. Today's going to be a hell of a fight. When it's over, drinks are on me, boss. Zhang Erlong stood at the very front with his blade and shield, banging on the shield to rally the brothers. Steady. Wang Hu wasn't one for words. He simply took his place silently in the front row. Form up, ready to strike. Zhang Zicai inspected the spearman formation, waiting only for the first thrust. Check your arrows. Fan Jia, at the very back, adjusted his men's arrows again and again. I seized the moment and headed alone into the depths of the vault. Through the upward-sloping passage was a zigzagging flight of stone steps. Climbing them, I reached a stone platform at the top, upon which stood a simple, ancient wooden pavilion. The pavilion was ringed by bluestone, its surface densely studded with copper coins. Inside sat a stone table and 4 stone stools, scattered with platinum and silver coins. 3 things lay quietly on the table: a sword, a jade pendant, and a book. The vault entrance. My talent still had 8 minutes left on cooldown. Archers, volley fire. The 2 armies had already clashed, and Fan Jia was the first to draw his bow. But without the talent boost, his 20-some archers could only deal 10 to 20 points of damage, nowhere near enough to one-shot anyone. Spear charge. Zhang Zicai's spear, even with the skill added, dealt barely 20 or 30 points, a world of difference from the instant kills he'd been landing moments ago. Charge. Wang Hu and Zhang Erlong were drenched in blood, nailed to the slope's mouth, holding the line against wave after wave. The 2 were quickly surrounded. Their soldiers fell one after another, health bars draining fast. Boom, boom. Several massive boulders came crashing down from the mountaintop, plowing into the Allied troops. A dozen or so soldiers died on the spot, and their formation fell into chaos. Zhang Erlong and Wang Hu seized the opening to fall back, handing the defensive line over to Feng Zheng and Zhang Zicai. Their own troops, meanwhile, were all but wiped out. Before we opened the vault, I told Zhao Si to prep boulders on the mountain. If things turned into a death fight, we'd roll rocks to buy time. Zhang Erlong, you still good? Wang Hu panted. Zhang Erlong wiped the blood off his face and grinned wide. Not dying today. I'm taking down 15 of these bastards. Wang Hu couldn't be bothered to respond, silently flipping him the middle finger. Cool down, 5 minutes left. Push, push, grind them down. After a brief breather, the Allied forces surged forward again, and the two armies locked together once more. Rejuvenation. The Li family's leader summoned a healer, and green light bathed the front line as soldiers slowly regained health. Fortitude. Blue light flared next, and the enemy's defense spiked. The Yellow Turban Army's already meager 10-point hits were cut by a third. Healing plus defense. The pressure on the front line doubled. Flaming Arrow Barrage. A Zhang family champion led his archers in a volley. The fire arrows didn't just deal heavy burst damage. They burned, draining the victim's health over time. Whirlwind. Several short-bow archers were caught in a tornado, flung into the air, and slammed back down, dead the moment they hit the ground. Army Breaker Slash. A heavily armored brute swung his blade, and 2 light infantry died instantly. Ha ha ha. Li Yun, where are you hiding? Your men are about to be wiped out. Zhang Peng shrieked like a madman, watching my soldiers fall one by one. The thrill of revenge made his whole body tremble. Feng Ergu. I offered to let you be my dog and you refused. Look at you now. Kneel and beg me, and maybe I'll spare your life. Unable to find me, he turned his fury on Feng Zheng. I refuse. Feng Zheng's health had already dropped by half, but his voice was firm as iron. Why? Li Yun's as good as dead, and so are you. I order you. Crawl over here and be my dog. Because I don't want to be your dog. Feng Zheng's health bar was nearly empty, yet he faced death without a trace of fear. True strength was never about bending the knee. It's not about trading lives. It's about refusing to bend the spine even when death is certain. Damn it. I'll make you all see. You're wrong. Every last one of you. I'm the only one who's right. Zhang Peng raged like a madman. Cool down, 3 minutes left. Zhang Erlong and the others couldn't hold the line anymore. Over half our soldiers were down, and even Fan Jie's archers were helpless, caught in the crossfire between the enemy's bowmen and mages. Where the hell is Boss? We can't hold. Fan Jie was nearly out of hope. Boss will come. We're going to make it out of this alive. Wang Hu's faith in me was unconditional, always had been. Death's just going back to spread the word, that's all. Zhang Zicai was my personal guard, loyal as iron, fearless in the face of death. Boss, I can't do it anymore. I can't fight beside you any longer. Zhang Erlong's HP had dropped to single digits. He roared toward the spot where I'd vanished. He wouldn't accept it. He'd cut his way up from the militia camp, cut down more men than he could count. How could he die here? Then something in his mind snapped. Congratulations. Your subordinate Zhang Erlong has awakened the talent unyielding. When HP falls below 30%, 50% chance to become immune to enemy basic attacks. Your 15 guys, had enough yet? So eager to die. I stepped out from the vault's second floor, Sun Sampao at my side. Surrender, Li Yun. Your talent's still on cooldown, and your men are about to be wiped out. The moment Zhang Peng saw me again, he started screaming like a lunatic, dying to grind my dignity into the dirt. Get on your knees and kowtow, and I'll leave you a whole corpse. Heh. The corner of my mouth curled up. Who said my skill was on cooldown? Talent, activate. Farm and war. All base stats of my peasant army increase by 2, lasting 120 seconds. Full counterattack, kill. Zhang Erlong, Wang Hu, block the door. Everyone else, we've got these rats trapped in the jar. Got it. Strength surged back into their limbs, and morale exploded. Surrender and live. Zhang Zicai went straight for the leaders. With agility as high as 180, he slipped through the sea of men like a fish through water, every strike bringing down an enemy officer. The instant Zhang Peng saw my talent activate, he shuddered head to toe, abandoned his own soldiers, and bolted for the door. His clansmen followed his lead, fleeing with astonishing speed. Hundreds of soldiers, suddenly leaderless, dissolved into chaos. Zhang Erlong and Wang, who were too far from the door, cut off by the panicked mob, and could only watch as the Zhang clan escaped one after another. Still, the people fled, but the soldiers didn't. Half of them were trapped right there. 1 minute later, the battle was over. Counting Zhao Xining's scouts outside the door, I had only 50 men left, half of them yellow turbans, half from the Greenwood bandits. 200 prisoners, among them 5 members of the Li clan, including the clan head himself. They hadn't reacted as fast as Zhang Peng. Who could have imagined that at 700 against 50, the other side would abandon their troops and run? No matter how strong a man is, it's impossible in such a short time to take on 10 at once, huh? Turns out Zhang Peng was right, and they were dead wrong. Our opponents were unbelievably strong, and we'd screwed up big time. Per the rules among the great families, we can pay a ransom for our release, the head of the Li family said. An agreement between families. What's that got to do with me? I'm not part of any family, I answered offhandedly, while signaling Zhang Zizai to recruit the prisoners. You don't have a family? The Li family head was stunned. Impossible. Without a family backing you, how could you be this strong? Aren't you a disciple of some hidden clan? Not interested in answering that. I couldn't be bothered to say more. They'd all be dead and looted soon enough anyway. Don yellow turbans and share in the peace. At a glance from me, Zhang Zizai activated Preach. 10 tier, 1 yellow turban shortbowman have joined your party. 20 tier, 1 yellow turban spearman have joined your party. 20 tier, 1 yellow turban light infantry have joined your party. The heavens are dead. The yellow turbans shall rise. 50 new recruits roared in unison. Just like that, my forces were back up to 100. Damn, 1 skill from Zhang, and he'd recovered more than half of what we'd just lost. We have no quarrel with you. We're willing to pay a ransom. Most of our families can revive through dungeons. Killing us gains you nothing and only earns you deadly enemies. Seeing me instantly refill my ranks with captives, the Li family head was truly alarmed. No quarrel? I stared at him and said coldly, You killed 50 of my brothers. That's not a quarrel. We're willing to pay compensation. They were just ordinary soldiers, after all. He looked genuinely puzzled. In his eyes, soldiers were nothing but disposable resources. But in my eyes, they were brothers who'd bled beside me. Humph. I couldn't be bothered to respond. The 5 of us are willing to pay 100,000 copper coins for our release. He gritted his teeth and named a price. 100,000 copper coins. My heart skipped a beat, and I turned to stare at him. The number was too tempting. If I kill you, doesn't the money become mine anyway? Have you heard of soulbound items? Unnerved by the greedy look in my eyes, he had no choice but to explain. 100,000 copper coins, enough to buy full sets of Tier 2 and Tier 3 troop tokens. I used every ounce of reason to bite back the deal that nearly leapt from my mouth. Too little. I forced the 2 words out through clenched teeth. More. That's already the going rate. I don't care. I pointed at the sorcerer who could heal and boost defense. Throw him in, and we've got a deal. Otherwise, forget it. The Li family head pondered for a moment. Then, afraid I might change my mind, quickly said, Deal. Open the trade window and add me as a friend. I'll pay, and you'll note in the terms that you can't harm us inside the dungeon. I know that already. I cut him off. Second time doing this. I knew the drill. Trade successful. The Li family's people took their soldiers and left, just as agreed. I stared at the 100,000 copper coins and the single summoning token that had materialized on my panel out of thin air, and couldn't help but feel a wave of genuine appreciation. Robbery. Fastest way to make money, hands down. Name, Hua Zhongjing. Level, 18, 150/1800. Faction, Lost. Class, Physician. Strength, 8 Agility, 10 Stamina, 10 Intelligence, 20 HP, 100/100. Talent, Physician, Passive. All allies within range recover 1 HP per second. Healing scales with Intelligence. Base skill, Rejuvenation. Allies within range recover 2 HP per second for 20 seconds. In terms of raw combat power, this physician was weaker than a single light infantryman. But his value was never in fighting. As long as he stood on the battlefield, the entire army recovered 1 HP every second, nonstop. That's 60 points a minute. And keep in mind, even a fully healed Tier 1 soldier only has around 100 HP. Factor in my own talent, and that jumped to 10 points per second. But rejuvenation was the real kicker. On its own, 2 points per second for 20 seconds, nothing special. But amplified by my talent, it became 20 points per second, 400 HP over a single cast, and it hit an entire area. Stacked both together, and the moment I activated my talent, Hua Zhongjing was healing the whole army for 30 HP per second. With healing like that, from here on out, my Yellow Turban Legion would be an undying army. Boss, what's in the vault? Come on, spill it. Now that we'd sent the Li family off, the brothers crowded around me. Xian Yuan's sword, replica forged in imitation of the divine artifact, possessing only 1/10,000th of its power. Attack plus 10, command plus 500. Exquisite jade pendant. Resets talent cooldown 3 times daily. Currently 2/3. Book of Wisdom. Intelligence plus 2. 20,000 copper coins, 200 silver, 20 gold. We'll talk back home. Everyone gets a cut. These brothers had walked through hell and back with me. I was never one to be stingy. Now, it's time to pay Zhang Peng a little visit. I stepped out of the vault, and Zhao Sinan came walking straight toward me. He hadn't fought head-on earlier, but those rounds of rolling boulders had given everyone cover. Zhao Sinan, did you send someone to tail Zhang Peng? Rest easy, boss. Had eyes on him from the start. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Just follow the markers. Not like Sun Sanpao, who looked like a slack-jawed idiot whenever he wasn't eating or killing. Boss, you calling me? Sun Sanpao was gnawing on some rations, and he looked up when he caught me glaring at him. It's nothing. Keep eating. Oh, hey boss, you want a bite? I'm not hungry. An hour later, a scout came back with a report. Zhang Peng and his group have stopped at an abandoned mine pit. They're clearing out the dungeon monsters inside. Got it. Keep scouting. Brothers, the time for revenge has come. I swept my gaze across the mall, killing intent burning in my eyes. Surging forward. Time to teach the Zhang family a lesson. Thwip, thwip, a few soft sounds, and the sentries the Zhangs had posted at the entrance dropped without a sound. We filed in one after another. Fan Jie quickly led the archers to seize the high ground while scouting for hidden lookouts. I followed the scouts as they led the way, heading straight for the Zhangs. Watch your positioning. This boss is about to unleash its ultimate. Zhang Qin's calm commands reached us from far away. I'd meant to sneak up close for a surprise attack, but Zhang Chen was too cautious. The mine was riddled with hidden lookouts, and we were spotted the moment we got near. Didn't think you'd actually come after us. Zhang Chen showed no panic when I appeared. Are you really set on wiping us out? It's not me who wants to wipe you out. I gave a cold smile. The truth is, until Zhang Peng's dead, I won't rest easy. My family isn't made of clay. Zhang Chen drew the sword at his waist and barked orders for his people to form up. Activate resilience. Activate frenzy. Activate swiftness. The Zhang family members cast their skills one after another, layer upon layer of light washing over their soldiers as defense, attack, and speed all climbed higher. 2 generals, come forth. Another Zhang raised 2 summoning tokens, and 2 warriors materialized out of thin air, one wielding a massive axe, the other dual hammers. Die, you ants. Both warriors roared at me the instant they appeared. I ran a quick scan. Both had overall stats above 120, far surpassing Indamo. The Zhangs had played every trump card they'd been hiding. With buffs stacked on and warriors backing them up, everyone's morale soared. Li Yun, see my family's formation now. Get lost while you can. Otherwise, we'll all go down together. Zhang Peng jumped out to taunt me again. Shut up. Zhang Chen frowned and snapped at him, disgust filling his eyes. The formation was meant to force me to back off, to cut his losses, and this idiot just had to pour fuel on the fire. Li Yun, if you retreat, my family's willing to compensate you. Why bother with a fight that leaves us both wounded? Zhang Chen tried a different tone to persuade me. The word compensate made my eyes light up, but the moment I saw Zhang Peng, I cooled down again. Zhang Peng's life is mine. That's the condition. What else can you offer? By the rules, it's 20,000 copper coins each. I can throw in another 10,000 per person. But Zhang Peng's off the table. Hand him over, and it means blood between us. Zhang Chun gritted his teeth. It wasn't that he didn't want to. He couldn't. If he handed one of his own over to an outsider, as the heir, he couldn't shoulder that kind of censure. No, I have to have Zhang Peng. Even as I haggled with him, I signaled Wang Hu and Zhang Erlong with my eyes to form up. He's not for sale. I'll pay more. Both sides stood at a stalemate. Li Yun, you think my family's afraid of you? My second brother and the others all have ways to revive. Kill us, and once you leave this dungeon, you'd better be ready to have my whole family. Hunted by the whole world, huh? Zhang Peng saw everyone still fighting over him, and his heart started pounding. He was weak. The family had never valued him. So where would he get some resurrection trick? All he could do was throw around the Zhang family name to scare people. Hunted by outsiders? Like I'm scared of anyone. Besides, would your Zhang family really let me walk if I didn't kill you? Then there's nothing to talk about. Seeing that Wang Hu and the others were already in position, I waved my hand. Form up. Get ready to attack. Activate talent. Farm and fight. All base stats of the peasant army under my command +2, lasting 120 seconds. Spear charge. Zhang Zicai led the yellow turbaned spearmen in the first charge, their battle technique blasting forward. The Zhang family's front line went down in droves. Kill, kill, kill. Wang Hu and Zhang Erlong followed close behind. Boom, boom. Two summoned generals crashed into the spear formation, their massive hammer and axe screaming through the air. Over 100 points of damage rained down, and the spearman's health bar dropped a chunk in an instant. Rejuvenation. Hua Zhongjing raised his hand. Everyone on my side within range recovered 20 HP per second, lasting 20 seconds. 5 or 6 seconds later, the spearman's health bars were full again. Are these things even human? 20 HP a second. How are we supposed to fight that? Zhang Chen's face went pale. He finally understood. He'd overestimated the Zhang family's combat strength. This wasn't a mutual bloodbath. It was a one-sided slaughter. In less than 30 seconds, the Zhang family had lost over 100 of their 300 soldiers. And with Hua Zhongjing's ridiculous sustain, not a single one of my men had died. If we keep fighting, we're all dead. A Zhang family member grabbed Zhang Chun in a panic. I know. Surrender. Zhang Chun was terrifyingly calm. What? His clansmen were speechless. Surrendering would destroy his standing in the family. He was one of the heirs, after all. Zhang Chun ignored them and turned to me, shouting, "We surrender." Surrender? I couldn't have cared less. You know I won't let Zhang Peng go. Since we've already got a blood feud, might as well finish the job. Give me a minute, tops, and I could wipe them all out. Squelch. Zhang Chun drove his sword straight into Zhang Peng's chest. Zhang Peng clutched the wound and collapsed miserably, his eyes full of disbelief. Why? We're blood. Killing you is family law. This way, the Zhang family won't be counted as having a feud with Li Yun. Zhang Chen's eyes were ice cold. If this idiot hadn't insisted on revenge, he could have come out of this dungeon with fewer losses and bigger gains. So go die. Another thrust, and Zhang Peng's health bar emptied out. I won't accept this. Zhang Peng stared at me with dying eyes full of hatred. It was this man. This was the man who had backed him into a corner, step by step. Zhang Peng is dead. We surrender. Zhang Chen shouted at me again. My chest tightened. This guy didn't hesitate for a second. He was ruthless. If I could, I really wanted to right now. I was about to kill him, but then I remembered he could just respawn, so I let it go. Stop the attack. Take them prisoner. Tally, 200 captured, including 5 members of the Zhang clan. Brother Zhang, do your thing. Embrace the way of great peace, and your life will be spared. Food and clothing guaranteed. Zhang Zicai cast his spell. 10 tier. 1 yellow turban shortbowman joined the squad. 20 tier. 1 yellow turban spearman joined the squad. 20 tier. 1 yellow turban light infantry joined the squad. The blue sky is dead. The yellow turbans shall rise. 50 yellow turban soldiers donned their headscarves, chanting in a fervent frenzy. My forces had now grown to 150. The entire mine was swallowed up by a tide of yellow turbans. I'm willing to pay 100,000 copper coins to ransom my people. After being captured, Zhang Chun smoothed out the wrinkles in his clothes, walked up to me, and gave a proper, courteous bow. 100,000, plus 2 general summoning tokens. I stared at those two generals, itching with anticipation. I could trade them to Mu Bingning for plenty of good stuff later. A single general token goes for at least 30,000 copper. You're asking way too much. Zhang Chen frowned. This guy just refused to play by the rules. Back in the treasury, this is exactly how the Li clan negotiated their ransoms. In exchange, I'll return the remaining 150 soldiers to you. I dropped the bombshell. If the Li clan did the same, then I'll accept. Zhang Chen mulled it over for a moment before agreeing. With a precedent set, he had something to show his clan, and with 150 soldiers still in hand, as long as he didn't run into another monster like me, he could keep pushing through the instance. I pulled up the trade panel, transfer, memo, the whole works. I'd long since gotten the hang of it. Li Yun's assets: 220,000 copper coins, 200 silver coins, 20 gold coins, 1 Hua Zhongjing summoning token, 2 general summoning tokens. Player score has exceeded 1,000. Instance rankings are now open. The notification arrived the moment I'd sent Zhang Chen on his way. I opened the leaderboard. Score leaderboard: 001. Li Yun, score 1050. The board was empty except for me, just my name, all alone, because you had to break 1,000 to make the list. I was actually in first, and here I'd been trying to keep a low profile the whole time. The instance erupted into an uproar. Who is this Li Yun? Never heard of him. Li? Could he be from the Li clan of Sanha Commandery? Day 1 isn't even over, and his score already broke 1,000. Is he some kind of murder demon? Score could only be earned by killing monsters or enemy soldiers. The instance lasted 3 days, and on the first day most people were busy hunting for treasure and exploring. Who would go on a killing spree right out of the gate? You in first place? I'm not surprised in the slightest. Zhang Chen received the notification just as he stepped out of the mining district. Between the Zhang and Li clans alone, I'd wiped out 700 or 800 of his soldiers. Looks like I'll have to step it up too. Truly worthy of Li Yun. Su Qingru had only 20 soldiers left and was hiding out in A. Cleared out the small fry in the abandoned village. When she saw my name, her eyes lit up. Now that we're out of the dungeon, shouldn't we set up some kind of long-term arrangement? I closed the leaderboard. Only one person was ranked, so it wasn't much of a reference. Go find that minor boss. He slipped away during the chaos earlier. Yes, boss. I saw him head this way. Zhang Erlong pointed toward one of the mine tunnels. I used loot corpse on Zhang Peng's body. Loot successful. Obtained 2,000 copper coins. Better than nothing. But after the fortune I'd just plundered, this was hardly worth noticing. I followed the trail for half an hour and found him at the bottom of a massive mine pit. The bottom turned out to be a huge sinkhole with a towering fruit tree rising from the center. Its lush green canopy blotted out the sky, covering nearly half the sinkhole. Only up close could I see that the trunk was over 10 meters across, its branches heavy with yellow fruit that looked like a cross between a pear and an apple. Inspect. Thorn pear, spirit fruit. Grants +1 strength when eaten. Limit 1 per person. Good stuff. For anyone else, that little boost was nothing, but in my hands, it could multiply tenfold. Pick every last one. How dare you steal my fruit? The minor boss was sitting under the tree with his men, gnawing on thorn pears to recover HP, not yet aware of me. Talent, activate. Take them down. Over 100 men swarmed forward, and the minor boss went down unwilling. Loot successful. Obtained 1 fine mining pick, mining speed +30%. 10 minutes later, all the thorn pears were picked, 320 in total. All veterans, 1 each. I waved my hand. Of the 50 veterans who'd come out with me, only 28 remain now, including Wang Hu and Zhang Erlong. The yellow turban troops could forget about it. After all these battles, I'd figured it out. The soldiers Zhang Zizai recruited through surrender were like they had no minds of their own. They could only follow simple orders, nowhere near as self-aware as the troops I recruited from the village. These yellow turbans were destined to be cannon fodder. Here's how my forces were divided up now. Zhao Xining's scouts had to be self-aware recruited soldiers, and I gave him 10. Fan Jie had 5 Greenwood archers under him. Wang Hu, Zhang Erlong, Feng Zhang, and Zhang Zizai served as officers, each leading yellow turban light infantry and spearmen. As for the remaining 10 Greenwood soldiers, I just grouped them together with Sun Sampao into a personal guard squad to serve as bodyguards and messengers. Keep searching. grab the money and gear. Yes, boss. An hour later, the mine had been picked clean. I'd gained over 100 iron picks, 5,000 copper coins, and 50 new yellow turban light infantry. Out of the mine, we trekked half a day and came to a stretch of plains. It was already getting late, the light growing dim. After a full day of fighting, everyone was looking a little worn out. The scouts reported an old beacon tower up ahead. I planned to spend the night there. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of hoofbeats grew louder, closing in fast. Through the dim light, blurry silhouettes slowly took shape. They're coming for us. Form up. Archers inside. Yellow turban light infantry outside. Defensive positions. I made the call instantly. Running into cavalry on open plains was never a good thing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The riders swept around both flanks, shrieking as they thundered past, kicking up clouds of dust. They wore crude nomadic robes, no armor, wielding short spears or curved sabers atop stocky little horses. The only thing that stood out, every one of them carried a bow on his back. Unit, Nomad, Tier 1, Level 10. Armor, None Faction, Black Mountain Nomad Tribe. STR9 AGI 10 STA9 int 5 HP 90/90. Skills, Basic Horsemanship, Basic Archery. Equipment, Nomad Horse, LVL1, AGI 29, HP 150. Overall attack, 9/18. Cavalry charge equals STR times mount level. This is a robbery. Drop your money and gear, and we'll let you live. The riders circled back, wheeling around my formation and howling. A big, bearded leader broke from the pack and galloped straight at me, rearing his horse up right in front of me, looking down like a hungry wolf eyeing its prey. Oh, how much to make you leave us alone? Now that I'd read his stats, I actually felt relaxed. 100,000 copper. By the eternal sky, I swear I won't trouble you again in this instance. The bearded man wore the face of someone who kept his word. Isn't the going rate 20,000 per person? There's 200 of you. That's 4 shares. That's only 80,000. What gives you the right to charge more? How much I charge is my business. Now pay up, or you'll be bleeding out in the dirt. I'd worn his patience clean through. I don't have that kind of money. Would gear work instead? What gear? Show me. Just this spear? Come take a closer look. I raised the white serpent spear. Talent, activate. Squelch. The spear plunged straight into the bearded man's chest. After multiple level-ups, my base strength had hit 15, and with the talent bonus, that single strike dealt 152 damage. With 0 armor, his health bar emptied in an instant, and he toppled from his horse. Charge. Take prisoners, and don't hurt my horses. I'd been eyeing that cavalry for ages. Now that they'd stumbled right into me, how could I let them slip away? They should have counted themselves lucky I wasn't hunting them down. And here they came, delivering themselves to my door. Looting successful. Obtained. Basic Horsemanship Manual ×1, ***. Yes. Finally, I can ride. I clapped the manual between my hands. The horsemanship skill surfaced on my stat panel as a flood of knowledge poured into my mind, as if I'd already spent months in hard practice. At my command, Wang Hu and Zhang Erlong led the yellow turbans charging headlong through the hail of arrows. The nomads favored the classic kiting tactic, using their horses' speed to keep their distance while whittling down the enemy with arrows. Their mounts had 29 agility, and ordinary tier 1 infantry move at just 15. My troops are literally twice as fast. In the past, the nomads had always won with these tactics. But what they didn't know was that with my talent bonus, my soldiers' agility was over 100, more than 3 times that of those men on horseback. So a bizarre scene unfolded on the plains. The nomads whipped their mounts frantically, trying to open up some distance, only for the yellow turbans behind them to close in at breakneck speed. 2 legs actually outran 4. The gap vanished in an instant, and the 2 armies slammed together. The nomads reached for their melee weapons to fight back, only to find that the yellow turbans weren't just faster. They had higher dodge and hit far harder too. Their own strikes barely scratched the enemy, while every enemy blow left them hanging by a thread. What kind of monsters are these? Faster than horses. How do they have so much HP? How is their attack this high? Everything they thought they knew was shattered. The nomads broke, scattering like startled rabbits. Fight if you can win. Kite if you can't. run if kiting fails, then regroup and harass. That was how they survived, grinding their enemies down through endless attrition. But they'd forgotten one fatal fact. The yellow turbans were several times faster than they were. One by one, my men caught up, dragged the nomads to the ground, beat them into pulp until their HP bottomed out, and took them prisoner. Scattering did make capturing them a bit of a hassle, but the stat gap was just too brutal. The nomads were rounded up in droves anyway. Boss, we captured 150 prisoners. A few dozen got beaten to death by the guys who didn't hold back, and less than 100 managed to escape. Zhang Erlong came running over, buzzing with excitement. Damn it, who killed my cavalry? When we get back, that's 3 cups of penalty liquor. I cursed out loud, though honestly, keeping 150 alive was more than I'd expected. Boss, then I get to drink a whole jug. These nomads can't take a hit. One slash, and they're done. Zhang Erlong grinned like an idiot. Could this kid not tell when he was being scolded? I spat a single word at him. Scram. Cast down your blade and turn to the yellow heaven. Spare your life and find your peace. Zhang Zizai began the standard post-battle recruitment pitch. The blue heaven is dead. The yellow heaven shall rise. 38 tier, 1 yellow turban scout cavalry have joined your ranks. Boss, let me lead the cavalry. You know me. I used to be a cavalryman. Fan Jie jumped in to volunteer first. If you lead the cavalry, what happens to the archers? Truth be told, I wanted to lead them myself. Who wouldn't want to charge at the head of an army? You'll take the archers yourself? Fan Jie said with a cheeky grin. He missed the days of charging on horseback too much. I want to lead the cavalry personally. I kept my face cold. That won't do. You're the commander of the whole army. Safety comes first. How could you charge at the front? Fan Jie gave me a reason I couldn't refuse. Everyone chimed in to talk me out of it, and I had no choice but to drop it. That night, Fan the Baldy insisted on leading the new cavalry, using breaking them in as an excuse to gallop circles around the beacon tower in the dark. Damn it, Baldy Fan, are you done yet? Riding your horse in the middle of the goddamn night. Zhang Erlong couldn't stand his showing off any longer. Cavalry needs breaking in. You wouldn't get it even if I explained. It's different from infantry. Fan Jie didn't even bother to look at him, just kept circling around, showing off. TCH, guess it's his lucky day. Zhang Erlong and Wang, who crouched on the tower, eyes green with envy. Yeah, gets one horse and suddenly forgets his own name. Wang, who felt just as bitter. Go to sleep, I called out from behind them. Zhang Erlong was about to keep grumbling. Truth be told, I was just as annoyed as they were. I just couldn't show it as the boss. That jealousy simmered no matter how hard I tried to push it down. At dawn, the sun rose over the instance. The dark domain seemed to have crept a little closer to us. After a full night of recruiting, the yellow turban scouts under Fan Jie had reached 150. Cavalry now made up nearly half my entire force. Though these yellow turban scout cavalry had slightly lower stats than the nomads, they hadn't lost their mounted archery skill, which meant I now had a unit of horse archers. I mounted a masterless nomad horse myself, a small consolation for not being able to lead a cavalry charge. While interrogating prisoners, I learned something important. Before the instance opened, the Grassland High Priest had activated a divination talent and glimpsed that this great Xia Tier 1 instance would produce a treasure capable of massively boosting the strength of grassland warriors. That's why so many grassland tribes had poured into Great Xia to join the slaughter. Grassland tribes. I fell into thought. Just where had all this cavalry come from? Zhao Cixi, send out the scouts. Search for nomads. I looked at the dazed yellow turban scouts beside me and quietly sighed. I had over 100 cavalry under my command, yet my scouts still had to rely on their own 2 infantry legs. I had to get everyone upgraded to cavalry and bring up our marching speed. That thought grew firmer in my mind by the moment. Before long, Zhao Sining came running back, gasping for breath. Boss, 5 li ahead, a squad of 100 nomads is surrounding and attacking other players. The plains were brutally unfriendly to infantry scouts. Fan Jie, take the cavalry and charge with me. Wang Hu, Sun Erlong, follow right behind. I did the math quickly, 150 against 100, we could wipe them out completely. Old Zhao, once we get cavalry manuals, your scouts get first dibs on the gear. Thank you, boss. Zhao Sinning stared at the warhorse galloping beneath Fan Jie, his eyes full of envy. Charge! Cavalry, keep up! I swung onto my horse and led the way, riding out front. Galloping on horseback. Now that's what makes a real man. Boss, I'm the cavalry captain. That's my line. Fan Jie grumbled furiously as he trailed behind me. Cut the crap. You take the left, I'll take the right, split. Pincer attack, both sides. Anyone lets a single one escape answers to me. Asterisk asterisk. Boss, what if one slips through your side? Then that's on you too. You're the cavalry captain, aren't you? Talent activated. Far more. All base stats of the peasant army under your command +2. Lasts 120 seconds. Cooldown 10 minutes. The nomad horse's agility, originally 29 points, exploded to 292 with the talent's boost. The warhorse tore into the enemy formation like a whirlwind. The tenfold charged cavalry slammed into the opposing ranks. Before the enemy could even react, their entire formation was churned into a tangled mess. Damn it! Leave some prisoners. In the first wave of the charge, 50 of the enemy's cavalry had their health bars zeroed out in an instant. My heart ached so bad I was practically twitching. Of those 50, part of that combat power was contributed by me. I'm talking to you. Fan Jie, go easy. You, stop hacking with the blade. Knock him out with your fists. After a whole round of shouting and beating, we somehow managed to capture 40 nomads. Thank you for the rescue. I'm Qian Song, from Dongshan County in Sana Prefecture. May I ask my benefactor's honored name? A round-faced, middle-aged man in his 40s stepped forward to express his gratitude. Don't mention it. I sized him up and down and noticed he only had a dozen or so battered troops left. Their health bars nearly bottomed out. That little devil in my heart started stirring again. Maybe rob him for a round? Here's 10,000 copper coins. Per dungeon custom, please accept it with my compliments. Reading the room, he handed over a coin pouch. Well, if it's the rules, I'd hate to break them. When it comes to people who hand over money on their own, I've always been warm and welcoming. Of course, Qian Song wiped away a cold sweat. This man had spent half his life in business, and his eye for people was sharp as a knife. That flash of greed in my eyes just now probably hadn't escaped him. Could I trouble you to escort me to the temporary teleport array 10 miles out? I'll offer another 20,000 copper. He forced the words out. The teleport array for leaving the dungeon? I'd only heard of it, never seen one with my own eyes. Yes, I'm a merchant. I came into the dungeon to trade supplies in the first place. The first day was calm as could be, but on the second day, out of nowhere, all these nomads showed up, slaughtering anyone they saw. The losses were devastating, so I had to pull out. A merchant? I couldn't quite wrap my head around it for a moment. What does a merchant have to gain from entering a dungeon? Just open your trade panel and you'll understand. Inside the dungeon, you can't chat or trade with people from the outside. That's how our trade came about. We buy up supplies players don't need and sell them the things everyone's desperate for. The little devil in my heart woke up completely. A merchant meant piles of supplies and heaps of currency. Have you heard of soul binding? Qian Song seemed to sense my killing intent, wiping his cold sweat as he offered the reminder. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. I withdrew my gaze, my heart. But inside, I was gritting my teeth. Asterisk, I hate soul binding. Asterisk. I know you wouldn't. Qian Song wore an expression that screamed, I trust you completely. By any chance, do you have surplus goods to sell? Or is there anything you'd like to buy? You got any basic horsemanship skill books? I did a quick mental inventory. About all I had to sell was that miner's pickaxe. As for the stat-boosting prickly pears, not a chance in hell. 10 left, 1,000 copper each, Qian Song said with a grin. That's daylight robbery. They go for under 500 out in the world. You said it yourself. Out in the world. Tell you what, buy them all, and I'll give you 30% off. Got any peasant army troop tokens? I don't usually stock low-tier units. Limited inventory space. As he spoke, he caught sight of the yellow turbans behind me, and his face changed. Not that I mean any offense to your. Seeing my expression darken, he hurriedly pulled out a summoning token to smooth things over. I've got a yellow turban war general here, solid stats. Interested? Name, Pei Xiao. Level, 35, 180/3500. Faction, Yellow Turbans class, War General. Strength, 45 agility, 42 stamina, 40 intelligence, 10 command, 10 HP, 400/400. Talent, plunder, chance to seize an enemy general's weapon and equipment in battle. Success rate scales with the difference in attack power. Skills, basic spearmanship, plus 10% attack with a spear. Intermediate horsemanship, can ride tier 3 mounts. Deployable units, militia, yellow turban light infantry, tier 1. Base attack, 45. Good stuff. My eyes lit up. With a general like this, my ability to break enemy formations would jump to a whole new level. And he could ride a tier 3 mount. How much? I did my best to keep my cool. 20,000 copper. You're straight up mugging me. A general like this tops out at 10,000 out in the world. My face went dark. There you go again with out in the world. Qian Song smiled, unruffled. I'll take the 10 horsemanship books, and the summoning token too. Reluctantly, I tossed back the coin purse. I'd barely had time to warm up. Much appreciated. Let's add each other as friends. Anytime I come across peasant army troop tokens or generals, I'll keep an eye out for you. I thanked him, thinking to myself, this batch of peasant army junk nobody wanted was somehow fetching top dollar in his hands. He was probably laughing himself awake in his sleep over it. All right, let's move out to the teleportation array. Escorting Qian Song turned out to be quite the eye-opener for him. 10 miles of road, 3 waves of nomads. I took them all down one by one with minimal losses. The only real setback came when a nomad chieftain with an ambush talent got the jump on us. My scouts didn't detect him, and he struck before my own talent could activate, costing me a dozen or so men. 2 hours later, we arrived. By the time I stepped through the teleport array, my yellow turban scout cavalry had grown to 300 strong. Li Yun, I'll head out first. Once you clear the dungeon, come find me at the Qian family warehouse in Dongshan County. Qian Song clasped his fists in farewell, then lowered his voice to slip me one last piece of intel. Word is the greatest treasure in this dungeon is hidden in the Immortal City at the center of the map, but the Immortal City only opens on the final day. You might want to give it a shot. The Immortal City. Looks like I'd better go join the fun. Rested up yet? Target, the Immortal City. Move out. On the way to the Immortal City, I mopped up scattered nomad troops while triggering loot corpse every 10 minutes, hoping to score a horsemanship manual. After several hours of on and off skirmishing and marching, all 600 of my men had finally been converted to cavalry. The mobility of my entire force had been utterly transformed. Boss, nomad cavalry patrols are swarming all around the Immortal City. A squad of Great Xia infantry is trapped in a nearby river valley. Things are looking bad. Without reinforcements, they're done for, reported the scout Zhao Si had sent back, breathless. Surrounded? By the dungeon's unwritten rules, a rescue meant one thing: cold, hard cash. March on the valley. We're all sons of Great Xia. How could we stand by and watch them die? Astride my horse, I declared it with righteous conviction. In the valley, Li Bin, we're really in trouble now. They've sealed us off front and back. The trapped men turned out to be none other than Zhang Chan, whom I hadn't seen in ages, and Li Bin of the Li family. These two poor bastards were pinned tight by nomad cavalry on both ends, sheer cliffs to either side, despair written all over their faces. You're telling me, should have just let Li Yun cut me down yesterday, would have saved me 100,000 copper, Li Bin said with a bitter laugh. These steppe riders are like flies, hitting and running thanks to all that mobility. Drives you insane. Tier 1 troops or not, having horses is a huge advantage. As the two of them sided each other, they suddenly noticed a commotion erupting behind the nomad formations at both ends. 2 cavalry units crashed down like heaven-sent warriors, boring into the enemy from left and right, moving fast as chopsticks through tofu. In the blink of an eye, they'd punched clean through the nomad cavalry's line. Of the nearly 1,000 nomad riders laying siege, more than half were wiped out in just 2 minutes. The rest began scattering in retreat. Gentlemen, long time no see. Doesn't look like things are going so well for you, huh? I reined in my horse, grinning wickedly down at them. Holy crap, it's you, Li Bin blurted out, then it clicked. I could have sworn just yesterday you only had 100-foot soldiers. One day, and now you've got 600 cavalry. Same rules as before, 10,000 copper ahead. 9 of you between the two families, so that's 90,000. Thanks for your business. I couldn't be bothered to explain. All I cared about was the cash. The two of them had nothing to say. Meekly, they dug out the 90. 50 grand. A fair price, honestly. Want me to escort you two to the teleport array? 50 grand more, and we've got a deal. I decided to squeeze a little more out of these two big spenders. We Xia folks put together an alliance just to deal with the nomads. Take us over there, and we'll pay you same as always, deal? Zhang Chen said carefully. Absolutely, the customer's always right. I patted my chest in a show of confidence. The Zhang and Li families were good people. This single dungeon run alone netted me 340,000 copper coins. The camp's in the mountains 5 miles behind the immortal city. Zhang Chen paid up without hesitation. I caught the look on his face. This kind of money meant absolutely nothing to him. Damn rich bastards. A wave of pure envy churned in my gut. After scattering wave after wave of nomads who came running at word of us, I got them to the camp Zhang Chen mentioned right before nightfall. The camp was pitched halfway up the mountain, its base ringed with wooden barricades to fend off harassment from nomad cavalry as much as possible. As far as the eye could see, there were maybe 5,000 soldiers, almost all rare-grade troops. I even spotted them, over 1,000 musketeers. You have to understand, musketeers can pierce armor. Armor means nothing to them. They're a heavy infantry's worst nightmare. But they reload slow, and their gear costs a fortune. Ordinary folks simply can't afford to field them. I'd seen it on the trade panel. A Tier 1 musketeer's command seal runs about 10,000 copper. But a seal only grants you the right to command and class change. It doesn't conjure an actual musket out of thin air. Recruiting the men is cheap. The equipment is the bottomless pit. One Tier 1 musket goes for 500 copper, one round of ammo for 10, and without the right connections you can't even keep them supplied. In other words, these 1,000 musketeers, just for the guns alone, cost at least 500,000, and that's before you count armor and ammunition. Rich people. Terrifying. My eyes practically burned with envy. Here I was, busting my ass in dungeons, and I'd barely scraped together 40,000. These damn rich bastards. This is Li Yun. He escorted us the whole way back. Li Yun, this is the leader of our alliance, Wu Mao. Zhang Chun led me into the central command tent. Inside the tent, they were throwing a banquet, a major battle looming, and they still had the mood to drink. I didn't get it, but I kept my respect. At the center of the tent sat a young man clad in golden armor, 2 golden flintlock pistols at his waist, an arrogant look on his face. Li Yun? Never heard of him. Where'd he crawl out from? Wu Mao set down his wine cup, not even bothering to look at me, instead asking about my background. Village Chief of Ningming Village, Dongshan County, Sanha Prefecture. I replied flatly. Oh, a village chief? Zhang Chen says you're pretty impressive. There was a half smile on his face. You flatter me. He's overselling it. I humored him patiently. I had no desire to have anything more to do with this guy, but there was no point in making an enemy of him either. How do you stack up against my 1,000 musketeers here? Wu Mao said, a mocking edge to his voice. No comparison, obviously. Li Yun Wu Mao. He's always like this, don't take it personally. Once we were out of the main tent, Zhang Chun and Li Bin flanked me, offering careful words of comfort. Before we'd gone in, they'd clearly given Wu Mao a heads up and vouched for my abilities. Who knew that instead of trying to recruit me, he'd act like I was beneath his notice and nearly set me off. It's fine. I only came to see you two back. Never planned on dealing with him anyway. I forced a smile that didn't reach my eyes, while inside I was already scheming how to get this bastard killed. Though he probably had some way to resurrect, so I'd need to plan carefully. Nothing out in the open. Don't do anything stupid. Zhang Chen caught the glint of malice in my eyes, and his expression changed. Do what? I played dumb. Was it really that obvious? Your face is giving you away, Zhang Chen snapped. His father is the governor of Sanha Commandery. Weigh your options carefully. Fine. Just like that, all my enthusiasm drained away. Get some good rest tonight. The immortal city doesn't open until noon tomorrow. Want to head out together then? Zhang Chun extended the invitation. We'll see. I curled my lip. No mercenary fee, and they still wanted a free bodyguard? Not a chance. I pulled up the points leaderboard again. 001 Li Yun, 1850. 002 Arslan, 1787. 003 Wu Mao, 1542. 004 Kassar, 1416. 005 Hula, 1379. 006 Lu Qing'an, 1235. 007 Yesen, 1201. 008 Gu Shao, 1168. 009 Aguila, 1124. 010 Wang Yu, 1093. Just one day in, and there were already plenty of players over 1,000 points. And what's more, half the names on the board had a nomadic flavor to them. Meanwhile, inside the tent, Brother Wu, that Li Yun's troops are fierce fighters, worth bringing on board. Zhang Chun and Li Bin had circled back to plead their case in private. He's nothing but a village chief. My father has dozens, if not 100, men like him under his command. Wu Mao couldn't care less. He had nothing but contempt for backwater upstarts who clawed their way up from the bottom by any means necessary. If not for their strong recommendation, he wouldn't have bothered to see the man at all. He's different from the others. Recruit him, and tomorrow's fight for the immortal city's treasures gets a whole lot easier. Enough. I had someone scout him out. His forces are nothing but a pack of yellow turban scout cavalry. The lowliest unit type there is. No matter how well they fight, how far could they possibly get? Wu Mao waved his hand dismissively. Come, let's drink. The two could only raise their cups and drink along, sighing inwardly. Let's hope you're right. The next morning, at dawn, cowardly Southerners, is there any warrior among you brave enough to face me, Hula, in battle? The sky had barely begun to lighten when over 1,000 nomadic horsemen pressed up to the front of the Alliance camp, hurling taunts. A warrior wielding an enormous spear rode out from the ranks. Oh. Among the nomadic tribes, the brave were held in highest esteem. Seeing their champion flaunt his might, the horsemen let out a chorus of savage cries. One-on-one. First time I've run into anything like this. Usually my style is to swarm. After all, my talent only lasts 2 minutes, so I've got to ration it. Lu Sandao's coming for you. A warrior from the Alliance charged out on horseback, spinning his blade overhead in a flashy flourish before bringing it down straight at his opponent's head. Hu Xi thrust up his spear and blocked it dead, didn't budge an inch. Lu Sandao, meanwhile, had swung too hard and couldn't pull his blade back in time. Die! Hu Xi roared, and his talent kicked in. Lu Sandao's head suddenly went fuzzy, his vision swimming. In that instant, Hu Xi drove his spear into his gut, gripped it with both hands, and yanked him clean off his horse. Hiya! Seeing the health bar wasn't empty yet, Hu Xi spurred his mount and dragged Lu Sandao across the ground for a good 100 feet, only stopping once the bar hit 0. Owl! Owl! The nomad soldiers howled with savage glee. Over on the Great Xia side, morale was visibly plummeting. Fear was already creeping onto some of the soldiers' faces. Brother Wu, what do we do? Lu Sandao's one of the few real combat generals we've got. Zhang Chen asked anxiously. Too bad we can't use the high-tier warriors, or he'd never get to run wild like this. Wu Mao was out of options too. The Tier 1 dungeon only allowed Tier 1 generals and below, with all 3 stats capped under 150. What if we let Li Yun give it a shot? Zhang Chen suggested. Asterisk a garrison captain? Could he really pull it off? Asterisk Wu Mao thought. Even I can't handle this. Unless he's got some top-grade Tier 1 general up his sleeve? No harm in trying. What if it actually works? Fine, go set it up. Wu Mao nodded, willing to give it a shot. After all, if he lost, they were no worse off. Li Yun, you confident you can take him down? Zhang Chun ran over to my side. I was using my scouting skill to check Hu Xi's stats. Hearing that, I just asked offhandedly, what's in it for me? How is the first thing out of your mouth always, what's in it for me? Zhang Chun was halfway through griping when it clicked. Wait, you're confident? Of course. Just depends on how you want to price it. Pay the right price, and it's your call. Capture him or kill him. I was brimming with confidence. Scouting had already told me everything. The guy's 3 stats didn't even hit 140. That great roar move of his could hardlock a target, but it had a strength differential requirement. And once my talent buffed Pei Xiao, his 3 stats shot past 1,000. There was no way to control him. So you tell me, how could I possibly lose? What do you want? Zhang Chen's face darkened. This guy had money on the brain. Peasant army tokens, peasant army generals, either works. Peasant army stuff? People like us usually don't bother holding on to that junk. Let me go ask around. What Zhang Chen meant was clear. The peasant army was too weak, and anyone with status turned their nose up at it. Can you just get to work first, and I'll pay you afterward? Seeing Husei still taunting them, Li Bin couldn't help but push. Sure, but can you first lend me 100,000 copper coins? I'll pay you back once Zhang Chun gives me my reward. You think someone with a reputation like mine would stiff you? I'm a man of my word too. The two of them fell silent, staring at each other. Less than 15 minutes later, Zhang Chun came walking back and handed me a summoning token. Take a look at this. Will it work? A general stats materialized before my eyes. Name: Bokai, Remnant Soul. Level: 32, 1550/3200. Faction: Lost Class, Yellow Turban Mystic. STR 28 AGI 25 STA 26 and 45 CMD 42. HP 260/260. Talent: Canal Marshal, damaged, while commanding Yellow Turban troops. All stats plus 10%. Skills: Basic Swordsmanship, plus 10% damage with sword, /summon whirlwind. Power scales with INT/illusion. Creates mirror images of our forces to confuse enemies. Troop types: Militia, Yellow Turban Soldiers, all Tier 1, all Tier 2. Base attack: 28. High command and high intelligence, plus magic attacks. I couldn't tear my eyes away. I dug through my entire inventory. And this is the only general with any connection to a peasant army, Zhang Chun said, a little sheepishly. The only reason anyone bothered keeping him is because he's got spells to harass enemies. That'll do. I snatched the summoning token from him. For your sake, I'll take the job. I pulled a token from my spatial belt. Pei Xiao, come out. Pei Xiao appeared at my command. Zhang Chun's expression turned skeptical. This asterisk is the guy you're sending against Husei? He looks even weaker than Lu Sandow. Relax. It's in the bag. You serious? Zhang Chun's face changed, and he lowered his voice. I already talked you up big in front of everyone. Don't you dare ruin my rep. Want me to give you a little more time to go brag some more? Since I'd taken his stuff, I figured I owed him some emotional support. Cut the crap and just get out there. Zhang Chun caught Wu Mao's gaze drifting over from a distance again, and it made him frantic. Pei Xiao, go. Take him down. Yes, my lord. Pei Xiao charged straight at Husei on horseback, leveling his spear. Drop your weapon, and I'll spare your life. The great Xia camp erupted. Who's this general? He come here to rob us. Doesn't look any tougher than Lu Sandow. He going up there to die? Yellow turban on his head. A yellow turban soldier? The murmurs came rolling in like a tide. Wu Mao couldn't sit still, his eyes shooting toward Zhang Chun again and again. Zhang Chun just closed his eyes and played dead. Nameless nobody, prepare to die. Relying on his peak Tier 1 stats and his dueling skill war cry. Husei, I didn't take Pei Xiao seriously at all. He spurred his horse into a charge. Talent activated. Pei Xiao, make it quick. I layered the buff onto Pei Xiao. Die, you thieving general. Pei Xiao leveled his spear and charged forward. The two riders closed in on each other. No flourishes, just a straight thrust. A cold smirk tugged at the corner of Husei's mouth. His playbook was simple. Block the first strike, stun the enemy with his war cry, then finish them off. It had never failed. Crack. Just as he'd expected, he parried the thrust. But what he didn't know was that Pei Xiao was currently carrying my talent bonus. His strength had soared to 452 points. The smile froze on his face. The sheer force crushed through. The spear in his hands shattered instantly, and Pei Xiao's momentum never slowed, driving straight for his chest. At death's door, Husei unleashed his war cry. Normally, that single shout could stun any powerful foe. But this time, the gap between their stats was too vast, an overwhelming domination across the board. The skill check simply failed. Squelch. The spear punched clean through his chest. Husei's eyes went wide, brimming with disbelief. The entire field fell into sudden, deathly silence. To everyone watching, the warrior whose name had thundered across the grasslands had been knocked from his horse in a single move. Some blinked, and by the time they opened their eyes again, Husei was already cold. Zhang Chun had been keeping his eyes shut for some peace and quiet when he suddenly noticed the eerie stillness around him. He cracked his eyes open. Holy crap, it's over already? Pei Xiao hadn't just killed Husei. He'd casually led the man's warhorse back too. Zhang Chen's eyes nearly popped out of his head. The next second, he snapped his face into a stern expression and squeezed his eyes shut again, screaming inside. Asterisk, so much glory. Come on, ask me about it. Ask me. I've got a huge one to humble brag. Asterisk. My lord, I did not fail your command. Pei Xiao rode up, leading the horse to report. Your servant has claimed a fine steed. A gift for you, my lord. Hu Xi's corpse crumbled into ash. Pei Xiao's talent, Plunder, had activated. During combat, it lets you seize the enemy's equipment based on the attack power difference. The staggering gap in attack power had sent the success rate rocketing straight to 400%. Keep it for yourself, General Pei. A fine horse deserves a fine warrior. Pei Xiao had been riding a Tier 1 nomad horse, so swapping it for Hu Xi's Tier 3 warhorse worked out perfectly. Thank you, my lord. Pei Xiao trotted off cheerfully to bond with his new mount. Long live the lord. Only now did the people of Great Xia snap out of their daze, and their cheers rose like a tidal wave, shaking heaven and earth. Badass. Absolutely badass. Did you see that? One move. I was looking down on him just now. Guess I'm the blind one. Can someone tell me what just happened? I only blinked. Not bad, Zhang Chun. This Li Yin you found really knows his stuff. Even Wu Mao couldn't help but admire it. This was hardly the kind of valor you'd expect from a Tier 1 general. Brother Wu, I told you. You can't judge Li Yun by ordinary standards. Zhang Chun grinned. The bragging rights were massive. Wu Mao pondered for a moment. Perhaps he could lend us a hand in the battles to come. Brother Wu, he wants. They're peasant army faction seals and generals. Their talents are probably tied to the peasant army too. Zhang Chun saw right through him at a glance. These sons of great houses were never simple people. Peasant army faction? Wu Mao frowned. Who'd want that junk? Never mind. Once we're out of the dungeon, I'll have someone round up a batch. Your subordinate has killed Hu Xi. Points gained, 1,379. Current points, 3,229. A notification chimed in my head. Killing someone eats their points? My eyes lit up. So that meant, maybe I could specifically target the people on the leaderboard? Great Xia Temporary Camp, early morning. The hour has come. Move out. Wu Mao stood on a wooden command platform and gave the order. Immortal City opened its gates at noon, and we had to arrive early and wait beneath its walls. The 5,000-plus troops were split into several echelons. The vanguard was made up of Wu Mao's own clansmen, tasked with scouting and clearing the way. The left and right flanks were likewise guarded by sons of the great houses. Bringing up the rear were all the loners and minor factions, and I sat dead last with my cavalry. Wu Mao personally led 1,000 musketeers in the center to provide support. Great Xia had many infantry and few cavalry, so they marched in a defensive formation. The moment the nomad cavalry came to harass us, the musketeers fired in volleys, and a single round left casualties everywhere. After a few probing attacks, the nomads only dared to trail us from a distance, never daring to close in again. This was my first time witnessing this world's firearms. Powerful, accurate, but the reloading was agonizingly slow. 5 or 6 shots a minute at most. A skilled archer, meanwhile, could loose over a dozen arrows in the same time. Each had its strengths and weaknesses. Our chance has come. Seeing that the nomad cavalry didn't dare approach, I rallied 600 riders and launched a counterattack. Talent activated, charge. I used the buff window to plow into the nomad ranks again and again, cutting them down and pulling back. The instant I retreated into musket range, Wu Mao opened fire to cover me. This kind of unspoken coordination made my regard for him climb sharply. Back and forth it went, until the nomads only dared to send a few scouts to shadow us from afar, no longer daring to flaunt their strength before the Great Xia army. This is awesome. Zhang Chun sidled up again. Great Xia infantry had always come out on the losing end against nomad cavalry, yet today we actually had them on the back foot. Don't you have work to do? You come running over here every single day. I rolled my eyes. This guy clung to me so much it gave me the creeps. He'd better not have some weird kink. It's fine. There are plenty of clansmen. They'll sort things out on their own. Zhang Chen couldn't care less. He pretty much had me figured out. Greedy, sure, but as long as you didn't provoke me and paid enough, I was a fairly reliable hire. Out with it. What is it? I couldn't be bothered with small talk. When he came around at times like this, it was never good news. Wu Mao wants me to ask whether you'd be interested in being hired by him inside the dungeon. The objective? The pay. Protect him while he gets the immortal. The city's final treasure. 500,000 copper coins. 500,000? No deal. I could fight for that treasure myself. There's no way it's only worth that much. The negotiation stalled. Zhang Chen went and came back. A complete set of yellow turban command tokens, tier 1 through 7. That was a price I couldn't refuse. Deal. But I'll only take orders inside the dungeon. I can't guarantee he actually gets the treasure. A full set of tier 1 through 7 command tokens was worth, well, over 1 million copper on the trade panel. Easy. As for grabbing the final treasure myself, that would mean going head-to-head with his 1,000 musketeers. On the way here, I'd use scan to check them. A tier 1 musketeer had an attack power of 60, with armor piercing that ignored armor entirely. No matter how broken my talents were, going up against 1,000 muskets would be brutal. All they'd have to do was lock onto me, fire 10 volleys, and I'd be finished right there. Better to take the money and rake in the profits. Besides, I'd already made a killing on this dungeon run. Fine. Just take orders inside the dungeon. Leave the rest to me. Zhang Chun agreed readily. Their real goal was simply to keep me from competing for the treasure. Here, this is the deposit. We'll do the full exchange once we're out. He handed me a command token. Combat Specialist, Tier 7 Infantry. I cursed inwardly. What a filthy rich bastard, tossing out a Tier 7 token like it was nothing. Shame it wasn't from the peasant army line. All right, I'm at your command. I pocketed it. The dark zone had closed in. Everything beyond the immortal city had been swallowed. Anyone who hadn't retreated to the city walls by now was as good as dead. Noon. The immortal city. The ancient city spanned the immortal river, 100 meters wide. Its outer walls stood about 20 feet high, long neglected and crumbling in many places, which, conveniently, gave lone players a way to slip inside. The river split the city in two, joined by a single covered bridge. Along the walkway sat an alarm bell arrow tower. 2 avenues, each over 10 meters wide, crossed to form an intersection at the city's heart. Taverns, academies, and ancestral halls lined both sides, all in ruins, all overrun by dungeon monsters. The immortal city is now open. Warriors, claim your treasure. The voice detonated in everyone's mind at once. The barrier dissolved. The city gates swung wide. Into the city. Wu Mao commanded. We were at the west gate and hadn't run into the nomad army yet. Kill them. Guards poured out from every direction. Asterisk crack. 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 Asterisk the muskets thundered in unison, and guards dropped in waves. What a spendthrift. I winced with sympathy. Musket rounds cost 10 copper a shot. From the camp all the way here, he'd probably burned through hundreds of thousands in ammunition alone. Loaded this guy? Li Yun, cavalry charge. As more and more guards surged forward, Wu Mao barked the order. Brothers, time to work. Got it, boss. Talent activated. Charge. I led the cavalry straight down the 10-meter avenue. Any guard in our path was either dead or fly. Hooves thundered past, leaving nothing but a ground littered with corpses. Li Yun's men are this terrifying? Wu Mao sucked in a sharp breath. In under 2 minutes, the ground was blanketed with the dead. Thank God they weren't the enemy. Thank God he'd hired them. Brother Wu, no need to worry too much, Zhang Chun said beside him. I saw through it long ago. He can only go all out for 2 minutes. Then he fizzles. Right on the money. Just survive those 2 minutes. And my troops are no different from ordinary men. Only, those 2 minutes, ordinary men simply can't survive. I was living proof of that myself. Brothers, time's up. Fall back. Roger that, boss. Boss, too many bends in this city. The cavalry can't build up any charge. Boss, streets are too narrow. We can't spread out. Boss, alleys are too cramped. We can't catch the runners. The city's streets twisted and tangled, shops crammed everywhere. My cavalry advantage was gone completely. One time, after a burst ended, Zhang Erlong's squad couldn't pull out in time because of the terrain. The talent bonus vanished in an instant, and the yellow turban troops' combat power snapped right back to baseline. Keep in mind, the yellow turban's fighting strength ranked dead last among nearly all unit types. Dozens of men lost in one blow. This wouldn't work. I calculated fast. Wang Hu, Zhang Erlong. Each of you pick 100 men, dismount, fight. as infantry. In these city alleys, cavalry lost their speed, worse than fighting on foot. Yes, boss. Bogged down in the same quagmire was Wu Mao. The musketeers' weakness got magnified endlessly inside the city. Reloading was too slow. After one volley, the enemy was already in your face. Sure, they carried bayonets and sabers, so they weren't weak in close combat, but throwing precious musketeers into a brawl, even a big spender like Wu Mao winced. Even a 10-for-1 trade felt like a loss to him. Damn it. No wonder it's the final round. These guards are relentless. Watching several more musketeers get hooked and dragged into the roadside buildings, with no way to save them, the ever-composed Wu Mao cursed out loud for the first time. Brother Wu, we're pushing too fast. The flanks aren't cleared yet. We'll get surrounded easily, Zhang Chun said, his face full of worry. Scattered guards aren't worth fretting over. We'll just lose a few more men, Wu Mao said resolutely. What I fear is the steppe tribes making off with the treasure. Then we'd be the sinners of Great Xia. But something in my gut just won't settle, Zhang Chun said, dark clouds pressing on his words. The covered wind and rain bridge is right ahead. Cross it, and it leads straight to the inner city. We have to beat the nomads there. Wu Mao rallied his men in a loud voice. The wind and rain bridge, second floor, at the alarm bell. A guard captain gripping a heavy crossbow, eyes bloodshot, crouched low along the corridor, watching the Great Xia army close in. Repeating crossbows, open fire. Armor-piercing bolts. Hundreds of crossbowmen surged onto the bridge. Boosted by the captain's battle technique, the bolt's penetration soared, and Great Xia's frontline infantry fell in swaths. Muskets. Suppress them. Shield bearers, forward. Wu Mao barked out the order. The bridge wasn't wide, and it split into two levels. Getting onto it meant climbing a ramp. A dozen or so steps lined with wooden barricades, with a row of spearmen crouched behind them. Asterisk bang, bang, bang. Asterisk 3 volleys rang out. The spearmen dropped where they stood, and the barricades burst apart under the fire. The crossbowmen on the second floor took heavy losses too. Several lost their footing and plunged straight into the river. The firearms were devastating. But what came next was the long, agonizing reload. Shield bearers charged the bridgehead through a rain of bolts, hauling away the barricades to clear a path for the main force. Fire. Rapid fire. The crossbow captain unleashed another combat skill. The shield bearers were slaughtered. The barricades were cleared, sure, but now the piled-up corpses had become an obstacle of their own, blocking the army's advance. Casualties are too high? At this rate, my men will be wiped out before we even reach the nomads. Wu Mao gritted his teeth. Send Li Yun in. Before long, I arrived. Once I heard the order, I just shook my head. Not happening. There are hundreds of heavy crossbows defending the second floor, and who knows what's waiting on the first. Storming this now would cost too much. Let whoever loves this kind of job do it. We signed a mercenary contract, you know, Wu Mao pressed. These men of mine are my brothers, my own flesh and blood. Something happens to them. How am I supposed to face their families? I scoffed. Zhang Chen knew me well. I hadn't said I couldn't do it. And he understood perfectly. These yellow turban soldiers were all recruits taken in during the instance. Brothers? Flesh and blood? Please, just spit it out. What are you getting at? What I'm getting at is, I put on my most righteous face. The price goes up. Both Wu Mao and Zhang Chun were left speechless. 100,000 copper coins. Take the Wind Rain Tower. Wu Mao slammed his hand down. Now that's a generous boss. You sit back and relax. Watch me take it for you. The moment the coins hit my account, my attitude turned 3 shades more respectful. Feng Zheng, take a look at the boss. Doesn't he remind you of your old self? Sun Sanpao leaned in toward Feng Zheng's ear, eyeing the way I was fawning over Wu Mao. None of my business. Feng Zheng frowned and ignored him. But watching that shameless act of mine just now, he couldn't help wondering. Had he thrown in with the wrong guy? Zhang Erlong, don't you think he looks the part? Nope. The boss is brilliant, valiant, and full of righteous spirit. Zhang Erlong answered while shooting Sun Sanpao a furious wink. TCH, nobody tells the truth around here. Fan Jia, what do you say? Sun Sanpao, are you talking trash about me behind my back again? I'd already walked back to the group, and I'd caught every word of his little scheme. I didn't. Which one of you snitched? Sun Sanpao exploded. Get lost. With a voice that loud, you think nobody could hear you? I kicked him. Once the horsing around was done, I straightened my expression. Wu Mao wants us to take the Wind-Rain Bridge. The whole group fell silent. The terrain wasn't going to be easy to crack. I laid out the plan in a low voice. Bo Kai, the second we move, use your spells to harass and pin down the crossbowmen on the second floor. Pei Xiao, you're with me. We ride the cavalry straight into the first floor. Ignore everything else. Cut your way up to the second floor and take out their crossbow captain. Wang Hu, Zhang Erlong, build a human ladder at the bridgehead. Storm the second floor head-on and back up Pei Xiao. Fan Jia, take your men and follow Pei Xiao up from the first floor. Everyone else, Sun Sampao, Zhang Zicai, Feng Zheng, Zhao Sining, you're with me, clearing the first floor. Yes, boss. Ready, fire. Beside the Wind and Rain Bridge, the firelocks roared in unison. At my request, Wu Mao ordered his gunners to suppress the crossbowmen on the bridge's second floor, tearing open a gap for my charge. The shots hammered into the timber bridge, splinters flying everywhere. But the crossbowmen were all hunkered down inside, and no one could tell how much damage we'd actually done. I silently activated it in my mind. Talent, engage. Farming and war. Every base stat of my peasant army increased by 2, lasting 2 minutes, 10-minute cooldown. Time was my lifeline. For 2 minutes, I was a fierce tiger. After 2 minutes, I was a lamb. Charge. I seized the opening while the crossbowmen were still ducking for cover and gave the order. Whirlwind. Before the word had even left my mouth, the spell had already flown from Bo Kai's palm. With my talent boosting him, his intelligence had shot up to 450 points, and his spells were absurdly powerful. The first whirlwind blew the entire second-floor window clean off, sweeping more than a dozen crossbowmen into the air and leaving the rest sprawled every which way. Stop. I hurried to rein him in. Any more, and he'd clear the whole bridge single-handed. But if the assault went too easily, how would I show off the value of Wu Mao's 100,000 copper coins? If I didn't give him enough emotional payoff, would this client ever hire me and cough up the money again? Pei Xiao, go. At the command, Pei Xiao took the lead. A Tier 3 warhorse beneath him, the white serpent spear in his hand, his strength, agility, and constitution all above 400. That spear only became a true divine weapon in his hands. In under 10 seconds, Pei Xiao, with 4,000 HP, shrugged off the scattered crossbow bolts and was the first to fight his way into the bridge. On the first floor inside the bridge, a dense row of Tier 1 spearmen stood packed together, shouting as they closed in. Pei Xiao let out a furious roar and swung the white serpent spear like a club. His left hand swept across, smashing 4 or 5 spearmen flying into the wooden railing, sending men and railing alike plunging into the river below the bridge. His right hand swung around, and another 5 or 6 went down, crashing into the crowd, the sheer force scattering a whole cluster of soldiers in every direction. I fought my way inside with Zhang Zicai and Feng Zheng, quickly taking over the first-floor battle and forming ranks for close combat. Seeing the gap already opened, Pei Xiao didn't linger. He made straight for the stairs on the side and charged toward the second floor, with Fan Jia hot on his heels. On the stairway, the spearmen were whipped flying one after another, slamming into the crowd. The moment their formation broke, every weakness laid bare. That was our moment to reap. Pei Xiao cut down enemies the entire way up. By the time he reached the second floor, Wang Hu and Zhang Erlong had just formed a human ladder at the bridgehead and leapt in along the eaves. Attack! The two teams merged and charged straight at the crossbowman's leader. Pei Xiao smashed into the crossbowman's ranks like a tiger loosed among sheep. Every strike sent bodies flying, and the alarm bell rang out with a droning buzz. Wang Hu and Fan Jia, following right behind him, couldn't even find an opening to help. Watching his men get slaughtered, the crossbowman's leader threw down his heavy crossbow, drew his blade, and stepped forward. First strike, his blade flew from his hands. Second strike, one arm severed. Third strike, health bar emptied. Their commander is dead. Surrender and be spared. I pressed the assault in the chaos. 1 minute and 30 seconds. The Wind-Rain Bridge that had held off Wu Mao's entire army, I took it with ease. 8 Tier 1 Yellow Turban Spearmen have joined your squad. The blue sky is dead. The yellow turban shall rise. The 8 new recruits shouted in unison. Zhang Zizai got back to his grand recruitment enterprise, and I got back to my own looting career. Corpse search successful. Stamina +1. My lord. Snagged a fine crossbow. Pei Xiao's plunder skill had triggered again. Swift siege crossbow. Attack power 75. Increased reload speed. The crossbowman leader's weapon? Solid stats. I'd keep it and sell it for coin once we cleared the dungeon. Li Yun, you're a beast. Took that in under 2 minutes. Wu Mao climbed up to the 2nd floor, unable to stop praising me. You know how it is. I've only got a 2-minute window. Once that closes, charging in head-on is just suicide. We'd worked together enough times that they had my playstyle figured out. Still brutal, though. Once we're out of the dungeon, any interest in working for me? I'd make it worth your while. A recruiting glint appeared in Wu Mao's eyes. Let's talk after we clear it. I didn't turn him down. A powerful patron mattered more than anything. There was nothing in Ningming village worth staying for. Mu Bingming and I were only using each other. Once we got out, I'd first do my homework on Wu Mao's character and his real strength, see whether he was actually worthy of me. Fair enough. Come find me whenever you've decided. Wu Mao nodded. Keep moving. Only after crossing the Windrain Bridge did we truly enter the inner city. Beyond the bridge ran a north-south avenue, piled with unidentifiable clutter. Shops and academies lined both sides. I kept my squad trailing at the rear of the main force, moving slowly. With our talents still locked, my troops' combat power was just too weak. As we walked, I suddenly froze. Something was wrong. There wasn't a single guard on the street stopping us. Hundreds of crossbowmen had died defending the bridge. Yet the inner city was completely empty. I stared at the great Xia soldiers advancing slowly ahead, then looked back at that pile of clutter. Why was there so much timber stacked on top of it? It's a trap, I shouted. What? Too far away? Wu Mao hadn't caught it, and was just about to send. People are coming to ask. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rain of arrows poured down from above, laced with a barrage of fire arrows. The fire arrows ignited the debris. Flames erupted. In the blink of an eye, a towering inferno. Help! It's an ambush. I'm on fire. Wu Mao's dead. The moment it started, Wu Mao was cut down by concentrated fire from the archers on the rooftops. The Daxia soldiers dissolved into chaos, scrambling around like headless chickens. Leaderless. Boom. The covered bridge behind us went up in flames too, set by nomad spies who'd blended into our ranks. A few figures in Daxia uniforms flickered past and vanished. The way back was cut off. The way forward, unknown. Hurry, save them. With fire ahead and behind, I had no time to think. I immediately started directing everyone to the rescue. The logic was simple. If the Daxia soldiers were wiped out, the nomads would never let me go, and I had no way to resurrect. The more people alive, the better my odds. The fire's too big, we can't control it. Bokai, use a whirlwind to scatter the flames. Activating talent. Great virtuous teacher, aid me. Rise wind. Bokai stopped holding back, gathering the spell between his hands. A massive tornado spanning the entire street took shape in his palms. Go! The tornado swept down from the bridgehead, sucking up every source of fire in its path. The sparks gathered thicker and thicker, blazing into a dragon of fire in midair, a spectacular sight. The Daxia soldiers trapped by the flames scrambled to grab hold of the nearest pillars and stones to keep from being swept away. A few unlucky ones were hurled into the air and slammed back down. They could only curse their luck. Great virtuous teacher, aid me. Illusion. After unleashing the tornado, Bokai changed straight into another spell. The light on the rooftops along both sides of the street twisted, and phantom Daxia soldiers materialized out of thin air, drawing away the nomad archers' attention. The pressure on the street suddenly eased. 2 minutes later, the tornado dispersed. The Daxia soldiers had already fallen back to the bridge. Only 2,000 left, and the arquebusiers are all gone. Zhang Chun, covered in soot and grime, finished his count and walked up to me. What's your plan? There's got to be an evacuation point in the final ring. I'll go find it. Once I do, we leave. Zhang Chun let out a sigh. He didn't have Wu Mao's authority. He couldn't rally the remaining troops, and he had almost no men left of his own. Retreat was the only option. Fine, but it doesn't look like they're going to let anyone walk away. I pointed into the distance, a dark tide of nomad cavalry, slowly bearing down on us. They mean to kill us to the last man. Zhang Qin's face darkened. Defend! Defend! Someone shouted from within the Daxiao ranks, but no one could unify the command. A pile of loose sand. When I charge, stay right on me. I'll tear open a gap. Then we head into the inner city to find the evacuation point. I decided to bring Zhang Chun and Li Bin. When it came to knowing this dungeon, they both knew far more than I did. All right, it's all on you now. The two of them nodded and went off to brief their people. The nomads, just beyond bowshot, began firing volleys in rotation. Casualties were light, but it was maddening. Return fire. Someone cracked under the pressure and organized a ranged counterattack. But the nomad cavalry kept rotating in and out. Their losses were minimal. We can't win a war of attrition like this. Zhang Chen, you ready? Ready. Attack. Great sage, lend me your power. Rise, wind. A tornado erupted suddenly in the middle of the street, sweeping away the rain of arrows and tearing straight into the nomad ranks. A whole swath of cavalry, riders and horses alike, were flung into the air. Death to the enemy commander. Pei Xiao charged out ahead once again, driving straight for one of the enemy officers in their formation. The man wore a black cloak, wielded a heavy scimitar, and carried a great bow on his back. His attire clearly set him apart from the ordinary soldiers. At that moment, he was busy trying to rally the men scattered by the tornado, completely oblivious to Pei Xiao closing in like lightning. Pei Xiao knocked aside a few men blocking his path, and with a single thrust, pinned him dead to the ground. Subordinate Pei Xiao has killed Yexian, gaining 1201 points. Current points, 4,829. Subordinate Pei Xiao activated plunder, obtained eagle shooting bow. Enemy leader has fallen. Enemy forces thrown into chaos. Charge. I led the men close behind, throwing ourselves furiously at the scattered nomad soldiers. The nomad army quickly collapsed and fled. Where do we go from here? Having fought our way clear, we halted at a crossroads, momentarily at a loss. Split up and find the extraction points. Fire a whistling arrow as the signal once you find one. Zhang Chun handed me a quiver of whistling arrows. Got it. Stay safe, everyone. This was no time for pleasantries. I led the cavalry down the right-hand street, deliberately avoiding the governor's mansion straight ahead. That's where the nomad troops would be thickest. Stay alert. Watch for ambushes. Survival comes first. I ordered Zhao Sining to scout ahead. Yes, boss. Zhao Sining rode off and vanished into the mouth of the alley. A quarter of an hour later. Company commander. A large enemy force has gathered up ahead at the academy. There's a spell circle in the center of the academy. It looks a lot like an extraction point. The scout reporting back was covered in blood, with 2 arrows still lodged in his back. Hua Zhongjing, treat his wounds now. Of the veterans who'd entered the dungeon with me, fewer than half remained. Where's Zhao Sining? A high-profile job like this, how'd you end up being the one to report back? My heart sank. Squad leader Zhao. He was killed by an enemy officer covering my escape. I'm the only one left in the scout squad. The scout's face was twisted with grief and rage. What? Zhao Sining is dead. My mind went blank. Squad leader Zhao wanted me to bring this back to you. The scout drew a short blade from his waist. That short blade, the one with +2 agility. The weapon from the very first treasure chest we'd opened, back when we were hunting the mountain bandits. I silently took it and gently wiped the blood off the blade. In the militia camp, he was the first one to strike up a conversation with me. He was the one who loved to gossip, and the one who always rushed to scout ahead at the front of the line. Just like that, he was gone. I didn't even get to see him one last time. You're lying. Zhao Sining was too slick to die like that. Zhang Erlong refused to accept it, grabbing the scout by the shoulders and pressing him again and again. Wang Hu, Sun Sampao, and the others all wore grief-stricken faces. Scouting was the deadliest job of all. I wiped my face and forced down my emotions. I kept reminding myself, we're still on the battlefield. This is no time to mourn. Right now, the most important thing is keeping the living alive. The dead are gone. The living have to move forward. That's the harshest lesson the battlefield ever taught me. Stop asking. Hold back those tears, I said, reaching out to stop Zhang Erlong. There's no war without casualties. The rest of us have to make it out alive. But Zhang Erlong's eyes were bloodshot, his hot temper impossible to contain. Fan Jia, from now on, you're acting scout captain. You're in charge of scouting ahead. I ignored him and moved to fill the gap in the ranks. Of everyone left, Fan Jia was the best fit. Yes, boss. Fan Jia's expression turned solemn as he took the order. I nodded and tightened my grip on the short blade in my hand. Now let's go avenge Zhao Sining. Immortal City. The Academy. Honored Lord Agula, we've cleaned up the last of those rats. These rats had some skill. They nearly slipped past the Falcon's eyes. Agula stood on the rooftop of the Academy's second floor, casually feeding a strip of jerky to the steppe falcon perched on his shoulder. Go. Find the rest of the rats. He gave a flick of his right arm, and the falcon shot into the air, circling high above. Screech. The falcon let out a warning cry. Looks like we have more guests, Agula said with a slight smile. Men, get ready to greet them. Outside the academy, beside a narrow alley. This time, no survivors. Kill every last one of them. My face was grim as I gave the order. Understood. Talents, activate. Attack. Woodseye was the first to unleash a tornado, sending the barricades in front of the academy, and a dozen soldiers along with them, flying to the ground. Pei Xiao charged in at the head of the pack, cutting down everyone in sight. Agula's men quickly buckled under the assault. The man himself vaulted over the second-floor courtyard wall and dropped down into the alley. Someone's getting away. After him, the soldiers inside shouted. Over here. Fan Jia, standing guard on the perimeter, spotted the fleeing Agula in an instant. The new scout team immediately closed in, pinning him down at a dead end in the alley. Are you the one who killed Zhao Sining? I arrived and fixed him with a cold stare. Who's Zhao Sining? Agula. A blank look crossed his face. Kill him. I said no more, signaling Pei Xiao to act. The great high priest Arslan will avenge me. Agula was still roaring even as he faced death. You're brave. Too bad we're enemies. Not a ripple stirred in my heart. Subordinate Pei Xiao killed Agula. Gained 1,124 points. Current points. 5,987. Subordinate Pei Xiao triggered plunder. Obtained peregrine bracers. Peregrine bracers can summon a peregrine falcon to serve as an aerial sentry. If the falcon is killed, the equipment becomes inactive. Fan Jia, this one's for you. I tossed him the bracers. A scout needs a pair of eyes that can see farther. Signal Zhang Chun. The extraction point is here. I drew a whistling arrow and loosed it into the sky. Scree. The shrill cry sliced through the air, echoing across the entire inner city. Inner city, the Lord's Manor. That's Agula's direction. High Priest. Agula's been defeated too. The Han have taken the extraction point. Hazer, a giant of a man clad in heavy armor, knelt before the High Priest. To unlock the treasure of the Immortal City, we must rank first in secret realm points. High Priest Arslan mounted his horse, staff in hand. It's time to show these great Xia people what our true strength really looks like. Yes, honored High Priest. Hazer donned his armor and followed close behind. The extraction point. Li Yun, I didn't expect you'd be the one to find the extraction point again. You really came through this time. Zhang Chun had hurried over too, joining me at the academy. The remnants of the great Xia forces arrived one after another. Zhang Chun was a local heavyweight with real capabilities. With him handling the arrangements, he'd save me a lot of trouble. Rumble, rumble. From the direction of the Lord's Manor came the sudden, heavy pounding of hooves. That sound isn't right. It's not nomad-like cavalry. My ears twitched slightly. The weight hitting the ground was far too heavy. Fan Jia, can you tell what's going on? The falcon was already airborne, but it could only indicate the direction of the attack. It couldn't make out the enemy's numbers or equipment. The scout Fan Jia had sent out hadn't returned yet. The situation was unclear for the moment. The nomad tribe has heavy cavalry. Fan Jia's scout came sprinting back, screaming like a madman. Heavy cavalry? A tier. One illusory realm can only spawn tier 1 troops at most. Where would heavy cavalry come from? Zhang Chun was stunned. This went beyond all his years of experience in the illusory realms. That's right. Heavy cavalry. I pointed toward the street corner. Zhang Chun followed my gaze. About 500 riders, advancing slowly toward the academy. The 100 cavalrymen at the very front were armored head to hoof, both man and horse and iron. 50-step formation breaker heavy cavalry. 50-step eagle shooter archers. Step formation breaker heavy cavalry, tier 7. Level 40 armor 80. Strength 42, agility 35, stamina 40, intelligence 5. HP 400. Skills: advanced horsemanship, advanced lancing, intermediate bow. Mount: nomad heavy warhorse, tier 7. Agility 65, HP 750. Charge damage 294, strength times mount tier. Step eagle shooter, tier 7. Level 40, armor 60. Strength 38, agility 45, stamina 38, intelligence 5. HP 380. Skills: advanced horsemanship, intermediate lancing, advanced bow. Mount: nomad armored warhorse, tier 7. Agility 75, HP 750. Charge damage 266. One sweep of my scouting skill, and both unit types were laid bare before me. I sucked in a sharp breath. Tier 7 troops. These 100 alone were enough to sweep the entire field. Without a single skill active, their charge damage already hit 294. And if I didn't trigger my talent, my men couldn't even scratch their armor. Even with my talent active, take Wang Hu, for example. 15 strength, buffed attack of 152, still not even half of a chargebreaker cavalry. Not to mention defense. My men wore bamboo armor, a pathetic 10 points. Theirs, 80. Then factor in the buff skills a high priest was bound to carry. This fight was simply unwinnable. Let's get out of here. I spun around to Zhang Chun. Before I could even finish, I saw Zhang Chun had already stepped into the teleport array, his figure slowly fading away. Damn it, that was fast. I cursed the disloyal bastard. Everyone, over here, retreat now. Not bothering with the great Xia stragglers who hadn't arrived yet, I bellowed to rally my troops. Move, move, get going. Scout squad, pull back. Peregrines, get down here. The academy erupted into chaos. Trying to run? The high priest heard the commotion, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Did I say you could? Array seal. He swung his staff, and a massive, transparent energy dome descended, sealing off the entire sky above the academy. My heart sank like a stone. The teleport array was down. Fire. Seeing that the high priest had cut off our escape, Kassar immediately led 50 tier 7 eagle shooters galloping past the academy gates. They drew their bows as they charged. A rain of arrows came down. The yellow turban soldiers who couldn't dodge in time became living targets. Anyone who poked their head out died. I didn't even have time to activate my talent. Tier 1 soldiers had barely over 100 HP, one arrow, and the health bar emptied. A single volley, and I lost over 100 men. Boss, what do we do? They're accurate and brutal. Stick your head out and you're dead. Zhang Erlong lay flat against the classroom floor, not daring to lift his head. My mind raced, suppressed from every direction. This was the first time I'd faced anything like it. There was no clever trick left. I had to meet it head on. Talent, activate. Farming in war. All stats of soldiers under my command +2. Lasts 120 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Charge. Great teacher, lend me your power. Illusion. Bokai flung out a spell. Rank after rank of phantom yellow turban cavalry materialized out of thin air along the street, surging toward the nomad riders. The eagle shooters' attention was instantly hijacked. They wheeled their bows around and fired at the phantoms. But the arrows passed clean through the bodies and buried themselves in the walls behind. Those soldiers were nothing but air. High priest. Sorcery. It's sorcery. The eagle shooters cried out in terror, their formation beginning to waver. I seized the moment. My remaining 500 yellow turban scout cavalry poured out of the academy gates, charging straight at the eagle shooters. You dare use illusions? Watch my shamanic arts. Exorcise. A burst of blue light erupted from the grand shaman, sweeping down the entire street like a rippling ring. Wherever the ripple passed, the phantoms dissolved and scattered. Truly the high priest. Breaking their sorcery is child's play. Kassar roared with laughter, and the eagle shooter's morale surged back. Your opponent is me. The high priest saw through my intent and ordered his heavy cavalry and 400 nomads to cut in, wedging themselves between me and the eagle shooters. My 500 talent boosted rank 1 cavalry, against the high priest's 50 rank 7 heavy cavalry and 400 rank 1 nomads. Neither side said a word. On the long streets of the immortal city, they slammed head-on into each other. Great teacher, lend me your power, windstorm. Bokai swept his hand, and a tornado tore through the nomad cavalry. Their formation was ripped apart in an instant. A dozen nomads flung into the air. Summon the wolf pack. The high priest waved his staff, and dozens of steppe wolves leapt down from the rooftops on either side of the street, pouncing on my cavalry. A dozen men were caught off guard and dragged down. Multi-shot arrow rain. Kassar wheeled his horse around, firing 3 arrows with a single draw, raining suppression down on us. Even with 1,000 points of health, many of my cavalry were pierced through by volley after volley before they could even reach the enemy. Mounted fire. More than half my scout cavalry were nomad archers I'd recruited to my side. At my command, 500 arrows loosed as one. 2 arrows were enough to kill a nomad soldier. A whole swath of them dropped in an instant. But the formation breaker heavy cavalry, with their thick health and hard armor, not a single one went down. Heavy cavalry breakthrough. Another blue light draped over the heavy riders, and their speed visibly exploded. Neither side gave ground. Closer and closer. Then they crashed together. Kill. Men and horses toppled. Yellow turban riders were run through by spears, dying on the spot. Others were thrown from their mounts, trampled into pulp by their own warhorses before they could scramble up. Some formation breaker heavy cavalry were cut down by my forces too. My talent-boosted soldiers couldn't match the heavy cavalry's strength, but I had 10 times their number. Kill. Pei Xiao, wielding his white serpent spear, skewered 5 formation breaker heavy riders in a single sweep. His base strength was 45, and with the buff, it hit 452. Riding a level 3 warhorse, basic spearmanship, attack power of 1,500. Under his spear, heavy cavalry or nomad, everyone was equal. Why only 5 kills? Because only 5 charged out at him. By the time he stopped, the 2 armies had already cut clean through each other. Of those 400 nomads, few survived that single charge. Keep pushing. Take out the eagle archers first. I couldn't spare a thought for those who'd fallen in our path. I glanced back. The entire street was carpeted with bodies, yellow turbans tangled together with nomad caps. In life, they'd fought to the death to kill each other. In death, they lay quietly side by side. Rejuvenation. The charge had wounded a lot of us. Even I took a lance from a heavy cavalryman and lost half my health bar. Thank God for Hua Zhongjing, keeping the heals coming non-stop. Speed up. Catch them. I whipped my horse into a gallop. The moment Kassar saw me closing in, he wheeled around and fled toward the Lord's manor, twisting back to loose arrows as he ran. More yellow turban soldiers fell along the way, arrows in their bodies. He wants to kite us, wear us down till we drop. I saw right through it. Mounted archery. I ordered a return volley. Hundreds of arrows streaked after them. Shields. Kassar commanded coolly. The eagle archers drew the nomad iron shields from their saddles. Nomad iron shield. Defense 60, greatly increases arrow block rate. Asterisk thunk. 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 Asterisk the arrows bit into the shields. Most were blocked, and only a handful of riders dropped. They've got shields too. I cursed under my breath. Ahead, the eagle archers kept firing on the move, and my men kept falling with every passing second. Behind us, the phalanx breaker heavy cavalry pressed hard in pursuit. And on top of that, my talent was about to run out. Haha, your talent's about to time out, isn't it? Kassar roared with laughter as he fired. You think we didn't know your talent has a cooldown? Li Yun, you're the new prodigy Great Xia dug up from this secret realm. Why throw your life away here? Surrender. High Priest Arslan had caught up too, boxing me in dead center from both ends of the long street. Defect to the steppe. The steppe king can grant you rank, riches, beautiful women. Beats being some garrison captain, doesn't it? Kassar reined in and lowered his bow. They both wanted me to surrender. The buff faded right on cue. So I just stopped, dead center of the street. Later? What about a deposit right now? A deposit? The high priest was stunned. Yeah, no perks at all. And you expect someone to surrender? What if you go back on your word later? I said, dead serious. What do you want? He clearly hadn't prepared for any of this, and figuring I had no objections, he opened right up to negotiate. Your phalanx breaker cavalry and eagle archers look pretty good. How about you hand me a full set of troop tallies? A set like that would run no less than 2 or 3 million copper coins. I don't have them here, but once we're back on the step I can. Application. The high priest gritted his teeth and agreed. In his mind, he was scheming. Asterisk, once you reach the grasslands, you'll be putty in my hands. Asterisk. What about the copper coins? 1 million up front as a deposit. I don't have that much. How much do you have? Only 500,000. Then send it over. Send it, and I'll surrender. I swore up and down. You won't just take the money and refuse to surrender, will you? The high priest grew suspicious. I'd given in a little too easily. How could I? My talent's still got a long cooldown. If I don't surrender, just attack me again, deal? Deal. The two of us added each other as friends, and he transferred over 500,000 copper coins on the spot. In this world, whether it was Zhang Chun, Wu Mao, or even this high priest, every single one of them was filthy rich. I was the only broke one. Now, you can put down your weapons and surrender, right? Kassar watched, dumbfounded, then pressed impatiently. Of course. I flashed a knowing smile at my men. Exquisite jade pendant. Give me a reset. Exquisite jade pendant. Can reset talent cooldown 3 times daily. Remaining, February 3rd. At the critical moment, this was the trump card. I'd spawned out of the dungeon at Ningming Village, deep inside the Great Xia's borders. I didn't even know which direction the grasslands were. Why the hell would I surrender? Talent activated. Farm and fight. All attributes +2. Lasts 120 seconds. Charge. I pointed at Kassar. This time, I had to take out the eagle archers first. Their threat was too great. Whirlwind. Illusion. Rejuvenation. Eat my spear. Your enemy is right here. Kassar and the high priest never expected me to suddenly turn on them. They'd considered that I might be faking my surrender, might be waiting for a cooldown, but they never imagined the cooldown would come this fast. Before Kassar could even order the eagle archers to wheel around, Pei Xiao had already charged in close, with hundreds of cavalry plunging into the crowd behind him. 400 against 50. No matter how fine their gear or how fierce their attacks, the eagle archers couldn't withstand being swarmed at close range. Besides, my men had solid stats on both offense and defense. No. The high priest's eyes nearly split with rage. His heavy cavalry had first gotten tangled up in Bo Kai's illusion and tornado, and just as they broke free, Feng Zheng's aggro skill locked them down. By the time he cast a spell to steady his heavy cavalry, the eagle archers were already completely surrounded by my forces. Your subordinate Pei Xiao killed Kassar. Gained 1,416 points. Current total, 6,628. The enemy formation fell into chaos. Pei Xiao's plunder triggered. Obtained exquisite eagle bow. Pei Xiao's plunder triggered. Obtained nomad armored warhorse. Pei Xiao's plunder triggered. Obtained eagle archer iron armor. 10 notifications in a row. 3 sets of iron armor. For tier, 7 warhorses, 3 exquisite eagle bows. It was practically a supply run. Kassar. Arslan nearly broke down. Kassar. The moment he died, his whole plan to force our surrender became one giant joke. You're all going to die. His eyes went bloodshot. Break their formation. Break it. A surge of red light enveloped his heavy cavalry, charging in with brutal force. Turn around. Turn around. I shouted over and over. After round of brutal fighting, I had fewer than 400 men left. Kill. 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 The two armies slammed together again. Long spears and short pikes crossed. Men crushed against men, not even a sliver of room to dodge. The charging heavy cavalry lost their momentum, so they ditched their lances, drew the maces and heavy curved sabers at their waists, and went at it hand to hand. My cavalry's short pikes were useless in the crush, so we fought with fists and teeth. Kill the horses, I yelled. Their war horses were canceling out our advantage in numbers. Kill. The yellow turban army roared in unison. Kill. The heavy cavalry struggled in desperation. 2 minutes are up. Your buff's about to run out. Arslan had been tracking my talent cooldown the whole time. Is that so? I smiled. Exquisite jade pendant, cooldown. 1/3 remaining. Talent activate. Arslan's eyes went wide. He had only 30 heavy cavalry left around him, locked in a tight defensive ring. Healing art. Hua Zhongjing crouched off to the side, restoring HP to the whole army. Rotate positions. I split my forces into 3 waves, advancing in turns, healing in turns, grinding down that defensive ring layer by layer, wearing away their health bit by bit. Time's up again. I don't believe you can trigger it one more time. Arslan rasped, weak now. These past few minutes he'd been burning through his own body, casting spell after spell, just barely shielding a dozen or so cavalry, waiting for my talent to run dry, so he could strike back. Give it up, I said. Talent activate. 0 thirds remaining. Take them down. Why? Why? Arslan sank into total despair. His body had long been overdrawn. He couldn't muster a single spell more. When a man pins all his bets on what other people are holding, but never once counts on them keeping a card hidden, well, losing is exactly what he deserves. Your subordinate, Pei Xiao, slew Arslan. Gained 2,187 points. Current total, 9,676. Pei Xiao's plunder activated. Obtained the energy-gathering staff. You have slain all other players in the secret realm. Battle over. You have received the dungeon's final reward. Ancestral Grey Wolf Mask. All cavalry stats, ATK/def/move speed, plus 10%. For every additional 100 cavalry on the battlefield, plus 1% more, up to a 100% cap. Point exchange, free attribute points, 500/point. Village charter, 8,000. Talent upgrade ×1, 8,000. Tier 7 Shiliang Heavy Cavalry Tally, 7,000. Tier 7 Qingzhou Troop Tally, 6,000. Any troop tally set Tier 1 to 6, for 1,000. Crossbow Corps Captain, 1,000. Prickly Pear Fruit, 200/. Here's the English translation. Ones. I stared at the exchange panel, practically drooling. Tier 7 troops, a village charter, a talent upgrade. I wanted them all. With a village charter, I could build my own village and grow my own power base. Tier 7 Qingzhou soldiers were part of the Yellow Turban military lineage. As far as I knew, aside from the Yellow Turban warriors, they were the only Tier 7 unit in the entire peasant army system. But it was the talent upgrade that made me the most envious. I still remembered the effect of my last upgrade vividly. It hugely boosted my force's staying power in prolonged battles. Free attribute points were a must-have too. To use Tier 2 troop tokens, I needed 10 points in command. I cursed myself for not racking up more kills in the dungeon. Exchange, talent upgrade ×1, free attribute points ×3. I made the tough call. Upgrade opportunities couldn't be missed. I'd have other channels for gear down the road. Talent Farm War has reached max level 3. Farm War level 3. All attributes +3. Lasts 240 seconds. 7.5 minute cooldown. After the upgrade, the cooldown was 7.5 minutes, but factoring in the half-breath ring's 30% reduction, it was actually just 5.25 minutes. And with the duration stretching to a full 4 minutes, the gap shrank to only 80 seconds. My vulnerability window had been squeezed to the absolute minimum. I opened the attribute panel to allocate my points. Name, Li Yun. Level, 13. Faction, Great Xia Kingdom, Guanghu Prefecture, Sanhe Commandery, Dongshan County, Ningming Village. Class, Yellow Turban Scout Cavalry Position, Company Commander. Strength, 15 + 2 Agility, 15 Stamina, 12 Intelligence, 8 Command, 13 HP, 120/120. Talent 1, Farm War, all attributes +3, lasts 240 seconds, 7.5 minute cooldown. Talent 2, Bow Mastery, archer units under command gain +20% attack. Basic skills, Novice Spearmanship, Basic Horsemanship, Basic Archery, Basic Sword Shield, Mountain Warfare Proficiency. Special skills, Scout, Loot Corpse, small chance to plunder a dead target's attributes/skills/talents/experience, 10-minute cooldown. Unit types, Militia, 3 Greenwood units, Yellow Turban Light Infantry, Slingers, Scout Cavalry, Rare, Yellow Turban Shortbows, Short Spears, Veteran Light Infantry, Tier 2. Troop Command Limit, 284/613. Equipment, Company Commander's Token, Spatial Belt, Half-Breath Ring, Xianyuan Sword, Replica, Linglong Jade Pendant, Strength Necklace, Ancestral, Grey Wolf Mask. Assets: 992,000 copper coins, 200 silver coins, 20 gold coins, 1 each of the Hua Zhongjing / Pei Xiao / Bo Kai summoning orders, 2 general summoning orders, a mining pick, 290 thorn pears, female soldier token, eagle shooting bow, siege crossbow, 7 sets of iron armor, 7 tier, 7 warhorses, 3 fine eagle shooting bows for nomad long spears. These high-grade items were almost all plundered by Pei Xiao. His looting ability combined with my talent bonus was basically a god-tier combo. Exit dungeon. White light flashed, and I reappeared on the foundation stone of Dreamweave Village. Before entering the dungeon, I brought 50 people, half of them just militia. Now, behind me stood over 200 cavalry, all tier 1 yellow turban scout riders, plus 1,000,000 copper coins, the half-breath ring, the Xianyuan sword, replica, the Linglong jade pendant, the Grey Wolf mask, and a whole pile of other loot. I'd also recruited 2 generals, Bo Kai and Pei Xiao. But the biggest gain was my talent leveling up again. My sustained combat ability had been completely transformed. Looks like you made out pretty well in there. Mu Bingming froze when she saw me emerge with over 200 cavalry. Her original plan had simply been for me to recruit a few people at the edge of the dungeon using Zhang Zicai, get a feel for the battle royale atmosphere, and pull out when I found the chance. She never imagined it would turn out like this. You actually took first place? She pulled up the territory panel, and disbelief spread across her face when she saw my record. Why? How could a lowly platoon leader possibly take first? All she wanted was an obedient, capable dog, not a bomb that could go off in her hands at any moment. Just luck. I could see there was no delight in her eyes, only wariness. My heart sank. Tell me, what do you get for first place? Her tone was ice cold, like she was interrogating a prisoner. Just some copper coins and gear, that's all. I sneered inwardly. You think I'm still that pushover you can jerk around? After this dungeon run, I've earned the right to stand and speak as your equal. Hand it over. These things should be distributed by the village. Her face darkened, her tone commanding. She wanted it all for free. Before entering the dungeon, I'd actually thought we got along well. Both players, practically friends. Now I saw the truth. She never wanted a friend. She wanted a dog. And what does Village Chief Mu plan to offer in exchange? I ignored her command. Slowly, I pulled the general summoning token, iron armor, and nomad lance from my spatial belt, things I had no use for, and laid them out on the ground. If she was willing to name a price, I wouldn't mind parting with them. You entered the dungeon through the village, so these things naturally belong to the village in their entirety.